Hello, everyone. Welcome. So, can you hear me well? Please write down in the comments if you can hear me. Hello, hello. Can anyone hear me? Okay, great. Okay, great. Nice. Let's go. Hello, everyone. My name is Mahmoud. I'm an Android software engineer at ForSale, and I'm an organizer at Android Worldwide. I'm your host today for your first session, which is measuring mobile app performance at scale by Dipanshu and Anubhav. So, before we start, let's go through a quick introduction about Android Worldwide. I suppose you can see my screen. So, at first, who we are? Android Worldwide is a non-profit community for software engineers. We produce one event every quarter. So, one in January, one in April, one in July, and one in October. Of course, we are in January event now. So, we are virtual only to ensure everyone shares the same experience. We are happy to have partnering with us with a lot of local communities around the world, as you can see on the screen. We are thankful for all of them. And before we begin, please use this hashtag and share this tweet alongside Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. And we are sponsored, as usual, by Stream. Of course, everyone knows Stream. Stream is the number one chat API for custom messaging apps. You can build the real-time chat messaging in less time and ship it with Stream high reliability chat infrastructure and feature, which is the key. And for the first time, we are being sponsored by Sentry. Sentry help developers see clearer, solve quicker, and learn mobile. Sentry is a mobile app error tracking, performance monitoring, and runtime errors in a single view. Give a holistic overview of application health in real time. Okay, that's it. Let's get started. Actually, one last quick disclaimer. If you have any question, you can put them in the QA section, and you can answer it at the end of the session. So, Dipanshu and Anubhav, here you go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first session of the day. I'm Anubhav Gupta with my co-speaker Dipanshu. We are from Gojek, and today we'll talk about how we measure mobile application performance at scale. There are three takeaways from this session. First, we will discuss how we defined application performance metrics. Next, we will discuss how we designed data pipeline and observability. And at the end, we will talk about page performance scoring system. So let me begin by giving you some background and insights about Gojek. Gojek is Southeast Asia's leading on-demand platform and a pioneer in multi-service ecosystem model. So we offer a wide range of services like mobility, food delivery, and logistics. Gojek operates across main cities in three Southeast Asia countries, Indonesia, Singapore, and Vietnam. As of September 2021, Gojek has 2.5 million driver partners and more than 1 million merchant partners. In Gojek, in 2020, Gojek contributed 250 trillion Indonesian rupiah to the national economy, which is equivalent to 1.6% of Indonesia's GDP. From the engineering perspective, we also run one of the largest JRuby, Java, Clojure, and Go clusters in Asia. We process more than 350 million internal API call per second. And we also love to contribute back to the community, and we have open sourced many of our tools and libraries. You can check them out at Gojek's GitHub page. Now, you must be wondering what is the importance of mobile app performance, right? So we found some research and data on the internet from various sources. The data can be categorized into three main categories. So first category is user experience, right? A 2021 study by AppDynamics found that 93% of the users expect reliable and consistent performance. A 2015 study by Dimensional Research found that 49% of the users expect app to respond within 2 seconds or less. Second category is customer retention. So Dimensional Research study found that 55% of the users will hold your app responsible for poor performance, not their device or network. And App Dynamics survey, 63% of the user actively try to discourage others from using your service or brand if they have a digital bad experience, right? And the third category is business growth. According to the App Dynamics research, the percentage of users willing to pay more for an app that outperforms its competition grew to 50%. So based on these numbers, it's clear that app performance is one of the most critical factors for delivering a delightful mobile experience to customers and ultimately for the growth of business. So what are the metrics we use for measuring mobile app performance, right? We have categorized into two main metrics. One is the app launch time. This is the first user experience that user sees when opening the app. It is the time they need to wait before the app is ready to be used. This app launch time is very critical because a long launch time will delay the users in performing a task, which may frustrate the user. And second is page performance. It is the performance of the screen in customer journeys. It can be divided into two sub-metrics, initial and post-load metrics. So next, let's discuss about these two sub-metrics. So how do we define initial page load time? It is the amount of time taken for a screen to render the content and become interactive to the user. So it starts when user navigates to the screen until the first meaningful content is rendered and interactive to the user. We have called this time as time to initial load, or you can shortly called as TTIL. We can break TTIL into several granular metrics within the timeline, right? So first is dependency injection. This is the time taken to resolve and inject all the required dependencies for a screen and its related components like view model, presenter, and many more. Second is time to first layout. It measures the time taken from screen initialization until the first layout content is rendered. Usually it is shimmer or any view that represents the intermediate loading state. The third is content fetch time. This is the time taken to fetch the content from network or the local disk. It includes the time taken to decode the raw data into data object as well, right? And finally, content render time. This is the time taken for the view to render the content itself. And in addition to the initial page load metrics, we also measure post load metrics as user interacts with the page, such as scrolling, doing animation transition, or tapping of a button. We divided it into three submetrics. First is slow frame. This metric is the percentage of the screen instances during which user sees 50% of the frames having a jank. Basically, the frames took 16 milliseconds or more to render. Second is frozen frame. This metric is the percentage of screen instances during which more than 0.1% of the frames took more than 700 milliseconds to render. And the third is image load. So most of the app are image-rich apps, so we measure the image load as well. So it basically defines the time taken for an image view to request for an image from server or cache until it is converted to bitmap and displayed to the user. We also include attributes like response size, request width, and height. Next, let me hand over the presentation to my co-speaker, Dipanshu, who will take it further. Yeah.
Thank you, Anubhav. Hi, everyone. This is Dipanshu, and I'll be taking forward from here. In the previous slides, Anubhav has explained what all metrics we use for measuring mobile app performance. Now, let me take you through how we capture these metrics and design the data pipeline flow so it can be monitored from a dashboard. As you can see in the diagram, The mobile client first captures traces using Firebase Performance SDK. Next, Firebase performs a daily batch export containing all raw data to BigQuery. Then we use Gojek's open source tool Optimus to schedule a daily job to aggregate raw data into summary tables in BigQuery for data warehousing. And finally, we use Grafana dashboard to query summary tables and display the performance metrics for our stakeholders to access and monitor. Let's dive into each of the steps in the next slides. For mobile client tracing, we utilize Firebase Performance SDK's custom tracing feature. To minimize the performance impact due to trace collection to users in production, we use random sampling to decide whether we should collect the trace or not for a particular session. Firebase SDK also provides built-in automatic capturing for frozen and slow frames for an activity or fragment on Android and UI view controller on iOS. In addition, it also captures traces from the network API calls for both platforms. Next, let's talk about data aggregation and warehousing. As we build a custom unified dashboard to display our metrics, we need to export Firebase performance traces into a data source which we can use to query. Firebase provides BigQuery integration that will run a daily batch job for exporting all the traces to the BigQuery table. At our scale of users, querying the raw data directly from this table is very costly and time consuming as the data is quite large. To avoid this huge cost and query time, we utilize Gojek's Optimus for data transformation and warehouse management. We simply need to write queries to aggregate and batch the raw data into summary tables and schedule the job to run on a daily basis. We aggregate the traces using percentile scores from P50, P90, and P95. Using percentiles provide a better visualization on how the numbers are distributed across the group. The next part is dashboarding and monitoring. For the dashboard, we use one of the most popular open source dashboards, Grafana. It provides a wide range of built-in graphs that we can use to visualize the data over a series of time. Grafana itself doesn't provide BigQuery as the data source out of the box, but any data source can be added using a plugin. We use the official BigQuery plugin from .intel to add BigQuery as the data source so we can write row SQL queries to retrieve the data from BigQuery. For alerts, we define the base threshold for each panel and use Slack to post the alert in case the value has exceeded. We deployed this dashboard internally so it can be accessed by our stakeholders. Let me show you the illustration for the dashboard panels in the next slides. This is the page load time dashboard, also known as time to initial load TTIL for a screen. It shows three lines representing P50, P90, and P95 values of page load time for a particular screen. Next is the dashboard containing the granular traces such as dependency injection, time to first layout, content load time, and content render time. Here we have the dashboard for screen responsiveness showing panels for frozen frame ratio and slow frame ratio of a particular screen. Finally, we have the image load dashboard showing panels for overall time taken to load an image, time taken to get an image from disk cache, and time taken to fetch an image from network. We also have a panel for showing the response size of images for a particular screen. Next, we would like to talk about page performance scoring. Page performance scoring is a scoring between 0 to 100 that we use to measure overall performance of a screen using multiple metrics from real users in production. PPS uses multiple metrics like TTFL, TTIL, slow frames, and frozen frames, calculates the score given the formula and weights each metrics into one single score. This page scoring system has been used by other apps as well. For example, Airbnb published a blog detailing their page performance scoring system. The underlying mechanism itself is quite similar to Google Lighthouse for measuring the performance and quality of web pages. For each metric, we calculate the data into a single score from 0 to 100 using log normal curve distribution. We simply define the median control point and P10 point using the threshold that we want to achieve, and after we get the score from each metric, we sum the metric into one final value based on the weight of each metric. Here we have the dashboard for showing the page performance score. We have panels for the latest value, weighted score distributions, and the score history over a series of time. Now let's talk about the benefits we have gained so far by performing this exercise. With the measurements, we have been able to understand the performance data for our current users. It helps us to set the baseline and thresholds going forward as we add improvements. As we add features to our app or release a new app version, we are able to catch any performance regressions as soon as the app is released. Also, we are able to monitor improvements made in new app releases. With the data available in our BigQuery tables, we are also able to archive the data for long periods of time. So what's next in our pipeline? The current way we aggregate the data takes a couple of days to be reflected in our dashboard because Firebase takes around 24 to 48 hours for exporting the data to BigQuery. So we want to make this monitoring real time. We plan to achieve this by using ClickStream, which is an open source tool maintained by Gojek for real time analytics data ingestion. Finally, we want to make the performance measurement as a part of our CI/CD pipelines so we can catch performance regressions early during the development lifecycle. That's it for this session. Thank you everyone for watching, and now we can take questions.
Thank you, guys. That was very informative.
Thank you.
Okay, we can now receive questions. If anyone has a question, please send it now. You can post your questions in the comment section. Okay, we have some people saying that it was nice. Thank you, guys. Any questions? Okay, we
I
have one
think there
here.
is, yeah.
Yeah. Max says, how do you export metrics for now? By hand, daily? He's asking, is it done by
Yeah.
hand?
So as we talked, so we use Firebase for sending the metrics, and we use Firebase. There is a feature provided by Firebase to export the Firebase tracing data to BigQuery. Right? We can enable that export from the Firebase console, and then from there, what we do is we write Optimus jobs to summarize that data, and by summarizing after summarizing the data, and then we put it into a summary tables, which we actually query to show the metrics on our dashboards. So yeah, this is all automated, so we don't have to do it manually.
Okay, great. Here's another one.
Yeah, next question is BigQuery necessary for the populating the graphs, or you can use this app performance? Yeah, thank you for this question. So yeah, we use BigQuery because if we directly query the Firebase performance data, that is actually very huge, and the queries will take a very long time to render the data on our dashboards. So yeah, we use BigQuery. So from the source tables to the summary tables, we aggregate the data and we use those summary tables to show the metrics on our dashboards. Yeah, Anubhav, would you like to take the next question? Yes.
Yeah.
It's Firebase dashboard.
Okay, sure. So yeah, so we can use Firebase dashboard, but there are two basically motivations for using a custom dashboard, right? First of all, we want to segregate each of the metrics into customer journeys, right? So using the Firebase dashboard, I don't think it's possible, right? We have tried that, but we can't make customer journeys panels, right, for each of the customer journeys, right? So that's one. The second thing is key, you can add the custom traces, but you will need to search for every time, right? So and that uh, thing, right, searching custom tracing for every time might be easier for the devs, right? But for other stakeholders like product managers or executives, right, or a QA team, release team, right, might be very time consuming, right? So what we want to achieve is we want to achieve a one-stop dashboard where any stakeholder can easily log in and view the performance that is there, right? The third thing we wanted to achieve is eventually, right, we wanted to move away from the Firebase, right? So Firebase, why are we using Firebase is it's a easier mechanism to test out this MVP, right? Eventually we want to move to clickstream, right? As we talked about, this is a real-time ingestion by Gojek, right? So we can ingest the performance data in real time and monitor those on the dashboards, right? So using those dashboards, what we can do is we can monitor the regressions, right, or improvements, and take the rollout decisions as well, right? And when we do an app release.
Yeah, great. So Kennedy asks, do you need support from other teams to set up the analytics pipeline?
So thanks for asking this question. So Gojek has bunch of um, Gojek is part of the open data platform, right? So there we have bunch of open source tools. Like one of them is the Optimus, right? So uh, you can take a look at that, but these are heavily integrated within the Gojek ecosystem, right? So uh, as a user of those tools, right, we didn't have to do much within Gojek, right? But if you are using something else, right, for data ingestion, you might need some work or you might need to take help from other teams, right, data teams for ingesting the data into proper format or in summary tables.
Okay, great. That leads us to the next question from James. Is there a sample project?
Right now, there is not one, but that's a great idea. We can definitely look to create one.
Okay, great. You have event-based triggers in Firebase. I don't know if it's a statement or a question. Do you have something to say about it?
So if your question is ki we are using Firebase for events, right? Currently we are using, but shortly we will migrate to Clickstream-based event ingestion, not Firebase.
Okay. So our last question is from Raksh. What is the overall estimate cost to set up everything, starting from Firebase to Grafana, from 1 million daily active users?
Yeah, so the cost, right? The main cost is the BigQuery export and the query, right? So that will depend on your project, right? So if your project uses flat pricing, the cost will be different. And if you are using a different costing model, right, for the BigQuery, your costing will be different, right? So I will suggest that you talk to the relevant teams in your company, right, and discuss about the costing model for the BigQuery, right? So that will highly depend on that. The next question is, did you guys face any overhead problems with Firebase performance release on overall project? Uh, we did not, right? basically are using Firebase Performance for a long time now. But to not overload the performance data, right, for everyone, right? So we use a random sampling for the users, right? So not all the users will send the performance data every time. It is based on random sampling, right? So some of the user will send uh, tracing data for some of the sessions.
Okay, great. I think that sums up all the questions. So thank you, Anubhav and Dipanshu. This was a very, very interesting and informative session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, have any last things to add?
No,
Okay,
thanks.
great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we will have a small break and moving to our next session with your host, Mohit. Okay, see you
Thank
guys
you.
and thank you.
Have a nice day, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your first session. I hope you enjoyed. Sorry about that. I was not sure whether I was live or not because apparently my company's Wi-Fi got down for a second. Anyways, welcome to another episode of Android Worldwide. I hope you enjoyed the first session. Now we are gonna take it to our next speaker. How to automate real use case scenarios across multiple apps and multiple screens. Hello, Anand. How are you doing?
Hey Mohit, I'm good. Excited to be here. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Sorry about the lag. My company's Wi-Fi got down at the last moment itself.
No worries. Live
Okay.
demos, huh?
Yeah, live demos. Anyways, stage is all yours. I'll go into the backstage now, and I hope you
Great.
have a great.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let's share my screen. Screen two. Okay, let's see if this has shown up correctly.
Yes.
Excellent.
See the screen.
Excellent. Great. So, hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this wonderful event, Android Worldwide. I'm very excited to be part of it. Thank you to the organizing team for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, Mohit, for being a gracious host. Today, I will be speaking about how to automate real user scenarios across multi apps and multi devices. It's a long title, and I have not been able to think of how to make it interesting and short enough so it doesn't really roll in the mouth. But let's see how it goes. A little bit about me. I'm Anand Bagmar, and I've been in the testing space. I started off in the testing space about 20 plus years ago, and then I graduated to start thinking about quality because testing is very narrow focused, a testing team activity. But when you think about quality, all different roles need to start contributing to make it a quality product. As part of my journey in this space, I've worked with various different product and services organizations across the globe. Currently, I'm based out of Pune in India. And I'm also open source contributor. I've built a couple of open source tools and frameworks related to automation. And I'm also a contributor on the Selenium project and in some ways on the APM project as well, which are one of the most popular libraries for automating the browser and devices. I would love to connect with you even after this session and continue the conversation forward. So, with that, let's get started into this session itself. I would love to continue getting questions and comments in chat along the way. I will be monitoring the comments and question section along the way. So please do feel free to ask that as you think about it. So let's start with a first question, which is really setting the grounds of why we are doing automation. In a very simplistic way, if you have to answer the question, why do we automate functional tests? The answer is really very simple. We want to simulate the user actions and behavior with the product under test. We want to do this because we want to make sure our users of the product do not face any glitches. They are able to use the functionality of your product as expected, and they get value from your product, because if they get value, then as an organization, you will get a lot of value based on whatever the outcomes are for that product. So this is why we want to automate these functional tests before you release your product into production or release it to production. In this case, it's probably releasing it to Play Store or App Stores of sorts. We want to have the confidence when we do this. So that's why we want to automate as much as we can. This session is going to talk about the top of the pyramid, which is the functional test, end-to-end test. But of course, this is not the only type of test that we would automate. We want to automate the lower layers of the pyramid as well to get faster feedback, and then you would get to the functional test. So we'll focus on the top of the pyramid. Okay. To do this type of automation, it is important for us to understand the application under test really well. In the simplistic terms, we need to think about how is your product going to be available to the end users? Is it a web-based product? Is it going to be mobile web as well? Or are these native applications? And will those be used on mobiles, tablets, browsers? You need to understand that well before you start thinking about how to automate. You also need to understand the architecture of your application really well. That will help you figure out what are the vulnerable areas in your product application in the architecture where you need to focus on getting better, building more automated tests so that you have got the confidence of quality. And then you get to the top of the pyramid again as how your users will be using the application. Now, when you understand this application well, you will start thinking about what are the scenarios that you need to automate. A good way to represent this is in terms of a flowchart or a mind map or a state diagram, whichever way that works for you as an individual. You need to start thinking about who are the personas and what are the business actions, business values that they can accomplish on your product to get to the desired end state. Now, a desired end state, for example, if it's let's say an e-commerce application where you're able to purchase products, a desired end state is the user placing an order, the order getting delivered, and there is no return on that order, right? That's a desired end state. But there could be many other intermediate desired end states as well. For example, the user logs in and does nothing. That's a desired end state. Without logging in, the user comes, searches for certain types of products, sees the details of the products. That's it. That's again a desired end state. In some cases, you would log in, search for a product, add it to the cart, and that's it. That's another desired end state. It is very important to understand these journeys based on the persona, maybe as a logged in user, as a non-logged in user, as an admin, as a super admin, whatever those different personas might be. For each of the personas, what are the desired end states? In terms of business rules, business values, business functions, whatever is the nomenclature you use in your team, you would map those out, you would prioritize those, and based on the priority, you would start automating those. And that is a solved problem if you really think about it. How to automate this is a solved problem. There's nothing new in that. There are hundreds of options. Just a few of them are listed on the screen over here in front of you. But there are hundreds of options that you could literally choose from how you want to automate these scenarios that you have identified. What I want to share with you today is yet another option, one more option how you could do this. And I will tell you why that option is a very interesting one as well. The option that I'm talking about is an open source framework that I have built called TestWiz. Now, if you take the scenario, for example, a user is going to an e-commerce application, the user goes to the web app, searches for a product, sees the product details, adds the product to cart, and verifies the product is added successfully to the cart, right? That's my journey. That's my scenario that I want to automate. That is the type of scenario that we are trying to automate using TestWiz. In this case, let's look at an example, and I'll use a different example. I'll use an example of, it could be Teams for that matter, or Zoom, or GeoMeet, or any product that you really want, right? Any video conferencing application. This is a scenario for that. And the scenario says that the chat should be disabled for one person in meeting. If there is only one person in the meeting, the chat option should be disabled. Seems obvious, right? Who are you going to chat with? Where is the message going to go? So in this case, using Gherkin language, in this particular case, I'm using Cucumber JVM as a tool as a library to specify this Gherkin language. And I'm going to automate that using TestWiz. So in this case, I'm talking about an API call that the framework will make to create a new account dynamically as part of the test implementation. Using the created account, we will log in. After logging in, this user should be able to start a new meeting, and we are going to verify the chat option is disabled. Now, this way of specifying your scenario, your test intent, is very important because it explicitly calls out how the actions are being done. So in this particular case, the first step is implemented as an API call. The annotations on the scenario is specifying what is the platform where the test is going to run. Is it Android? Is it web? Is it iOS? Is it Windows, Mac? Whatever platform your test can be implemented on, you would specify that. And very important though, is you're specifying the steps in form of your business functionality. You are not talking about UI actions, which very easily becomes a norm when you're trying to automate at the top of the pyramid, automate your functional tests. It is a lot of thought that you need to put in when you have to specify or create these steps in a business language, which also gives the added advantage of making it platform agnostic. This is how TestWiz encourages you to implement your tests. Of course, it's not a hard way of implementing, but it's a very opinionated framework how you should be implementing your tests. Now, talking about implementation, this is the intent, how you are specifying it. Here is how the architecture of TestWiz itself looks. We are specifying our test intent using Cucumber JVM. I'm going to use a laser pointer here. So we are specifying a test intent using Cucumber JVM. These steps will be implemented in a layer of the framework that I like to call as business layer. This is where your domain functionality is implemented. This is where your actions, verifications, and rules are going to be placed. Business layer methods can call other business layer methods, but once it gets to the actual implementation, they will talk to the pages or the screens which will actually interact with your application under test in the device or in the browser to get those actions done or get information back from from the device or the browser. The core library itself supports web, mobile web, Android, iOS, and Windows applications. It also has support for making API calls. For web, we use WebDriver in the Java language. For native apps and desktop applications, we use Appium, which internally uses Appium Test Distribution Library, which is again in the Java language. For web service calls, we use Unirest Java client. So the core library is going to have the ability to interact with these devices, manage these devices. Also, it would have ability to do logging and reporting, driver management, various other utilities. The test itself can be executed on a device or browsers on your local machine, or it could be in any device farm as well. And we also have very good reporting in terms of using report portal and Applitools, as I will show shortly in a demo. There's a lot of configurability in the framework, lot of different types of utilities. Pretty much the intent is that you should be able to take this library and just focus on writing your tests, do nothing else. Don't worry about building a framework. Why do we want to reinvent the wheel? So with that, let me show you a quick demo of how this is going to work. I'll start off with a simple example where we are going to run the test on an Android device. My command is a simple Gradle run command, but I'm providing a lot of different parameters at runtime, which is going to be used for execution of the test. So let's
Apologies again. I think so Anand got some issues with his network connection. He got dropped. I think so he'll be back soon. So apologies, and just hold on for a second. Let him come back. Finally, you're back again. I was worried that I might have to give your talk.
Sorry?
I was worried that I might have to give your talk.
Oh, that would have been fun as well. But sorry about that. Not sure what happened. I got dropped from the platform. Okay, so let me go a few minutes back. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you please share your screen again?
Yes. Okay, I hope screen is visible. So I'll just go back. Apologies for that. I got dropped from the platform. That was very strange. But I was explaining the TestWiz architecture where we've got a test intent business layers, which actually does the implementation of the business rules. That is where the assertions are. Then there are pages or screens, which is actually going to interact with your browser or device and get the actions done on that particular application and retrieve information from the application. We've got support for various different types of reports. In report portal, we do visual testing using Applitools, and there are different additional types of reports as well, which we'll see shortly in the demo. So let's start the demo. In this case, I'm going to run a test on an Android device. The command is a simple Gradle run command, and you can give it a lot of different configuration options to run specific types of tests. In this particular case, I have two emulators running on my local machine, and I have launched the test execution on command line. I'm going to keep skipping forward a little bit in interest of time. We see the application has launched on one of the devices. The test is running over there. And there are validations happening at various points of this implementation. And the test eventually completes as well successfully. What this means now is You have authored your test. I use IntelliJ IDEA. You could use any IDE of your choice. But I can run the test locally using command line arguments, test it on local browsers or devices connected locally or running as emulators or simulators, or the device could be in any device farm as well. I'm able to run the test locally and make sure everything is fine. Once it's verified, I'm going to push my code to a version control system. It could be Azure, GitHub, GitLab, any version control system that you use, where you will do a build, and as part of the release process or deployment process, at relevant points in time, you would run the test automatically, again using the same command line that you used to run it locally. The reports in both cases will be seen in a report portal, and visual testing will be done via Applitools. So the approach has been you run the test the same way as you would run in CI. That way there are no surprises. You don't need to do any additional or different things when you have to run the test in your pipeline. And you can be very confident that it will work the same way as it was working locally. So this is a solved problem. But there is another type of complexity which is there in a lot of applications, not necessarily all applications, but a lot of applications. And that is a very interesting use case to solve from a TestWiz perspective. We are living in a hyper-connected world. This particular conference itself is an example of that, where everyone is connected from different parts of the world. But we are sharing, you're able to see my screen share, you're able to send comments, questions, and we are able to interact in real time what is going on. In this type of situation where we are living in a hyper-connected world, which is a world of collaboration and interactions, how are you going to automate such scenarios? So for example, I am doing a screen share. I am able to speak, show my video, and there was a glitch. And Mohit immediately reached out saying there's a problem. I need to simulate such scenarios as well from automation to make sure this interaction is going well. I'm able to think about these multi-user interactions as well. And this is where, again, TestWiz comes into the picture. So let's look at how we can solve these interesting use cases. So the first use case I want to talk about is a multi-user use case, where the users could be on web, mobile web, Android, iOS, Windows, Mac, Linux, anywhere that you want. But they could be connecting and collaborating with each other as part of the same type of application. Of course, application will be different for each of these devices or operating systems, but they are still able to interact seamlessly with each other. So let's look at how TestWiz will solve this problem. Here's an example of a scenario which depicts this challenge. Over here, we are saying the guest who is on Android and the host who is also on Android can send a file over chat in the meeting. So this is about sharing a file with another person in a meeting. So in this case, the way the implementation, the business rules work is the host signs up as a new user using APIs, logs in and then starts a meeting. The guest joins the meeting from another Android device. Now the host should be able to get to the chat window and send a file in the chat message. And the guest should be able to receive that file in its chat window. That is the scenario. So what TestWiz is encouraging you to do is make it very explicit who is the user, who is the persona who is doing the action, and where is that user coming from. That is one additional thing that is happening as compared with the earlier scenario. In this case, let's look at how the test is going to be. So in this particular case, there are two users, both of them are coming on Android, and the annotation is multi-user Android. That is what tells TestWiz there are multiple personas in this scenario, and all of them are coming from Android. In this case, again, I have launched the test from my command line with the appropriate parameters. There are two emulators connected. The host is launched the application, is signing in because the user is already created using APIs. The host has signed in. The host is starting the meeting. And the host is the only person in the call. At this point in time, the guest also starts the application and joins the same meeting that was created by the host. When the guest has joined this meeting, we see in each device, the second persona is already there. And now the rest of the orchestration can continue. This becomes now a very interesting way where one test is able to orchestrate between multiple types of devices. Let's also look at how this actually works in TestWiz. So here's another example where in this case, what we are doing is we are telling TestWiz, create a driver for this particular persona. And that persona is used in the implementation. So TestWiz manages the driver instances. It takes care of connecting to the device, making sure the app is installed, connecting to that device, and doing the interactions as appropriate. And then in subsequent steps, you would be able to use that persona to simply switch the context and do the actions as required. So in that sense, it's a very simple approach. It's all about doing the driver management based on the persona. Of course, there's a lot of background work that you need to do in terms of making sure the device is available and it is being allocated. It's not getting reused by another test, for example. There's a lot of such management that needs to happen, but all of that is abstracted out for the users. And this is how that implementation would happen. So this is the business layer where the business operations are implemented. It will communicate with the relevant screens, do the actions on them, get information, and do the assertions. These are the business assertions that are very important to make sure the test is actually doing what is expected from it. Okay. The way this test runs is the configuration parameters I spoke about. There are a lot of different configuration options that we have. There are different set of capabilities that you would be able to specify to communicate with your device appropriately. These capabilities would, of course, need to be extended and changed based on which device farm you might be using, because each of them have their own different way of communication or some proprietary capabilities as well that give you better or different control on it. And that is how the implementation would happen. So this is how TestWiz solves the problem of multi-users. It gives you the capability of how to run multi-user tests on the same platform. But the same thing can happen on multiple platforms as well. The example I showed is about 2 users on Android devices. What about users on different platforms? So in this case, the example is host is on web, guest is on Android, and the annotation over here is multi-user Android web. Multi-user Android web or multi-user Android does not indicate how many users are there. It just tells TestWiz there are going to be multiple drivers that are required over here. Please manage it appropriately. So that is what is happening in this type of scenario. And if I have to run this test, which is again very similar to the earlier one, except one is on Android, the other is on web. I run the same thing again from command line. I have 2 devices here. The first device is picked up. The test starts on Android. Host has logged in. The meeting is started. And at this point, instead of the second device being used, the browser has launched. And in the browser, the guest user is joining the same meeting as the host has started. And that is how the interaction is going to continue. The orchestration is going to continue. Okay. So once this aspect of driver management is taken care of, then there is no limit of how many different types of scenarios you can really implement in this case. There is also another type of scenario where you can have multiple different types of applications involved in the orchestration. So let's take an example. Let's say you're going to place an order on Amazon. So as a user, you use the Amazon app, you shop for it, you place an order from here. And of course, this is a very, very simplistic view of the e-commerce world. But once the order is placed, payment is done, the warehouse processes the order, ships the items to the local delivery station, from where the delivery agents are going to come to the delivery address and deliver the product. Once the product is delivered, the order status is confirmed as delivered. In this case, there are various different types of personas, and each persona would be using a different type of application to process that order, to help process that order end to end. There is also another type of scenario where different versions of the same application might be used. So for example, if we take Zoom, you could have some users on one version, some users on another version, but you want to see if the compatibility is there, if you can still do the same functions, achieve the same functionality, regardless of the version of the application. And these might be very interesting, and depending on the type of application, might be a very important type of scenarios to automate as well, because you cannot keep repeating these same things manually over and over again. So how does TestWiz solve this problem? We already know that step indicates who is doing the action. Which app is doing the action is an added dimension now on this. And of course, where is that user coming from? So in this particular case, if I have to show this from code, it's a matter of simple coding to implement this. If I look into this implementation, so this is a step which says a person or a host is logging in and starts a meeting in some version of the application on which platform. So all I'm doing over here is retrieving the name of the application. Based on that application, I'm passing that to TestWiz, and TestWiz figures out how to get this application. So in this particular case, I'm saying it is GeoMeet latest. That is the application. So it is going to pick up the properties for GeoMeet latest. From here, so there's GeoMeet latest capabilities file. So there's a simple nomenclature that you need to be aware of. And based on that, you could just pass that information to TestWiz. It will be able to pick up the relevant capabilities file. And using that capabilities file, TestWiz will instantiate the driver or install that app on the device for this particular persona. Excuse me. So this is a very simple way to manage your personas, the drivers, and versions of the application. And once the driver is created, there's a mapping created for that. Then it is simple interaction. Just switch the context to that driver and perform the actions on that driver to implement the test. So let's look at an example of a multi-user web app. In this case, I have two users on Android. Each of the user is using a different version of the GeoMeet application. And there's a third user who is coming on the web on Chrome browser. And there is no versions in that sense, right? It's on the web. So whatever is latest deployed, that will be available. Again, just running a simple command line with specific properties to run that type of test. We see the first user has launched the app, host is signing in. After signing in, the meeting has started. The host is the only person in the meeting. Now the second guest, or rather the first guest, second user is going to run the launch the app on the second device that is available. This is a different version of the application. In this case, it's hard to notice, but the versions are actually different of this application. But now this guest has joined the same meeting and both of them are there in the same meeting, which we can see over here easily. Now the third user, the second guest is starting, wants to connect to the same meeting, but that user is coming from the web. They join the same meeting, and now you can see there are 3 people in this meeting. Once all the users are there, matter of again just switching the driver context and doing the interaction with them to get the implementation done. Okay. So this is how TestWiz solves the problem of multi-app or multi-users scenarios, multi-platform scenarios. And that gives you the ability now to automate the scenarios which were seemingly difficult to automate in normal circumstances. Let's look at what kind of output is generated from these. So TestWiz creates 3 different types of reports. The first one is report portal, where we will be able to see in report portal the details of the test that has executed. So in this particular case, I ran the test just a couple of hours ago. Whichever tags were used to run the test, that is captured. Version of the application is captured. This is a primary app that we are using, not the all the different versions. It's a primary version. Which platform was the primary one? What is the parallel count? Whatever information as metadata that is available over here. Inside the test itself, this test is marked as skip because one of the steps was not yet implemented. So over here, though, we will see a lot of information around what are the environment variables, system properties that were used for the execution. For each step that we've implemented, it will have detailed logs around those with screenshots, whichever again you choose are important to be captured, but they'll automatically be attached in report portal. And likewise for all others. So in this case, if we look at guest 2, which came on Chrome, so we see these are screenshots from the browser. Earlier users were on a Android device. So this is how TestWiz will be able to, report portal is able to capture all the details. Additionally, what we also have is, I mentioned we do visual testing also along with this. So we also have the visual test results over here with a link to the Applitools dashboard where you can see the visual test results as well. All that information is here. In addition, we also capture various different types of log files from the devices. We capture the device logs or the browser logs and attach that to report as well. So it is all there in one place. You don't have to rerun the tests as much as we can. We want to try and avoid that. Capture all the information in one place. If the test fails, you should know exactly why it has failed and take decisions based on that. So this is how report portal will be able to capture this. And of course, with report portal, you get the added capability of creating very interesting dashboards, which can give you trend analysis, which can tell you which are your flaky tests. And these information can help you focus on which test to prioritize in terms of fixing or following up with the devs along with that. Of course, you'll be able to tag these failures as saying, okay, I know this failure is, for example, it's a automation defect, and I'm going to tag it as automation defect, and we move on from there. So again, in your dashboards, you can group based on what type of report defects are there or issues are there in your test execution. and you can get insights into that aspect. So this was from a report portal perspective, which gives you end-to-end visibility of your test execution. But I mentioned a couple of times earlier that we also use Applitools for visual testing. What this means is it reduces the effort required for me to automate these tests. What type of validations do I need to have? And Applitools will be able to give me your functional and visual validations. Anything that is different from what is expected in the baseline, you'll be able to capture it over here. So for example, I ran this test. This was a single user test. This test has passed. In fact, this was a new test. There was no baseline found for it. And that's why it automatically saved it as a baseline. The next time I ran the same test, there was one step which was unresolved. That means there were differences found over here. And if you look at it, what were the differences? This seems to be actually a genuine bug. So if I look at this, if I highlight these differences, you see that the layout of this particular screen is different. And I'm using an AI algorithm called Strict, which means anything that is different to the human eyes, show that as a difference. And it is telling me these are all the differences that exist on the screen. I could also use a different algorithm to compare over here. If I use a layout algorithm, where I say I don't care about the data, as long as the structure of my page is the same, highlight that as a difference to me. And in this case also, it is highlighting areas where the layout seems to have broken. So we see there's a different section over here. In the app, this particular section is also gone in a different location. So it is highlighting those areas where there are differences found. And at this point in time, if I have a defect management tool integrated, I could directly create a defect from here saying extra layer found. Of course, you would give more meaningful names. A defect will be created accordingly in your defect management system. At this point, you would do a thumbs down to mark the test as failed, and you're good to proceed. If you look at another test, over here, this seems to be a different type of issue. This particular screen, probably it's dynamic content. There are different types of screens that show up over here. So maybe in this case, again, a layout region could have been better. So I can use a layout region and I'll be able to proceed from that aspect. In some cases, again, this image is much smaller than this other one. So the layout still seems to be different. I could also choose to ignore this because I don't care what comes up over here. That is fine. I'm just going to ignore this and I can proceed. Whatever changes I've done in terms of the algorithms can easily be done from code as well, because the automation engineer knows what type of product scenario is being executed and what validation is going to work best in that particular context. There is a question asked, is it possible to prepare the device with specific state, like specific date, time, or locale? That is not a test whiz responsibility. If you have control of your application or the device, you could set it up in that fashion and then start running the test. The test itself, you should not mix up the device setup state inside the implementation. But TestWiz does not offer that kind of capability. That is something that you would need to manage on your own. Also, quick additional examples over here. Just want to show different types of reports that are there. So in this case, I ran only the web test, but I ran the test only on one browser. But because I'm using the Applitools Ultra Fast Grid, I'm getting the visual validation results from all different browsers at the same time automatically. So what Applitools Ultra Fast Grid does, it captures the screenshot and re-renders the same information on all the different browsers, devices, and it is simply going to re-render. It's not going to run it like an application. It simply re-renders the same state of your application on the device or the browser, and it will do a visual validation based on that. And in this case as well, you see over here, it's Sandeep, exactly to your point as well, right? In this case, the timing is different, and that's what is being flagged as a difference over here. So in this case, what I could do is I'll use a layout region. I will say that this section is going to be layout. I don't care what is the content inside it, but as long as there is content, I'm okay. If the content is missing, this will show up as a difference found and it will be a defect that is there. So this is another way how you could manage with dynamic content of sorts by using layout. Make sure the content, some content is there, but the specific content might not have to be there. It should not, it may not have to be the same data itself. Okay. So this is what Applitools will do for you. It will tell you automatically as part of running your functional tests. It will also do visual validation, and your test will fail whether you're running locally or in CI if there are visual differences as well. So you are increasing your test coverage by writing less code, and you're getting full screen validations along with that. So functional issues, user experience issues, anywhere on the screen where you're doing a visual validation can be captured in this particular way. So this was about Applitools, report portal and Applitools. There is also a third type of report that is integrated with TestWiz, and that is a Cucumber HTML reports. And that is used for a very specific purpose, which is how do you measure the feature coverage or the functional coverage from your tests, which are at the top of the pyramid. Many times I've been asked this question, I want to know what is the code coverage from my functional tests. I think that is a bad idea to try and capture code coverage from your functional tests. These are the tests which should be minimum in number at the top of the pyramid. With the minimum number of tests, what value are you going to get by knowing the code coverage? You do not want a very high code coverage anyway for that. Why do you want to capture it? Instead, what TestWiz does, it creates this functional coverage report where, using this approach of annotations that we have on the scenarios, it will, for those annotations, it will create a heat map of sorts, a statistics chart of sorts, to say which tag is used how many times and what was the status of those. So this gives you an indication of what type of tests are running. And this is purely dynamic, right? So you could create additional tags in your test. So for example, I have over here a tag multi-user and single app. I could also say over here, this is about chat. In another test, I could have about screen share, whatever those functionalities are. And you could have as many of those as you want over here. Whichever tags you add, they will be included in the tag statistics. And based on those tag statistics, you will be able to infer what is happening in your implementation. Are you focusing on some functional areas more than required based on the risk or the value of that functionality? So this gives you a good indication of what your coverage is. And based on this coverage data, you could get an indication if there are certain critical modules which do not have sufficient coverage, how do you increase coverage on that in that area? So this is how different types of reports can be leveraged from TestWiz to get that coverage, get the visual validation, and get one place information for all of these different types of tests that is running. If anything fails, you know what is going on, and trend analysis can also happen on that. One very important aspect I forgot to highlight about Applitools, which might be very valuable, is Applitools has the capability of doing contrast advisor checks as well. So in this particular case, we are able to see, so this probably is a bad example. Let's look at a mobile app. So in this particular case, if I do an accessibility check or contrast advisor check, you can select if it is WCAG 2.0 or 2.1, level AA or AAA. And based on this, you are able to see how many violations are there. There are 2 violations over here. You hover over those violations and it says actual contrast is 3.55, expected is 4.5. In this particular case, it is saying 4.49 versus 5. So it is giving you indication of what is the status of your validations. And based on this, you can serve it as an input into your design team, into your development cycle to make it compliant based on what is expected for your application. So this again becomes a very easy way to get more value from the existing tool set that you're using, and you'll be able to proceed accordingly. Okay, so let's start summarizing. What are the unique capabilities of TestWiz? First of all, it's a open source framework. That is not unique, but you can automate real user scenarios, and that is multi-user, multi-device, multi-app. That part definitely is unique in my opinion. It also has various different cloud device farm integrations. It supports web browsers, mobile web browsers, Android apps, iOS apps, Windows desktop applications as well. The tech stack that is used is Cucumber JVM to specify your test intent. It uses APM test distribution under the hoods to manage Android, iOS devices and APM. Of course, it uses APM to manage this aspect. It uses Selenium WebDriver to interact and control the browser, report portal for reporting, visual testing using Applitools Visual AI and the Applitools Ultrafast Grid. And we use Gradle as a build tool for this. Running TestWiz is very simple. It's all command line based. There are a lot of defaults that TestWiz has internally, which will need to be overridden in the property files that we saw the examples of. But whatever is there in the property files can also be overridden by the environment variables, which is the command that I was executing for the demo perspective to run specific types of tests. Okay, so that is how the overrides happen. Defaults overridden by property files, overridden by environment variables. And this approach makes it very easy to run different types of tests, different platforms on local versus device farm. Just by giving different parameters at command line or as environment variables, you don't have to make any changes in code, which also means on local, you might want to run different types of tests. In CI, you want to run different types of tests, but there are no changes required other than the variables that you're providing. So how do we proceed from here? One way is, if you find this is interesting, you can use Getting Started with TestWiz, which is a sample project that uses TestWiz as a library. The tests that I ran right now in the demo, they are already part of that. So you could just simply clone this repo, run the same command that I ran, which is there in the README as well as in the feature file, and you are ready to run with TestWiz. Then based on that, you would just simply start replacing the sample test with your own implementation for your application, and you are good to go. The other way, of course, it is an open source project. There are a lot of tools and capabilities, a lot of enhancements and capabilities that we want to add in TestWiz. Some things that are there in my mind, based on your use case, you might find other interesting things that you want to add. I would love to get a pull request from you so that we can enhance the same and make it available for everyone as well. So these are two potential ways how you could leverage TestWiz. And of course, please reach out to me even after this conversation. I would love to hear from you and get your ideas on TestWiz or this approach or any other aspect related with testing and automation. Thank you so much for this opportunity again. It was great speaking with you. And again, apologies for the interruption in between. Let's see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Anand, for such an in-depth knowledge around testing. Being an Android developer myself, I found it very hard to automate all these things and write it. One of the queries which I have personally, like what I've experienced from my experiences, like all this is very nice, but I always feel that when you're trying to test something with the UI or trying to put it every time on the screen, it takes a lot of time. So does it really make sense to run this? Because even if like it takes a hell amount of time for your CI to run them, do you get the enough value out of it?
Absolutely. I think that's a great question. These tests are painfully slow. That's why even in the demo, I had to keep skipping forward. I don't want you to wait for such a long time for the test to run. And that is because you have to prep the device, you have to install the app, you have to launch the app. Some apps are lightweight, some apps are very heavy weight. It takes a long time to do that. If you're doing this on local versus in device farms, that timing would vary again. So you would want to keep these types of any UI test as less as possible. Each test is important. So don't get me wrong. Each test is important to be automated, but you don't need to automate it at the UI layer. I always start by thinking if there is a test case or a scenario that is important, can I automate it as a unit test first? If not as a unit test, can I do that, automate that as either an API test or a UI component test? Or could it be a contract test, whether provider side or consumer side? Could it be an API test? Could it be an API workflow test? Could it be a UI component test? These are all very different types of application tests, right? A UI component is different from a UI component workflow test for that matter. Where in a UI component, this is something what Sandeep was also referring to earlier. I set the state of my application and go directly to step 5 of my workflow and test only that. That is a pure component test, right? I have set up the data, just go directly to that stage of the workflow and implement that. A UI workflow test, or UI component workflow test, I'm still thinking what is the right term for it, is something where you are stubbing out all the API calls that are going from your application, but you are implementing the workflow. So in the examples that I showed, can I log in, start a meeting, send chat messages, but there are no calls going out of my application to the actual endpoints? I have stubbed all of those out, but I'm implementing a workflow in that fashion, right? So that's a very different and interesting type of test, which is very valuable, especially if your APIs are taking a long time or there's a lot of dependencies on external systems, you can stub it out in that way. So yes, you want to have as less tests at the top as possible, but at the same time, you cannot avoid these as well. At some point in time, you want to make sure all the pieces are actually coming together. Your user experience is also as you expected that you want to give to your end users. You want to validate that and not leave it to chance. So it's all a matter of risk, the risk appetite that you have for your application. What is the risk of something going wrong in production? And what is going to be the impact of that? What it is going to take to fix that? Based on the answer to these, you should say, is UI testing required? If yes, you should do it. The multi-user testing, multi-app testing is even a layer above this UI tests, because now you're thinking about multiple applications, multiple devices. It's going to take even longer time. So these tests should be even fewer than before. But it will be good to have some tests, depending again on the context of the application, which goes through this journey, just the happy path, right? Because all the negative cases, edge cases, the detailed cases will be taken care of by each application independently. But do they all talk to each other in a timeline that matches your expectations of the application? You want to validate that as part of automation. So that's where this would come in.
As I mentioned, I just popped up a small notification earlier as well. You can use chat to ask question to Anand and take a best use of his experience of how to test a mobile application. Anand, one more thing while we are waiting for questions from users to come in.
Yep.
Like, I know that people say that you must have as many test cases as possible, but in a real world application, what do you think is a right number of test coverage percentage? Like, say, people say that you must have 100% test coverage, but in a practical world, I have never got that opportunity to reach 100%. But in your experience, what is the right number?
There's a very good small story behind this question, and this is not a uncommon question, right? It's a very common question, especially as a consultant. I get asked a lot when I go to clients. One client about maybe around 10, 11 years ago asked me this question, that I want 100% test coverage. And I had gone on a discovery discussion to them. I want 100% test coverage, 100% automation. I said, of course, yes, I can give you that, but I will define what 100% means. Right? Not every test is important to be automated. Not every test is important to be automated at the top layer for sure. It is every test that you write, it's like product code. Every line of code you write is tech debt, eventual tech debt. You want to make good use of your time. What is the risk of something going wrong? You have to start with that. What is the impact if that risk comes true? And then you think about how you're going to prevent that. You want to use automation as a means to reduce your time taken for manual testing. But you want to use the time that is reduced for manual testing to do more exploratory testing. So you want to have a good balance between automation and exploratory testing. You, of course, whatever is important, you have to automate. Start from the lowest layers of the pyramid and automate that. But not everything is probably important to be automated. Not everything can be automated.
Okay. Thank you. We'll wait for a few more minutes for people to ask in questions. I think so. I don't have any other question as of now. So I would like to thank you once again, Anand, for sharing such an in-depth knowledge around how to test mobile apps. And it was nice meeting you virtually. Thank you once again
Thank
for
you.
coming on the platform.
Thank you so much, Mohit, and the whole team. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Um, Up next, we have a next session on how to make animations on Android. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Hello, Eva. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yeah, it's Eva Jonna, but it's good.
Amazing. I was just actually looking at your talk and it looks pretty interesting. And I just wanted us to kind of like welcome people in before we get started at 10:30 exact. So I just want us to just go a little bit, few minutes in at I think 2 minutes. Just talk about you, talk about what you do, and then I'm pretty excited for your talk today.
Thanks.
So do you want to tell us who you are? Where do you work? What do you do?
Yeah, so hi, I'm Eva Panula or Evis Panula, and I'm Android developer and accessibility specialist, and I work at Aura. So we have this ring, smart ring, or like Aura ring. That's how we call it. So that's the company I work at. So yeah, and I'm in Finland. That's important to say.
That is so cool. You're already working in the latest tech. I love that. In fact, I had a podcast and we were talking about the Aura Ring, and now that you mentioned it, I'm like, wow, this is super cool. And now I can finally say I know somebody that works there, or at least I've seen somebody that works there. Cool. We are very excited about your talk, and I think it's going to be in the next 1 minute, and I'm going to go in the background and wishing you success and luck, and win at it.
Thanks. So yeah, I think my slides are not yet visible. Yes, thank you very much. So yeah, hi. If I say that a app or website makes me sick, I mean it literally. If I encounter certain types of movement on a website or an app, I might feel disoriented, I might feel nauseous. And that's, to be honest, it's not fun. And now that I mentioned it, you might be wondering that, hey, okay, like the digital world is full of animations, it's full of motion. How do I survive? Well, there is actually this setting, which is called reduced motion or animations off. And that's on operating system level. So I can turn animations off or reduce motion from that setting on the operating systems level. And if the apps or websites respect that setting, then I'm just fine. Like I don't encounter those kinds of movements or animations. And so yeah, today I am talking about just that. And I will be telling you more about how to respect and how to respect that setting on Android, and also when you actually should check if that setting is enabled. So that's the kind of the second part of this talk. But first, I will be talking more about, why do I feel nauseous, or like what causes these symptoms and other problems that might, animations might cause. So that's basically what we are going to talk about today. But before diving into the actual topic, a couple of words about myself. So I already mentioned that my name is Eva Jonna, or Evis, and I'm accessibility specialist and Android developer. I work at Aura. I'm based in Finland, and I actually have extensive background in web development. So I switched to Android development last year, basically. But before that, I've been working as a web developer. And I am actually certified professional in web accessibility. That's a certification from organization called International Association of Accessibility Professionals. And I'm also Women Tech Makers Ambassador. And I love to share what I've learned. So I basically write a blog, and I speak. I'm here today. And I just want to mention that I'm also a disabled person, which you might have guessed from the intro. And when I'm not doing something, I would say work-related, I explore the beautiful, beautiful Finnish nature, either by foot or by kayak. And this picture here that you can see, it's from last year's trip. It was Easter, I think, and we were kayaking in the archipelago here in Finland and exploring the archipelago. That's really beautiful, especially in the springtime. And in the picture, there is basically the nose of my kayak, which is orange, and the sea is almost still. There are blue skies with a little bit of clouds, and there is my friend kayaking in front of me. And there is one bigger islet on the left side of the image, and on the further on the sea, there are some smaller islets. So that's like something. If you ever visit Finland, I recommend trying kayaking here. So yeah, that's about me. And as mentioned, today we are going to talk about animations and accessibility. So the first talk will be about, animations and accessibility, so how they are related and what kind of accessibility issues there might be with animations. And the second part will be about the technical implementation on Android. So yeah, when I talk about accessibility, I talk about digital accessibility. So in Finnish, there are actually two words for accessibility, or like translations for the word accessibility. It's either saavutettavuus and esteettömyys. So really long words, the Finnish style. But the first one, saavutettavuus, it means digital accessibility, and esteettömyys, it means physical accessibility. And I just want to kind of like emphasize that we are talking about digital accessibility here, not physical accessibility, which would be something about the physical devices, for example, in the case of Android. So yeah, that's good thing to remember. And also, like, when I talk about accessibility, basically what I mean is that anyone, despite having disabilities or impairments, can use a digital service, and in this case, an Android app. So that's kind of simple definition. So if they are using the app with assistive technologies such as screen readers or switch control or switch devices, voice control, or other assistive technologies, they still can use it. Or if they are not, or I could actually say we are not using any like real assistive technology or like concrete assistive technology, still we can use the app. So that's basically like what accessibility means when I'm talking about it today. And as I mentioned in the intro, animations, they are everywhere. Like in the digital world, it's hard to kind of not to see some sort of animations somewhere. We have GIFs, we have like these parallax scrolling effects that I hate so much, but I'm gonna talk about that a bit more later. And other like in different kinds of animations for interactions and like, for many things. So they are everywhere. So it's good to talk about the accessibility aspects of animations. So let's first talk about the problem with animations, so the accessibility problem. I could say that there are two problems when it comes to animations and accessibility. The first one is that animations can trigger different kinds of symptoms. As I mentioned, nausea, dizziness, feeling disoriented, migraines, seizures, and many other symptoms. So that's one thing that animations might cause. But animations can also be distracting. I don't know about you, but if I'm trying to read something and there is movement near to content, it's really hard to concentrate because my eyes are just drawn to the movement and like I really can't read the content. So that's also a problem with animations. And there are different kind of, or actually I want to mention 2 causes for these 2 problems. There might be others as well, but I wanted to kind of like take the 2 clear ones. If, well, maybe it's a good word for this. So the first one is vestibular disorders. And that's an umbrella term for different kinds of disorders, or like, there is a really good word for this in English, but I don't remember it now. I might come back to it later. But like, you know, different conditions and stuff that which might be either permanent or just like temporary ones. And vestibular system, that's the system in your ear that affects balance, for example. I'm not really good with anatomy or like explaining how things work, but just remember that it's the thing in your ear that affects balance. And these disorders usually affect that system. And I have like a list of some possible disorders, and I try to get them right, but like these words are really hard for like non-native English speaker, though I think they might be even for native English speaker. So for example, benign paroxysmal positional vertigo. Yes, I got it right for the first time. That's something that I've had, and I've tried to explain about it, and I've tried to say that word like multiple times. So that's why I'm so happy that I got it right. Then vestibular migraine, labyrinthitis, or vestibular neuritis, Meniere's disease. Then there are like age-related things, dizziness, imbalance, for example. Then head injuries might cause vestibular damage, and then also other conditions and disorders fall under this criteria. I'm not gonna try to like tell about them all, but these are just examples. And what causes these vestibular disorders? Well, there are multiple different causes or possible causes, like traumatic brain injuries might cause some of these, ear infections, migraine, strokes, or the reason might be just unknown. Like sometimes, for example, that I'm going to try it again. Benign paroxysmal positional vertigo that might happen out of nowhere without like no apparent cause. That's what happened to me, so I know. So vestibular disorders, they are one type of, or like one possible cause for these problems. The other I want to mention here is cognitive disabilities. Different cognitive disabilities might, well, there are like some of the symptoms that I've mentioned might be caused by different types of cognitive disabilities. So as I mentioned, for example, traumatic brain injuries might cause vestibular disorders, but like traumatic brain injuries basically usually like, well, they are also or might be behind cognitive disabilities as well. So like these are in a way aligned in some cases. But then for the like animations being distracting, especially for that, cognitive disabilities might cause problems with, for example, concentration. So that situation what I described, that you are trying to read something and there is like something happening near the content, it might be even worse for some people. For example, ADHD, autistic people, or like, well, the traumatic brain injury again, or other cognitive disabilities might also cause problems with that. So yeah. And because of like, well, people with different vestibular disorders, they are actually a pretty big group. I can't remember the exact number because I forgot to write it down, or like estimations. I don't know the exact number, but estimations, but it was rather a big group. And also like cognitive disabilities, as they are actually the biggest group of disabilities, there are lots of people who are actually affected by the problems of animations or like the problems animations cause. So it's good thing to remember. All right. We've been talking about like what causes the problem. Now let's talk a bit more about what actually makes movement or animations problematic. So Valhead has written a really good article in A List Apart. It's from 2015 already, but I still recommend reading it because in this article, Designing Safer Web Animation for Motion Sensitivity, Valhead writes about, well, he was researching what types of movement are actually, or what makes movement problematic. And she found three things that make move or might make movement problematic, or like characteristics of movement that might make it problematic. And I will be talking about these three, and then I have a fourth one from like out of that list. So the first thing is the relative size of the movement. And this is actually about perceived space. So if the movement is perceived as taking lots of space, then it might trigger different kinds of symptoms. So even if the phone screen is usually rather small, like compared to, for example, a screen that I am using, at least for when I'm developing, so I have a huge screen, so my phone screen is really small compared to that one. And but if the movement takes like the whole space on the phone screen, it's actually like the perceived space that's large then, because it's like 100% of the space that's available. And it was just last week I was developing this one feature, and I got a bug report about some like weird things happening on a screen, and I actually got a couple of them from our internal testers, and I was like, okay, like I can't replicate this. I don't know what's happening here, until I realized that, okay, this is actually something that happens when the reduced motion setting is not on. So I just didn't see it because, like, for me it wasn't there because the setting was respected. But I needed to use my phone for a while without that setting on, and I haven't really done that since, well, many years ago, because I've had this setting on for a while now. And I was really surprised how much animations, how much movement on my screen there was, like from the operating system level, like all these transitions between like apps or like apps opening, and they actually take a lot of space. And I started feeling really like, well, bad, nauseous. And if the bug wasn't easy to fix, I would have needed to ask somebody else to fix it and or at least test it, because for me it was just becoming pretty impossible. So yeah, but I fixed it, and then I rested for a while, and then I was okay to continue. So that's good. So yeah, that's the first like thing. Then the second one is mismatched directions and speed. So with this, well, I mentioned that I will come back to parallax scrolling. that's actually kind of like its definition in a way, especially like on the websites. If you've ever seen parallax scrolling, so that's basically like where the part of the screen is moving in a different speed than you are scrolling. So for me, that's like a real no-no. And especially if I have that open, like a web page open on my screen, on a, like the browser is usually taking the whole screen, and I start scrolling on that kind of, or on a page that has parallax scrolling on and it doesn't respect that setting, that's like, I know that I will need to take some time off from the screen. I need to rest before I can continue. So yeah, I hate parallax scrolling. Another example of these like mismatched directions and speed. I don't know if you remember this HTML element that was called, or is still called, marquee. It's deprecated in the current HTML spec, and but there was this one, and it worked so that if you put text inside this marquee element, the text scrolled horizontally. Yeah, horizontally. And for some reason, some websites have started to implement that behavior again now. So maybe like everything is coming back around. I just hope that this is not a trend that continues, because that's definitely something that makes me feel like really bad, dizzy, and like disoriented. Because like if there is a website, or this would be the same in an app, that if like text was scrolling horizontally, I'm trying to scroll vertically, and especially when the speed is not matched to the scrolling, then, well, that's just horrible for me. That triggers lots of, well, symptoms, but also emotions, because I really hate that feeling. So yeah, there is the second one. So mismatched directions and speed. The third one Waldhead mentions in the article is the distance covered. So basically, if the if the animation is like covering lots of distance or large distance, it's worse than if it's taking if the distance is not that big. This is kind of like related to the previous two. It's a bit different, but still, like, these are all in a way aligned or like intertwined together. So that's why you might feel that, okay, like, isn't that just what you said before, something like that. So, but yeah, these are all related. So basically, the three things that Waldhead lists are relative size of the movement, mismatched directions and speed, and the distance covered. And the fourth one I want to add, it's not really about triggering symptoms, but it's about distractions. So movement near content, that's really a problematic thing, and it's like, it makes hard to concentrate. So if there is like constant animations, for example, even if they are really like subtle, they still like steal the attention in a way. But now that I've been talking about the problems of animations, not all animations are bad. So I just want to remind you that even though I'm like, you might think that I hate all animations, and I'm just trying to say that never use any animations. Well, that's not the case. Not all animations are bad. For example, animations can actually help to connect some things to each other, so explain relationships and stuff like that. So there are also good use cases. And one thing that Waldhead found, and that's also from that article I referenced, is that non-moving properties are usually like safer from the like point of view of getting some sort of symptoms, though like depending where they are, that might be a problem for like from the distraction point of view, but still like smaller non-moving animations are still like better. So for example, in the web, that would be maybe a hover effect or focus effect on a button or something like that. So yeah. All right. So that was basically what I wanted to say about animations and accessibility. And let's then move to the like Android specific things. And first, I am going to show you some examples. And these are from a feature that we were developing last year. So if you are our user, you might have seen our year in review. It was released in December. And if you have that, this like what I'm showing you might be familiar to you. But for those of you who don't know, we released basically a year in review with some metrics from the previous year. So many companies are release these year in review kind of things, and we did too. And first, I will show you the version of one of the slides that we have in that year in review report, what it looks like when there is no like reduced motion setting on. So basically what most of you would see if you were using our app. So that's what I'm going to show first, and then I will show the version that I, for example, see. So, all right. It's like there is actually some movement. It's really subtle. So there is a cat that's sleeping on a pillow, and it's basically breathing. I'm gonna play it again. So you can see it's like ears moving, and its body is moving because it's breathing there. So it's like really subtle, and I really like this animation. I would love to see this one, but like if every animation was something like that, I would love it. But usually they are more like, well, there's much more movement. I'm gonna play it once again. So yeah, and this is like, I really love this and how our creative people got this together. And we had or have like other animations as well, but this is the one that I'm going to show to you. All right, then this is basically what I see. So there is a static image with the same cat, but even though like now that I was watching the animation, and now that I'm watching the like the screenshot, I know that it should not be moving. I'm almost see, or I almost see it like the ears moving and everything. So yeah, but I can assure you this is a screenshot, so no movement there. But that's basically like, well, again, what I see. So we are like, if someone has this reduced motion or turn animations off setting on, we are showing a screenshot. And if the setting is not on, then we are showing an animation for them. And if you want to test this feature on Android device, you can do so from settings and accessibility settings. And then the next part, it's a bit dependent on the device, but this is an example that you might find it under Vision and then turn animations off. It might be, well, I don't remember like the others. This is how my phone basically displays it, but like it's definitely under accessibility settings. If, here's an if you have Android 12 or 13. So this setting is available from Android 12 onwards. So there is this thing. So if you or your users happen to have older phones, then this setting is unfortunately not available. And then a couple of more words about this setting on Android. I mentioned that, or no, that wasn't what I was about to say. Well, on Android, this setting is, in most cases, it's respected out of the box, especially if you are using animator-based animations, or if you are using Jetpack Compose version that is at least 1.2.0. So in these cases, the setting is, or at least should be, respected. It's always possible that there are some bugs or something like that. So that's why I would say test still. But like in these cases, you should be covered. But then there are other cases when you should actually check if this setting is enabled. And I'm going to soon show you the code how to do that. But first, let's talk about the cases when you should check that. Well, if you are using Compose version that's smaller than 1.2.0, then you should definitely check it because it's not respected out of the box. And then there are some weird cases. I don't know like why the setting is not respected, because I like from our code base, I found some things or places where this wasn't actually respected. I fixed it because I knew how to do that. And I also like, it was easy for me to find that place because, well, usually I don't see any animations. So when I saw some animations, I knew that something is wrong there. Then I fixed it. But I'm still, to the date, I don't know why it wasn't respected, even though it should have been. So that's why, like, when I said that it, like, mentioned the cases when this setting is respected, I mentioned that you should test because there might be some cases. And then one thing when you should, or you maybe should check if this setting is respected, is if you are using Lottie or other, I guess, other similar libraries as well, if you are using those. Because at least with Lottie, it actually respects this setting automatically. But there is a but. It usually displays the first frame of the animation as a like placeholder if this setting is on. And it might be okay in the case I showed the demo of the cat sleeping. In that case, it would have been just fine because the first frame is, well, the cat is visible. But for example, we have in the same report, we have this animation of a dolphin swimming. And with that one, when I first saw that one, I had the setting on before we implemented the check for that one. Well, the frame was basically empty because the dolphin is underwater in the first frame. So that's why it's really good to test if you need to display something else than the first frame of the animation for those of us who are using the reduced motion or animations off setting. So yeah, that's basically it about when it's respected and when you should check. And I know that I'm repeating myself, but the key is to test. So just turn the setting on and test your app, and then you will see where you maybe should implement that check or where some things are maybe a bit funny. And then you probably should do something about it. All right. I've been talking about a lot of different things and why you should check or do the check or something like that. And finally, now I'm gonna show you the code. And here it is. We are going to talk more about it piece by piece. So yeah, first part of this code is the one where we are actually reading the value from the settings. Because on Android, there are accessibility service and like for many things, you can actually query, the settings or the like values of the settings pretty easily. So for example, getting the information if a screen reader is on, it's pretty straightforward. But with the reduced motion, it's not that simple because there is no like, is reduced motion enabled or animations turned off or something like that. There is no such checks. But when the this setting is actually turned on, the animator duration scale setting or the value in global settings is set to 0. So basically what we want to do is to get the value of this settings.global.animator duration scale. But it's not always set to anything. There are cases when it's undefined or it's non-existent, basically. So we need to do something about that. So it's not just checking that, okay, if this one is 0. So we need to actually try to query that value. And if the setting is not found, we need to set the value to like basically anything else than 0. So in this one, I'm defining a variable animation duration, and I'm trying to get that animator duration scale value. And if the setting is not found, then I'm setting it to 1. All right. Then actually the whole function to check if the reduced motion is enabled. Well, we first try to get the value or we get the animation duration value. And then on the line 10, we just check if this animation duration is 0. If it's 0, then reduced motion or animations off setting is enabled. And if it's not, then it's not enabled. This might also mean that it's not like implemented. So when if the user is using, let's say, Android version 11, so like they don't have the setting, then it would be basically that one. This function would return false in those cases. So yeah, that's basically it with like how you can check if the setting is on. And by the way, I don't remember if I said it already, but if you are wondering why I'm talking about reduced motion and animations, turn animations off, and I think like in most of the Android settings, it's turn animations off. But then again, I'm talking a lot about reduced motion. That's basically because I come from the web world and I've learned about this first in the web world and actually on iOS too, it's reduced motion and not animations off. So that's why the small confusion here. So yeah. All right, we are coming to the end of the talk, and I have basically 1 plus 3 key takeaways from this talk that I hope that you will remember. So I'm gonna start with that one, or I could have said that 3 plus 1, but I'm gonna start with that +1. Never use parallax scrolling. Like if you don't remember anything else from this talk and that's the only thing you remember and you will never ever implement parallax scrolling, I'm still happy. I'm actually really happy. But if you remember other things as well, then remember that not everyone enjoys animations because they can actually be distracting, or they might cause symptoms or trigger symptoms like nausea, dizziness, strokes, migraine, and other possible symptoms. And we who suffer from these or might get these symptoms, we often use this operating system level setting to turn the animations off. And that's like called either reduce motion or turn animations off. And please respect it. And in Android, this setting is often respected, but not always. So test. That's like a good thing with basically anything, test. So yeah, all right. So thank you. My name is Eva Enopanula, and you can find me from Mastodon. I'm at Evis at mas2, so EEVIS at mas.to. I'm trying to get active there, but I'm pretty new there, so like, yeah, still learning with that one. And basically, if you want to contact me in any other ways, you can find my contact info from my website, which is evis.codes, so eevis.codes, and my blog is at evis.codes/blog. So yeah, thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for that amazing talk. And I liked your key takeaways, because one thing that you mentioned that really resonated with me, and now I feel like, oh my God, I have to be conscious about, because I'm also an Android engineer, is not everyone enjoys animations. That is so important, because I've never thought of it like that. We are always like, our designers, like, we need this animation, we need this animation. But you're right. Maybe we need to advocate for, is it actually necessary to have this animation?
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Yeah. I also want to mention, I loved when you mentioned the movement near the content. I actually don't like that too. That one, I don't like it myself. We did not get any questions. I just wanted to say thank you very much. But I did have a question from me. And I just wanted to ask you, I'm a bit curious because you mentioned you work for Aura, and I wanted to just see how we can tie it back. And I wanted to ask you, what is the OS that Aura is using, if that relates to your talk? Like the operating system, how is it working? Or maybe you're not allowed to say it, it's okay too.
You mean like the ring or like, sorry, I just not
Yes,
sure
yes,
if I
yes.
understood what.
Yeah, the ring, right?
Ah.
Like, yeah, I was curious about what operating system it's using.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not like that's not a thing that I will talk. So
Oh, okay,
sorry.
cool. Cool. And I think that's it, because I was more intrigued, like, wow, is it using Kotlin? That was what was running in my mind. But thank you so much for a great talk. And I think you can share with us the slides, and then we will. I think I see another question. Let me read it for you. How do I check if a particular animation on an app is accessible enough? Do Google Accessibility support this?
I would say that turn or set the animations, the sorry, reduced and turn animations off setting on, and I'm just gonna just a sec, my slides are still visible, so I'm gonna just go back to the this one. So like turn the settings on and check it. So like, okay, this is basically like if the setting is working, or if there is no animations for example me. So for that, just test with the turn animations off setting. So that's like the first thing. But then like for just, yeah, not everyone uses this setting or can use this setting because of, for example, having an older phone. Then that is a really good question. And I'd love to say less is more. And also smaller is better. there are no like real ways of checking if something is accessible or like tools for that. And I don't want to say that like test with people who don't
Yeah.
want to see animations, so because that might actually, like, if the animation is not accessible, that might lead into some really like
Hmm.
not so pleasant situations. So there is that. But maybe I'd say that test with this animations offsetting, and then like don't implement too big or like too flashy or like too large animations. So that's what
Cool.
I'm trying to answer here.
Nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's a very good question too. I do agree. And it kind of like sounds tricky too, because even I think even right now we are also trying to get to a point where our own application, even without animations, can be accessible enough. So yeah, you're right about that. It's still very challenging, but I think we're walking to the right direction, and there's a lot of push now for all application now to be accessible. In fact, there are lawsuits if your application is not accessible for big companies. Thank you so much again for being here with us. I think that was it. We are right on time. And stick around for another. We have another great session coming up at around 11:30. I'll see you there, all of you. Bye. Hello, Lazar. How you doing today?
Hey, how's it going, Madonna? I'm doing great, thank you. How about you?
I am doing great. It was snowing in the morning. It's no longer snowing. So I will say the temperature is getting back to warm a little. I mean, yesterday there was a lot of sun, which is super cool. We're
That's
very
good.
excited for your talk today. So do you want to introduce yourself a little bit?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I do have a slide for the introduction, but I'm gonna share, I don't know, something that I didn't put in the slides. First, yeah, I'm Lazar Nikolov. I'm from North Macedonia. I'm a software engineer. I'm a DevRel at Sentry. And how I got into tech is an interesting story. So let's go back in like 2011. I was in a rock band. I was playing bass guitar, and the drummer whips out this mean HTC Android phone. It was like one of the first Android phones.
Nice.
And yeah, I was like trying to tune my guitar, and he's like, "Yeah, you can use the tuner." I was mind blown. First, I thought that HTC made the app. I was like, "There's no way."
Yeah.
But then he told me that, you know, it's possible for you to learn to code, create an app, and publish it, and anyone can download it on the internet.
Wow.
And yeah, that was everything. That was it for me. So that's how I
Amazing.
got into tech. Yeah.
So we're pretty excited for your talk today, mobile application monitoring one-on-one. And without further ado, the stage is all yours. I'm gonna let you kick us off.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. And welcome to my talk, Mobile Application Monitoring 101. If you're ready, let's actually go. So, yeah, as I mentioned, introduction slide. My name is Lazar Nikolov, DevRel at Sentry. I've been coding since 2013. That's when I actually published my first Android app. It was called Pocket Formulas. My intention was to cheat on my math exams. So that's why I built the app. That was back in high school. Unfortunately or fortunately, I didn't actually manage to build the app on time. The exams came, so I just like had to learn and do the tests as a normal person. So didn't manage to cheat, but it was fun nevertheless. And also a fun fact, I'll be moving to Toronto, Canada in literally 2 weeks from today, less than 2 weeks, honestly. So yeah, if you are from Toronto and want to grab a coffee, hit me up. I would love to hang out. All right, so today's agenda, we're gonna do 3 points. First, the first two are like theoretical. We're gonna do like an intro to mobile app monitoring. What's mobile app monitoring, and like why do we need mobile app monitoring solutions? Then we're gonna explore 5 key features of app monitoring platforms, just the common ones, as you can see. And of course, at the end, there's no good talk if like there's no demo time. I hope the demo gods are with me today and nothing breaks, because it usually breaks during the demo, but we'll see. Okay. All right, so let's dive in and learn what is mobile application monitoring and why we need it. Okay, so mobile application monitoring is the process of tracking the performance and health of an application in production. Okay, so I'm not talking about destroying your app locally on your phone, trying to find all the bugs that you can find. We're talking about in production. Okay, so it involves tracking the performance of individual components inside of your app or services, and also monitoring for errors and other issues as they happen in this world. Okay, that's what we mean in production. So the goal of mobile application monitoring solutions is to identify and resolve problems with the application in a timely manner. So the more you identify and the more you resolve the issues in your app, the more you're going to improve the UX and prevent issues in the app. Okay, so if we learned anything in terms of business and why UX is important in business, the better the UX is, the more money the business is gonna make. Okay, that is the formula. So that's exactly why we need the mobile application monitoring, to ensure that our app is functioning properly, and yeah, figure out all of the issues, all of the bottlenecks in our app, so it can function like it should, and our business can make more money than it actually does. Okay, That was like a mobile application monitoring. In a nutshell, let's check out 5 features of app monitoring platforms, or at least, the most common ones. Okay, so first, when we're talking about platforms, like monitoring platforms, the first thing we know that there's going to be is an error tracking feature, right? So monitoring for errors within the application on every phone that is installed on this world, right? We mentioned that we're doing this in production as the errors happen. And when errors happen, you get so much details about these errors, including their cause, what file and what line of code, caused the issue, and all sorts of hardware and software details, like what was the phone manufacturer and model that the issue happened on. What is the Android version? What is your app's version that caused the issue? Free RAM, free storage at the time of the crash, etc. So yeah, you get bombarded with all of the details, necessary or unnecessary for you, but yeah, it's yours to decide. So that is error tracking, and yeah, you get the dashboard with all of the errors as they happen, and you can see where your app is in terms of health. The next key feature that is super important is the performance monitoring feature. That involves tracking the performance of individual components or services within the app. Right, so it means identifying any bottlenecks or other issues that may be impacting your app's overall performance. This is not crashes, but if your app is slow and you don't have performance monitoring, there is no way of knowing that. And the performance monitoring feature actually takes time to figure out the whole user flow and the rendering time for each of your screens. So you can see if, for example, there's if there's a checkout flow in your app and your app is pretty slow, some of the users might drop out. You can identify that as a bottleneck in your app and fix it, so your users can check out faster, okay? And that was performance monitoring. We are going to see all of this later in the demo. Well, I'm just like preparing and setting the stage for what we're about to see. And we got alerting, and to basically tie all of this together, the issues and performance monitoring, you have alerting. So you can create custom alerts when certain conditions are met. For example, a specific issue happened, or the performance of the app drops below a certain threshold. I don't know, that might mean that your backend is slowing down, etc. Or even like more complex scenarios where a certain issue happens on X amount of users in Y amount of time. That is a valid alert criteria. And yeah, as they happen, you can get an email notification or Slack notification, so you can be more proactive and go and fix the bug, right? So that is alerting. We have dashboards and reporting. Using the dashboards feature, you basically can see the current status of your application and also the historical data and trends. And what's cool about this is that you can have your releases mapped out to all of the bugs and issues that happened within them. And when you actually, you can use the dashboards to figure out how your dev team's performance is running, how the dev team's fixing the bugs, or like, are we actually doing anything to improve the health and performance of our app? How often do we introduce new bugs, etc.? That is especially good for managers, right? Okay, and lastly, we got integrations or third-party integrations, for example, incident management systems like PagerDuty and TaskCall. In cases where there are certain issues that you need to urgently respond to, these incident management systems will help you resolve and respond on the occurrence immediately or in a timely manner. And then we have source control platforms like GitHub, GitLab, and Bitbucket. First, for example, in Sentry's case, when an issue happens and you have the GitHub or any other source control platform integration, Sentry is able to link you to the exact line of code and open that, open your repo to that line of code in a new window. And also, for example, the GitHub code owners feature, when an issue happens in your mobile app, your, mobile lead dev can automatically be assigned to that issue. Or when a backend issue happens, your backend lead is going to be assigned to that issue. So that is it's a pretty cool feature. Then we got project management platforms like Jira, Asana, Linear, where we can create automatically tickets for every issue or performance issue where when it happens. And of course, we got the communication tools like Slack and Microsoft Teams to basically be in the loop of all of the alerts that are happening. Okay, so these are just like a few features that Sentry has, which are pretty common among the other monitoring platforms. Sentry has a lot more features that contribute to the developer experience. And yeah, all right. Now is the demo time where everybody has been waiting for. And I hope nothing goes wrong because it's going to be funny. Okay. I have an app for you today. I'm going to run it first so you can see what we're dealing with. And then we're going to install Sentry. We are going to figure out 2 purposely set issues in the app. And yeah, this is the app. It's called All the Movies. So I am reading a huge JSON from that contains movies from 1900 up until 2018, I think. Yeah. And we're just basically rendering all of the movies here. And when we click on one, we get some details like what is the title of the movie, genres, year, what is the cast, etc., etc. Okay. So nothing is done in this app. And let's start installing Sentry. I'm going to uncomment this line of code, which actually adds the Sentry Android Gradle plugin. And this plugin basically does all of the heavy lifting for us. It installs the Sentry SDK into our app, and it installs all of the plugins and everything that we need to get it running. And then within our manifest file, I'm going to uncomment these lines of code. We are going to provide the DSN. DSN is basically your unique URL that points to your project. So when issues happen and when performance monitoring happens, your project gets notified, not somebody else's. Then we have, for example, the debug flag. This is an optional one. If you want to debug and make sure that your Sentry setup is correctly configured, you can use this to check out the logs. Then we have the sample traces rate. This is a coefficient, 1.0 means 100% of all of the traces are going to be sampled. It's recommended in production, when going into production, to actually lower this value to whatever makes most sense for your app, depending on your number of users, etc. Because if you leave it at 1.0, all of the traces are going to be sampled, which means that your capacity is going to be filled up rather quickly, or quicker than it needs to be. Then we have a sample rate for the profiling. This is for the performance measuring. Same thing, 1.0 means 100% of the profiling traces are going to be sampled. Yeah, put it like in 0.3 or 0.4. I don't know. And then we have the user interactions flag, which is an integration that basically maps out all of the user interaction events like navigating or swiping or clicking on a button, etc., etc. So this also listens and writes all of the user interactions and hooks them up with the errors as they happen, so you actually know what the user did before the error happened. And you'll see this later. Okay, so I am going to save this and I'm going to run the app again. So we have the Sentry plugin set up into our build Gradle and also all the values into our manifests. And let's trigger an error. I'm not sure if you noticed previously, if I click on like one movie, The Strange Ones, we get the Insidious. We get the one before it. So if I click on the first one, we get a crash, right? That means we have an issue with the way that we're showing the details of a movie. So if I switch over to my Sentry dashboard here, I have all the movies project selected. Let me zoom in. I have all of the movies project selected, and I also have the time frame. We should see an error rather quickly, or we should do it again, because there is, let me actually do that again, because there is a dynamic sampling system in place that might, there we go, that might actually Okay, test 1, 2, 3. I think I dropped out. Sorry about that. Are we live now? I think we're live.
Yeah, we are live, and I do apologize for that. I noticed you dropped out, and I was trying to finish up my stand-up at work too. I do apologize about that. Do you want to share your screen again so that I can
All right, yeah.
share your?
Okay, let's see.
Okay.
I'm sharing it. There we go. All right.
Yeah, sorry about that. Was it your network?
I'm not sure what it was. It's just like the screen refreshed.
Okay. Okay, cool. Keep
Awesome.
going.
All right. Thank you. Let's continue. All right. So here's our issue. Here's our crash that we purposely made previously. So let's check it out. This is a null pointer exception that happened in our pages/details screen in the invoke function at line 35, right? This is what we can see from our stack trace. So if we go into the details screen on line, what was the line? It was line 35, right? There's the line 35, no movie found with the ID of movie, and then we have ID, but then we have these double exclamation marks. So this probably is the issue why we get a null pointer exception, because the movie probably is not being found, right? So we find the movie based on the argument of the movie ID, but check this out, we have a -1 here. So if we pass 0, this is the bug here. If we pass 0, the movie ID is going to be -1, and there's no movie with the -1 ID. There we go. We actually go to the this line of code, and the null pointer exception happens. And we should just like remove the -1 and be more careful next time. And this should work now. Let's see. Insidious. If we go to the strange ones, we see the strange ones. That's awesome. All right, so the next thing that I wanted to demo to you is the profiling, right? So this was the crash. This was the crash or the issue reporting feature. As we see, we got the stack trace here. These are the breadcrumbs or the user events. As you can see, we have the the session starts right here, then the main activity got created, the app is in the foreground right now. We are navigating to the /movies, which is the default page. Then we navigate to the from /movies to movies ID with the ID of 28463, and then we get a null pointer exception right here. Okay, so that's how the error happened. This is our navigation. Aside from the breadcrumbs, we also got the information here, like what is the build name, the app version. If this is a bug in the previous release and we already fixed it, I'm not sure if we should panic, right? The user just needs to update the app. So that's where we can see this version here. Permissions, the battery level, what is the last time the device has been booted, before the issue, brand of the device, charging, yes or no, like all of these informations that could potentially help you solve your issue. Okay, so this was the issues, the crash reporting issues. Next thing I want to show you is the profiling. So this is being done automatically, just like the crashes. And every time we run the app, Sentry takes a snapshot, takes a profile of the current run, and it uploads it to our dashboard. So here's our main transaction when we booted the main activity, and we can click on this, and we'll see a bunch of profiles, right? So the most recent one is this one, which, as you can see, it's like 2 seconds long, right? That's pretty slow. But if we open this up, we're going to see the flame chart of our profile. And yeah, you can spend some time reading this, but if we scroll down, we should see somewhere around here that we have our movies. There we go. We have our movies. We're fetching the movies on the main thread, right? We are reading the JSON, we are parsing the JSON, and I'm not sure we should be doing that, but this makes our app slow, right? Because it is doing all this heavy work on the main thread. It is freezing our app because yeah, the main thread is occupied. We don't see any animations, we don't see nothing, but yeah, we can identify that this is the least, this is the least of the things that we can actually optimize. So in order to do that, and we can see that it's in the all the movies.utils.fetch movies. So if we go into our project, utils fetch movies, this is the method that gets called. As you can see, we get the JSON data from the assets, and we create a new GUSON instance. We try to parse the JSON, and then we return the movies. And this is being called in our view model inside of its methods. So this happens in the main thread, right? In order to fix that, we should actually wrap our, so let me import all of these. We should actually wrap our underscore state.value equals our operation and dispatch it in a background thread so it doesn't actually live in the main thread, right? So our app is actually more responsive during that time. So I'm going to run this again, and hopefully we should see the profile. There we go. At least we can see the spinner there. We couldn't see the spinner before because, yeah, Android doesn't refresh our view while this is happening. So we got the spinner now. But let's see if we can see the new profile. This might take some time in order for Sentry to receive the profile and parse it. Luckily, I do have one profile. Okay, there we go. Here's the most recent one. And as you can see, it took a lot less time. It took a lot less time to render the main activity, right? And if we see the flame chart, and actually if we try to search for fetch movies, we can see that there is no fetch movies on the main thread now, right? Because we are dispatching that operation on the back threads. But if we go to this worker right here and try to search for it, fetch movies, there we go. We can see that it's actually here. It's not on the main thread, it's one of the back threads. And that was the improvement that we did in our app. So yeah, this is Sentry, and this is what Sentry can do in terms of issues and profiling. As I mentioned, there's like a lot of features that are available, but yeah, that was the demo. And before we actually, let me pull the StreamYard link again. Before we actually move on to the Q&A, I would like to drop some links for you. I'm sure Madonna already did, but I lost all of the chat history. So yeah, we have a Jetpack Compose AMA at the end of February, where you can tune in, learn what we have in store for you in terms of Jetpack Compose and Androids. And yeah, here's the link. Madonna can also share these with you on the chat, so you can click on them easily. Then if you are interested to start using Sentry with Android today, we have an Android page, which is a rabbit hole page, to be honest. There's like a lot of links that lead to a lot of different links, etc. So you can learn more about how you can use Sentry in your Android app today. If you're curious to see the source code of the demo app that I just showed, here's the link. Don't forget to change the DSN number into your Android manifest file, because if you don't, you'll send all of your issues to me. I'm not sure I'll have the time to fix all of your issues. So yeah, have that in mind. We also have a sandbox where you can check out all of the Sentry's features, like all of the bells and whistles are turned on without needing to register. And yeah, I think you should definitely check out this sandbox. And also in the meantime, I'm doing live streaming on my YouTube channel where I'm building an expense tracker with Jetpack Compose from Tuesday until Thursday, at least for the next 2 weeks, until I move to Canada, of course. And yeah, if I didn't bore you, feel free to jump in, say hello, chat with me, hang out, criticize my presentation skills. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you for the patience. And we can go into the Q&A now, I believe. I'm not sure if we're doing something, but oh yeah, Madonna is muted. Okay, it's not just me. Okay, but I can see one question. What kind of options or plans does Sentry have? Yeah, I don't know them by heart, but if you do Sentry pricing, you can see that you've got a free one for as a developer, so you can get started. Some of the features are supported, but you get support for all of the languages. Then you have the team, which is like 26 per month, unlimited members, third-party integrations, and metric alerts. Then you got business, which is 80 per month, advanced analytics, cross-project visibility, etc., etc. And there's also like an option to pay ahead and basically like build your own plans. All right, so whatever works best for you. We still can hear Madonna, but in the meantime, CyberShark asks, any free for open source? Reach out to us, okay? Tag us on Twitter and we'll see what we can do. I'm not sure, I haven't heard anything like that, but yeah, in any case, reach out on Twitter, and we'll see what we can do.
Hey, Lazar, can you hear me now?
Now it's good. Okay.
Yeah, looks like all streaming services are like that. So they just reach that area and they're like, we're done streaming. We don't want to do this. We don't want to do this. We don't want to continue. Okay,
Yeah, I believe it's
so
just like my talk. I don't have that. I got that bad luck, probably.
oh no, don't say that. Don't say that. First, I wanted to say I think your presentation was super great. I listened
Thank you.
to half of it because I normally do have stand up during that time. So I did switch up a little bit to watch stand up. I think you've answered some of the questions, which is pretty nice.
Mhm.
And to me, I wanted to actually ask, since we're talking about monitoring, have you actually tried the latest Android Studio, and have you used like the profiler for monitoring your app?
No, I think I do have the latest Android Studio, the Electric Eel,
Yeah,
but I haven't tried that. I still haven't tried that.
nice. You should try that. You should try it. It's super cool.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of information. I actually attended a talk on Saturday about performance, and one of the talks, he talked super well about how to check for the red flags and what
Mhm.
to look for when you're monitoring your apps too. But otherwise, great presentation. Thank you so much for being with us here. Please stick around. We have so many other talks coming through later. He's saying, can you add the links of your last slide in the chat, please? Somebody said that.
Okay, let's drop them.
Yeah, let's drop them. I just want to mention, I did also drop a couple of links earlier in the
Mhm.
beginning of the talk in the chat. If you just scroll up, you'll see them. So you should be able to see that part where you want to know about Lazar. Thank you so much, Lazar, for this amazing talk. We actually did finish way, way ahead of time. So stick around. We have more talks coming. And it was a pleasure hosting you today, Lazar.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Madonna.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, Matt, how are you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm good as well. Welcome back, everyone. We're really excited about your talk today, Appetite for Destruction. Security is kind of an obscure topic for a lot of us developers, especially mobile. So that's something I'm personally really interested in and really looking forward to what you have to present.
Thank you very much. I hope I can provide some interesting insights as well.
Looking forward to it. The stage is all yours. You can start sharing the screen.
Yeah, I think my screen, yes, there we are. Right. Thank you for the lovely introduction, and thank you all for tuning in to me. I hope I can give you some more interesting insights in mobile application security. But before we dive into the deep end, I would like to tell you a story. And our story starts with Axel. Axel is a senior Android developer at a completely fictional company named Run for Roses. And Run for Roses is a flower delivery app. It's a Friday afternoon. Axel was just about to go home, and his product manager quickly asks him, "Can you just before the weekend implement this one simple feature? We have an upcoming collaboration with another app called Wedding Planner, and they want that they can easily order roses from within their Wedding Planner app. So our apps would need to have some kind of communication mechanism." Axel thinks about this and thinks, "Oh, I can quickly make this work." So what actually happens is you have the Run for Roses app, you have the Wedding Planner app, and there can be some kind of communication mechanism. Android supports that, and that is intent. So Axel starts and writes this kind of intent handler. So the Wedding Planner can send an intent, and the intent handler can then start to write activity within the Run for Roses app. So it's even extendable to all kinds of activities within the Run for Roses app. So it seems like a very easy and good solution. Implements it, pushes to production, everything works, everybody's happy, and everybody goes to their weekend. And then we meet our second person in the story. It's Slash. It's a bored student. He lives in his mother's basement. And what do? Well, they love to break stuff. And Slash hears his mother raving about this big new wedding app. And Slash decides to take a look. And the next morning in the newspaper, we find the following sentence. "Breaking news, thanks for the flowers. Popular flower delivery app Run for Roses racking up users' phone bill." So somewhere something went wrong and the whole Run for Roses app was broken, probably by this last minute feature. And this sounds very disconnected, but stuff like this happens a lot in the real world as well, where some random thing turns out to be a very, very big security problem. And it's usually not even not even security researchers coming on this. It's usually people like Slash who break a lot of this stuff. So you could be saying that Slash has quite an appetite for destruction. So in the coming half an hour, I want to take you through a few scenarios where stuff like this happen and what the industry and more importantly, what you yourself can do to prevent these scenarios from affecting your own apps. So let's get started. And I want to welcome you to this jungle that is mobile application security. And why me? Well, I'm a team lead at GuardSquare, and at GuardSquare, it's our mission to make mobile applications more safe. So we are specializing in mobile security. And you might know us already from our existing products. You might know ProGuard. ProGuard is not a security product, but it is an optimization and shrinking product. It makes apps faster and smaller. But more importantly, we have our flagship products, DexGuard and XGuard. And DexGuard is obfuscation, and for Android, XGuard is the same for iOS, and they're code hardening tools. They're meant to make your app harder to understand for a reverse engineer, and to protect your own IP. Now, thinking back to our Run for Roses story, Run for Roses clearly had some kind of security flaw. And so then often people come to us thinking, okay, it's a security problem, we come to GuardSquare, and we'll use DexGuard to protect our app better. So they apply code hardening to their app. And is it a good idea? Yes. Will it slow down people like Slash? Yes. But I don't think it's the right approach to use code hardening to prevent security issues from occurring. Hiding security flaws behind code hardening, I'd like to compare that with hiding an elephant behind a tree. You make it harder to find the elephant, but that's not really the point. You should remove the elephant from your app altogether, not try to hide it. So code hardening is not the answer here. And so you might be thinking, what is the answer then? Better code reviews. This wouldn't happen at my company because we do good code reviews. And then also, I have bad news for you, because it happens all the time with very big applications. For instance, there's, in the last couple of years, been intent abuse on Samsung Flow. There's been OwnCloud that made it possible to steal any protected files on Android. There were multiple bugs leading to remote code execution on TikTok. There was a two-factor authentication bypass on Grab. There were issues on Twitter, on Dropbox, on New Relic, on Coinbase, so probably in your app as well. So we need to look at something else. And people like Slash are the worst because they make it seem so easy. So let's take a deeper look at what their approach is. So what does an attacker look at when they approach a new app? Well, there's a very easy answer to that question, and it is everything. But that's probably also not detailed enough. You're looking for something deeper. So let me try to list what is happening, and then I get to an endless list. There's code execution through user supplies input. There's wrong hostname verifiers. There's signing with debug keys, which provides extra capabilities. There's unprotected native code. The list is quite endless. So there is a more structured approach to how these attackers go about finding all these possible vulnerabilities. So what does an reverse engineer do when he's trying to find mobile app vulnerabilities? Well, the first step he could take is doing a static analysis of the APK. So what does that mean? It means taking your APK from the Play Store. It's pretty straightforward to download APKs, and putting it in some kind of analysis tool. An easy one is a decompiler called JDEX. It's open source, it's on GitHub. I recommend you have a look if you don't know it. And JDEX is able to recover quite a bit of your code structure just from the APK itself. It produces quite readable Java code that's pretty close to original source code. And you can look at that code and try to find mistakes in what is happening there. Or you could look at the network communication. In most apps, it's pretty easy to man in the middle, even HTTPS network communication. And it's usually a good entry point in understanding what is going on inside of your app. Or you could consider app-to-app communication, where this is where Run for Roses probably had an issue, because it wasn't a communication between two apps. It's usually a very interesting entry point inside of your application. Now, in the case of Slash, he didn't even need stuff like dynamic analysis. He could just get by using static analysis. So Slash took the Wedding Planner app He put it into JDEX, and after some scrolling, he could find the following piece of code. He saw there was an intent being sent to the Roses for Weddings app from within the Wedding Planner app. And so this new intent contained a string extra, which referred to the right activity that was in the Roses, Run for Roses app. And then the intent was sent to the Android system. Now, you see intent communication. So I was thinking, what does it actually mean? So somehow the Run for Roses app is registering to the Android system for events and then being notified whenever that event occurs. Okay. And then there's this one mantra that's always in the head of somebody trying to reverse engineer an app. It's, how can I abuse this system? And after thinking about this, there's an interesting way to try to abuse this, and that's by maliciously crafting some kind of event. Okay, so to know what kind of crafting you would need to do, then we need to know more about this intent handler. So just do the same again on the Run for Roses app itself. We put it in JDEX, we try to understand what is going on, and then we get to this piece of code. It's a string extra class name. So somehow this string extra then gets directly called in class for name. So we're doing reflection directly from code inside of an intent. So that's something we can probably abuse and get access to classes which we shouldn't have an access to. And this might seem far-fetched, but let me bring you to a real-world example. But first, let me explain the connection again. So the intent was sent to the Run for Roses app, and Axel, the original developer, thought it just pointed to Roses for Weddings and Roses for Funerals, but Slash found a way to abuse this intent and find connections to a make calls thingy. So there was an unintended link because there was some kind of insecure reflection going on. And this kind of stuff is real. So let me take you to a real world example, Samsung Flow. And Samsung Flow is an app that is meant to, that makes it available for you to remotely do most functionality on your phone. So you can control your phone from your computer. So you can imagine it needs quite a bit of permissions to be able to accommodate that. And that's exactly why issues in security in an app like Samsung Flow usually have big consequences. So if we have a look at a Samsung Flow version from about a year ago, and we put it in JDEX, we would find the following piece of code. There's a bit of extra fluff in there, but the things you need to pay attention to are the following. You see intent get string extra class name, and then a Samsung Flow class for name string extra. So this exact same vulnerability I just explained was present in a real-world app as well. We were not the ones finding this vulnerability, but I wanted to show you this is real-world stuff. The CVE number is on the top right, so it's a publicly known thing from around last February. And using this, by abusing this, people were able to do a lot of things just by having Samsung Flow installed on the same device. So for instance, this would be a piece of code that would allow you to call any arbitrary phone number from any app, even without any calling permissions, if you had Samsung Flow installed on the same device. So it's just by putting some extra information inside of an intent. And it can lead to even worse things than that. So a small mistake can have big consequences. So you could call arbitrary phone numbers, but I can one-up you by just factory resetting your whole phone. Samsung Flow had the permissions to do that, so you just could factory reset the phone from any random app on your phone if you had Samsung Flow installed. Or you could install arbitrary apps and uninstall arbitrary apps. So imagine some random app being able to replace your banking app by a malicious one. So there's definitely consequences to such a small mistake in handling intents. And of course, we're out to get them. So the industry is out to get them. And if I have to summarize what the industry is doing, it's mostly creating acronyms. Although I have to admit that these acronyms are pretty effective. The end result, though, is that the following sentence only makes sense if you're quite an expert at mobile application security. The ADA requires compliance to the MASVS L1 standard developed by OWASP to get a MASA badge. It is recommended to use the MASTG during testing. I don't know about you guys, but this kind of cryptic language wouldn't fly if I added this to my code base, but somehow it flies in mobile application security. So I'm going to try to pack it out for you and give you some more insights in what this all means. It all starts from OWASP. OWASP is short for the Open Web Application Security Project. And it's a project that has the aim to describe security issues and security protocols for a lot of different aspects of the world. And one of them is mobile application security. And these guys publish something called the MASVS. It's short for the Mobile Application Security Verification Standard. It's a book, and it's all open source and free on GitHub. And you can read up in the MASVS about all kinds of requirements that your app should adhere to if you want to be secure. So it's divided in multiple parts. And so the first part is the MASVS L1. These are the basics for everybody. So if you publish any app on the internet, you should probably adhere to this MASVS L1 requirements. An example here would be security controls are never enforced only on the client side, but on the respective remote endpoints. Seems to me like a very sensible thing for any app ever. But of course, not all apps are created equally. Some handle more sensitive data than others. I expect more from my banking app or medical app than I expect from my to-do list. So for those cases, there is the MASVS L2, the level 2. They provide additional defense in depth controls that you should adhere to if you're handling sensitive data. An example of this would be remote endpoints verify that connecting clients use an up-to-date version of the mobile app. I think it's a good idea if you have sensitive data that you require your users to always have the latest security updates of your app. It doesn't end there. The next step is MASVS-R, short for resilience, and it's all about preventing reverse engineering. This is explicitly not a third level because preventing reverse engineering has a different target audience than the L2. The resilience part is more interesting for people who want to protect their IP. Imagine you're a gaming company and you want to prevent cheats. You don't really handle sensitive data, so the L2 isn't very relevant for you, but you want to prevent cheats, so preventing reverse engineering for cheat development is important to you. So you see there's different combinations possible. If you're a bank, you probably have sensitive data and you care about your IP. So then I would recommend you have adherence to all three of these sections. An example resilience criterion would be the app detects the presence of widely used reverse engineering tools such as code injection tools, hooking frameworks, and debugging servers. It's a good idea because all these tools enable you to really understand what is going on inside of the app and potentially make a cheat for a game. So now we have a book telling you rules what you should adhere to. But these rules are often relatively vague and hard to know how you would turn them into a real-life application. And luckily, there's an answer to the question, how should we ensure this? And that is, use another book from OWASP. It's called the MASTG. It's the Mobile Application Security Testing Guide. So this testing guide basically explains to you in more detail how you can test for certain requirements. So are we done? No, because there's probably not everybody wants to really go digging into this. So there is a ADA, short for App Defense Alliance, that is a collaboration in the industry that is accrediting labs to perform an MASA, a mobile application security assessment. And so these labs have the official permission to do this assessment to see whether apps are actually adhering to these MASTG and MASVS requirements. So in short, we have the MASVS criteria, the MASTG how to test for the criteria, and then we have the authorized labs giving you an insight and then badge if you do your job properly. Okay, so are we done then? Well, I didn't really talk about another important question. Does it actually do anything? Would it have prevented any real-world attacks? Because basically we have a bunch of documents, be safe. Well, let's run back to our Run for Roses app. And let's skim through the MASTG, and we might cross the following sentence. All inputs from external sources and the user are validated, and if necessary, sanitized. This includes data received via the UI, IPC mechanisms such as intents, custom URLs, and network sources. So here we are right on the money, because we had an unsanitized input from an intent directly used inside of our app. So we can see that the Run for Roses vulnerability would have been prevented. Also, the Samsung vulnerability would have been prevented if they adhered to this rule from the MASTG. So this MASTG, that's all we need to do. We're all safe if we just read this thing. And then you quickly encounter the next problem. It's 732 pages. And that's just the latest version. I'm sure that the next one will be even bigger. So by the time you've read through all of this and applied all of the advice, then your app is probably being outdated. So we're definitely not in Paradise City yet. So we need to do more. And that is where GuardSquare comes back in again. So we had our existing product portfolio and we saw a missing gap. And if we see a missing gap, we try to fill it. And this time we filled it with AppSweep. AppSweep is basically an automated version of this MASTG. You just upload your app and you get feedback in terms of what criteria of the MASTG you're not adhering to. Of course, it's not a full-blown replacement to a manual pen test. That's not what our mission is, but it's a very good first start to make a first test of your app. So does AppSweep cover our Run for Roses app? Of course, it's imaginary. I can easily wrap up something. So let's just dump the vulnerable Samsung Flow app in there. And then we can easily find this piece of information. So you can see here that external data from string intent getString extra is used for code execution via intent context class. So we immediately identify the issue as a high severity problem. We refer to the MASTG finding. We refer to the place in your code, and we can explain you how the data flows inside of your APK. So actually, we can find real-world problems which have affected real-world apps. And we try to make it actionable and usable, whatever we find. And we also try to make it usable for you, to make it as easy as possible for you to use AppSweep. So it's not just drag and drop. We can also integrate into your build system, into your DevOps system. So we support GitHub Actions, we support Gradle, we support Bitrise. We want to make it as easy as possible for you to be more safe. And we want to do this actually as GuardSquare. We want to do this along the whole life cycle of your application. So it starts when you build your application. Then if you have sensitive IP, you probably need to obfuscate your application at that point. You need to use your code hardening tools like DexGuard or XGuard. And at that point, you can get a protection report back from us, telling you what you protected, what you're not protected against yet, how you can improve. After you've built your application, you need to test your application. And that is where AppSweep comes in, and it gives you a vulnerability testing of your application. But security doesn't stop when you ship your application. Also, when your application is deployed, you want to monitor what is going on with your application in the field. So with Threatcast, you can see every time somebody tries to attach a hooker or the debugger to your application. Threatcast is also an extension of our DexGuard products. So we really try to be with you along the whole way of your software lifecycle. So I've talked a lot about it, but let's have a quick look at how AppSweep looks if you would use it. So if I'm going to use a purposefully insecure and vulnerable Android application to not shame anybody too much. So you see we've uploaded a few different builds from this app, and you can see your trend lines of what findings we have, how many findings we have. Because security is not a thing you do once, security is a thing you need to keep monitoring, and you want to see changes over time. So let's have a deeper look at the latest version of this app. You see your essential information immediately here, and you see that we have issues divided over multiple categories. We try to not give you just an endless list you can't come over. We try to categorize properly into multiple severities. We try to make a difference between what is your code and what are your dependencies, because handling dependencies is usually done in a fundamentally different way than improving your own code. So you can see we have 5 high severity issues in this case. And there's a couple of different OWASP violations, which are referred to by their OWASP reference point. You can see a division of the issues, and you have the full list. So for instance, in this app, there's an issue with SSL pinning. And if you open the specific finding, you can see here the explanation of what is going wrong, some information about it. We even have a video explaining you why it's an issue and how you should think about it. The reference to the OWASP guides and why you are making a mistake, and even a reference in your own code where the issue is. So in this case, it's just an empty method. And we have actionable recommendations, because there's nothing worse than knowing you have a security flaw and not knowing how to fix it. So we really try to be actionable. There should be a resolution for every issue that we found. You should be able to fix your problems. We also provide some external links from further reading and more information about the current issues. So this is in a nutshell what is in AppSweep, but please do try it for yourself. And AppSweep will still change over time, because AppSweep is a pretty young product. We released the first version about 1.5 years ago, and we're definitely not done developing this. So there's more extensive findings coming all the time. It's always on top of our list, because this 732 pages has not been all translated into automatic findings yet. So we're hard at work to improve the situation there. But it doesn't stop there. We're missing dynamic analysis as a whole, so we're hard at work to make also dynamic analysis a part of AppSweep. Less relevant for this audience, but still, iOS support is also in the pipeline. But most importantly, we're heading towards your needs. So I would love all of your feedback whenever you try it. There's this button at the bottom right of AppSweep where you can find a chat window and you can send us messages. We're not an AI company, so there's no chatbots involved. We're real people on the other side, and we want to hear about your experience with AppSweep, because it's really all about you. And what that means depends a bit on who you are. If you work on OWASP, we really want to help OWASP be successful as well. So we are also submitting new findings to OWASP whenever we see that something is missing. If you're an app developer, if you take the effort of trying us, if we develop new findings, and we see new critical issues, we will do a responsible disclosure to you as well. For instance, in one case, we found 11 apps with fully unprotected backends, which is a thing you don't want to have. If I can just dump your database. So we developed it for a new feature. We immediately took action on some apps we had lying around because they tried AppSweep before. We also love the open source community. So AppSweep itself is not open source, but the core behind AppSweep is. And it's actually the same core as the one of ProGuard. And so we're adding to that as well. It's on GitHub, please have a look. We're always excited to see what people can come up with. So we're using open source, but we're also providing open source. If you're interested in what we do, please come and join us, because we're always on the lookout for people who want to help us make our dreams come true and make this go faster and implement more. We have offices in Belgium and Germany, but we can help you with relocating. But most of all, if you do one thing, please just try it and give us feedback. It's 100% free, you have nothing to lose, so please try it, and I'm very eager to hear what all of you are thinking about this. My email address is at the bottom of the slide, so if you have any questions you want to ask me specifically, feel free to contact me at any point in time. And with that, I conclude my explanation, and I'm very open to answering some questions.
That was a really nice talk. I didn't know a lot of these things about security on mobile, and I found the part about intents very interesting, because usually I just take out strings from intents. I don't really think that much about it, but seeing the possibilities that can happen with intents, like I personally try to be more careful when using them. We do have one question.
Okay, yeah. MobSF and AppSweep are both free tools for scanning your app. In our opinion, MobSF is good at finding issues, but it's not good at categorizing them and making them easy to interpret and actionable. So we really try in AppSweep to make the issues and the findings easy to understand, easy to take action on, and not just an endless list of things you cannot get through. So we try to differentiate ourselves by being an actionable piece of software.
Yeah, that was the only question we had. So thank you so much for presenting this talk.
You're welcome.
And to everyone else, please stick around. We have another interesting talk coming up on building feature-rich apps using AWS. So that will start in about half an hour. We do have one more question if you have the time. I'll just put it up on the screen.
Can we run AppSweep locally? Do you guys keep record of APKs? How is privacy handled? So you cannot run AppSweep locally. So it's a software as a service thing. I would need to look up if we keep record. In any case, most of what you will scan should be production-ready apps you would otherwise upload to the Play Store. So you just upload your final artifact. So there should be no real risk in you uploading it because you're not uploading any sensitive information. I can get back to you if you want on our exact privacy policy of using AppSweep.
Yeah, thanks for answering the question.
All right, thank you all for attending, and hope to see you again sometime soon.
Hey, Sally.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm doing good as well. I was just doing the latest check.
We have a pretty interesting talk here. I didn't know AWS has tools for mobile development as well. And yeah, by the abstract, it looks pretty interesting that it has tools that lets us develop apps faster. So that's something I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, I'm really excited to share as well what we are offering, and also I would like to like show some code and how you can do some stuff and what we're offering. Hopefully, it will be a nice presentation for everyone. So I'm really excited. Let me share my screen really quickly. Just
Yeah.
a second.
The stage is all yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, okay, I hope everyone can see the correct slides and so on. So, hello everyone, I'm really excited to be here. Android Worldwide is a community that I have been part of for a while now, and I've been following along the conferences that has happened so far. I really admire what the goal of this community is. It is basically there to help you out and make the content available, content accessible for everyone. So, before we start off, let me introduce myself to you. I'm Salih. I work as a senior developer advocate at AWS. I work in a company, I work in a team called AWS Amplify. I've been living in Germany, Berlin, for 7 years now. I think after 7 years, I can call myself Berliner. So I actually belong here. And today, actually, we will learn about the product that I work with. It's AWS Amplify. Why do I talk about this? I have been a mobile app developer for a long time. I developed apps with cross-platform technologies as well as Android ones. You might see me around with, for example, around the Flutter community as well as the Android one. So before we start off, before we jump into what we are going to talk about, let's see a story time. Let's hear a story. So let's meet Salih. Salih is an independent developer. Salih has a great idea, like many others. He thinks that, okay, I have an idea that can change everything and I can be a millionaire. He thinks that, okay, I need to do authentication, I need to do file upload, I want to have a machine learning side of it, and I want to have the API. So having an app as well as these, it's a lot of features because you need to have experience on doing related technologies for authentication and API and file upload. You need to be a backend engineer. For machine learning, you need to be specialized in a different area. However, Salih is not a backend developer. Salih is not a machine learning engineer. So what should Salih do? Because Salih also has limited resource to build the application. Should he focus on the app side and try to build the UI, or should he just sit down and try to learn these technologies? Even though he can learn these technologies, he needs to actually ship this application ASAP, because as we all know, we need to be mindful about our time. We need to be careful about our time, because when you have the idea, it's just moments that someone else can make these apps. So what should he do? What should he do that he can create an app that actually support and power your applications? So the solution to our problem is something that I'm going to be talking about or show you today. It is called AWS Amplify. AWS Amplify is the set of tools that mobile developers can use to create applications powered by AWS. AWS Amplify can help you to build your backend. It can help you to connect your backend from your applications. It can be front-end applications, mobile applications that can be native or cross-platform. It can help you to build your UI by using web. We have tools to get your Figma designs and turn it into the web code. And more importantly, we can host your applications as well. So we provide you a set of tools that you can use. But what do we provide for Android developers? For Android developers, we have authentication. One thing that I would like to mention here is that all of these libraries that I'm going to be talking to you about, they're powered by the technologies that everyone uses for AWS behind the scenes. So for authentication, you would be using Cognito user polls behind the scenes. Why is it important? Because AWS Amplify is not something magical. It is just creating an abstraction over the AWS technologies that you can use, and also charges you according to the part that you use. Besides authentication, we also provide GraphQL and REST API. So you can create your API, you can create your data layer by using GraphQL or REST. It is totally up to you. It will take care of the GraphQL part by using AppSync or like REST API with API Gateway and Lambdas. Also, it has storage, file storage. So you can use Amazon S3 buckets behind the scenes to have your files uploaded. You can also have analytics, data store for offline first applications, and use GraphQL to support it. And more importantly, you can have map by using Geo, and also predictions for the machine learning part. But you might be asking, how should I use AWS Amplify? How does it work? There's different ways of using AWS Amplify, but the most important one and most easy one, at least for me, is the Amplify CLI. Amplify CLI is the tool that we provide to you that you can use to create your applications or turn your applications into Amplify ones. You can use Amplify Add and any category that we support in your application. And then you can just push these changes to your cloud, and this cloud will be able to create the artifacts for you. For using AWS Amplify with your Android applications, you need to have Android Studio 4.0 or higher. You need to have minimum API level of 24. And also but it is nice to have NPM to download and use Amplify CLI. Because once you download the NPM, you can just do NPM install and install it globally by install the CLI tool globally. But if you do not want to use NPM, you don't have to, because you are not a web developer. What you can do is you can use the curl to download the Amplify CLI and add this to your tools to be able to use it. For using Amplify, you need to have an AWS account. The reason is that Amplify is a tool. Amplify is relying on the AWS. So you need to have an AWS account. Once you have an AWS account, you need to create an IAM user. IAM user is a user that you will be creating with your AWS account to give access to certain rules or certain technologies that you're going to be using. For adding it, from your terminal after you write Amplify configure, it will take you through some steps. It will ask you about which permissions that you would like to give, which user that you would like to carry on, and which server that you would like to continue with. Once you decide on this, you will be able to create your first IAM user. The IAM user can be more than one. According to the region, you can have multiple ones. For example, some regions are supporting some features and some regions not. So it is totally up to you and to your region to decide how you continue with this. So without further ado, I want to show you a couple of really important and cool stuff that I think that we provide. So let me go back. So earlier I created an application that we can use to create. Let me pull this here. Let me open the terminal. That we can create AWS Amplify applications. The application is quite straightforward, actually. Let me run this on the phone. So the phone is here. The phone provides a login mechanism, the forget password mechanism. We also have a register page, confirmation page, and many more other stuff that I'm going to be showing you in a second. And if I would like to log in, I can just log in by using the form that I created here. And once I'm logged in, I can pick a picture. I can generate hashtags about it by using the machine learning. And if I want to, I can save the data. Once the data is saved, I will be able to also see it later on as well. So let me go back and introduce everything in this program to you. So first things first. First thing that I would like to do is actually get rid of everything besides the schema GraphQL here. I will actually use this one so we can have a bigger font. So let me go back to this. Okay, this app is called Hashtagmatic, which is like super creative, I would say. The Hashtagmatic is a hashtag generator application that is used in the photo that you provide and create some labels around it. So what I would like to do is, since this was working, I just want to show you it was working. First thing that I would like to do is, I would like to remove this project, then show you how you can add everything from scratch. First, I will remove everything. In the meantime, I would like to give you a bit of history. When the first version of AWS Amplify for Android created, it was with Java. It was with Java for a long time period, actually. However, the team had worked on a new version of this application that is providing the power of Kotlin. The new version, the version 2, has been released last year, and it has been out there for your usage. So if you have not tried it off yet, if you have tried it in the Java libraries and you want to go ahead and see how it works, you can try it. One thing to mention though, with the earlier version of the libraries, the minimum API level, like minimum SDK version of the Android is 16. With the Kotlin ones, since it is using some Android specific libraries, it is 24. So if you're targeting SDK version 24 or higher, then you can use the new version of the Amplify libraries with Kotlin. What I do here is that I'm deleting everything that I've shown you earlier on. So when I try to log in later on, you will see that the user is not going to work. The important point is Amplify CLI is going to do every hard work for me, and it will take me through these processes that we would like to see. Also, all the libraries that we are going to be using is already added to this project. This project will be shared with you later on once I clean everything up. You can see that with the latest version of the Amplify, with the latest version of the Amplify, we have 2.1.0, and you can see that all the libraries here are part of it. And you can see that we are using predictions for machine learning. We are using storage S3 for we are going to be using it for file upload. We are going to be using data store for real-time updates and offline first applications. We will have Auth Cognito for authentication, and more importantly, we will have the API to help us out with this. This is taking a bit longer than I anticipated, so let me open up a new one. So first thing that we are going to be doing is we are going to be using a new command called amplify init. So in the meantime, that is done. So let's go back to this. Amplify init is the command that we say that, okay, initialize an Amplify project in this application. It will give us a default application according to our name that we picked for our application, if it is a unique one. Once you pick that up, it will say that, okay, the app type is the Android one, but the Visual Studio Code is the default. You can change this one. It's not a problem. I use Visual Studio Code on most of the cases because it's easier, it's lightweight for me. However, as Android developers, we don't want to use it. Why is it important to pick default editor? Because once you want to open up a file, once it generates to open up a file, it will try to open it from that application. You can say yes and just continue, or you can pick your default editor later on. For the time's sake, I will just pick yes. It will say, okay, what's your authentication method? I would say use this one. Why do I use this one? Because Frankfurt server supports machine learning. So I'm just picking this. Once it is edited, it will take a couple of seconds to create this application. And once this application is created, it is going to create a new folder in my application. And this new folder will be used to control everything that we have about Amplify. It will generate the API level GraphQL files for us. It will generate any necessary configurations for us. And more importantly, we can use the files that are generated for us in that folder to be able to migrate everything that we have to the other part, like either realistic or like later on whatever we are going to be using AWS applications as well. Once this deployment is done, what we are going to do is we are going to be creating or adding our libraries. For adding the libraries, we are going to be using the, let me show you, we are going to be using this amplify add command that we have seen earlier on. For authentication, we will do amplify add auth. For API or data store, we will do amplify add API. For file storage, we will do storage. And moreover, if you would like to do anything besides this, we will be actually using any other commands that are provided to us. So let's go back, and it says, okay, do you want to improve? I will say no to this. Why it's not working? Okay, something is wrong here. Okay, I will just close this one and reopen this because it already created everything. Okay, I'm having an issue with my keyboard, so just a second, please. I will just use this one. Technical difficulties, sorry about that. Okay, now it seems to be working, and I will just say amplify. First, I will go to Android Studio projects, and in this one, I will go to hashtag Matic. This is the one. Then we already had a project created for us. For checking out the status of it, we can just say amplify status. You can see that we are in the environment, and we don't have any changes right now. So first thing that I'm going to do, I will say amplify add auth, like I mentioned. It will add an authentication system. For authentication, you can have default configuration, which is going to be using username as the login part and email as the communication part. Or you can have social providers like Amazon sign in, Apple sign in, and like Google sign in. Or you can just configure anything manually as well. I will pick the default one, and I will be using username as my way of logging in. And I'm done. I don't want to do anything else. Next thing that I'm going to do is I will add the storage. The storage is the one that I'm going to be adding for keeping images, like the one that I generated. And once it is generated, it will ask me to provide a name for the bucket and provide a name for the resource. You can pick anything that you find useful, and you can pick the access level here as well. You can see that you are getting moved into this automatically. So I'm selecting this, and I will just say everyone should be able to like create, read, delete, whatever we want. Do you have to do this? No, you can also limit it to the authenticated users as well. Lastly, I would like to also add predictions. The predictions is the library that we use for machine learning. As you might remember, once we have the image, we were creating hashtags out of it. So I'm just going to say identify, and I would like to identify labels. You can define the name or use the one that is defined for you, have the default configuration. You can have guest or auth users. It's totally up to you. I will add auth users only to this. Actually, I will do remove storage first, because actually what I would like to do is I would like to make sure that only the authenticated users are able to do what we expect them to do. So I will do this, auth users only, and bam. So this is done as well. Lastly, what I'm going to do is I will add the API. I will use this to add whatever I want. As you remember, we can have GraphQL or REST, so you can pick any of them. I will pick GraphQL for this, and for the authorization mode, I will use the Cognito user pool, and I will, like for the data store, for the offline first approach, I will use the conflict resolution, conflict detection, and do auto merge. So I tell the system to take care of every conflict resolution. And once I say completed, it will ask me to pick a schema. I will just pick one because we will update it anyway. And once everything is done, what I'm going to do is I will go back to my Amplify folder here. This Amplify folder here is actually used for us to keep every detail. You can see that we have a backend folder here. Inside the backend, we have the API. Inside the API, we have the schema.graphql. For updating this, I will just use the previous one that I copied. We will just keep a reference to it as a GraphQL model. This is called post, and it is created, or like everything can happen only if the user is the owner. There's the ID, and there's a list of hashtags, and there's a boolean of is shared. All right, so since it is done, you might be asking, why don't we have an image reference? Because we will be using ID as the reference, and we will get it from the S3 buckets. All right, so I'm back to here. What I would like to do is, I would like to push my changes. This means that I want to create these in the cloud. It will say, okay, it had given me an error. Let me do everything from scratch really quickly. Yes. So it's the right. Everything seems to be removed. I will just delete everything from here manually because it doesn't have it in the cloud anyway. So I will just create a new one from the init. You know, with the live demos, it happens, right? At least we have seen the app was working earlier on, but we will take care of it. So I pick this one again. It will create it in a couple of minutes. So until it creates a new one, until it creates the one for me, what I would like to show you is that I would like to show you how we use the libraries. So you can check the app later on. What I would like to show you, what I would like to show you is two classes that I have. One of them is called remote post repository. The other one is called remote user repository. What I do here is that I have the login mechanism, I have the register mechanism, confirmation mechanism, and forgot password mechanism and logout mechanism as well. So let me put this one here so I can keep an eye on it every once in a while. So with the new version of the libraries, there are different ways of calling the amplifier functions. You can use the one that we provide for you to have callback approaches, or actually let me make this bigger. This one. Yes, that's better. You can either have like callback mechanisms by saying that, okay, after the sign-in, just have this function to run for me, or you can use the coroutines way on like one after another. You can also have the RX bindings as well. So okay, I will go back to this. Let's try things these things out. The init had worked successfully. So first I will say amplify add auth like we did before. I will keep the username like I have mentioned. I will add API. The API was the one that we have for the offline first approach. That is why we're enabling the conflict resolution. And we are going to use the Cognito user pool for authorization as well. For the API related GraphQL, it will create the one that we have picked before. It's fine. And we will add storage as well. The storage will have the content one. We are picking the auth user only. We don't want anything else. And last but not least, we will add the predictions, which is the machine learning library. And I picked the labels, but you can see that we even provide you something to recognize celebrities, so you can play around with it with your ideas as well. All right, so after that, I go back. You can see that this file is created, this folder is created. I go back to the API. Under the API, I go back to the clipboard and paste this again, because this was the one that I was using before. And I will do now amplify status. I would like to see if everything is created. You can see that auth, API, storage, and predictions are created. I will go back and say amplify push. Amplify push will do again a check for what I have changed. Is showing, is this the one? And I say yes, it is. Then it is going to upload the files. It will upload the GraphQL APIs that has been generated before, and it will also recreate the queries as well. Moreover, we also have a way to generate the models out of the GraphQL API as well. So if you do amplify code gen models, it will take the GraphQL file and generate the model files, the model classes for you. So while it is uploading, while it is creating the artifacts in the cloud, let's go back to our libraries. So what I mentioned earlier was like we have different ways of handling the calls. This way, what we do is we are calling it inside the coroutines and inside the suspend function. We are returning a result coming out of the Kotlin files, and what we do is that, okay, run catching. On failure, this is a special case. We do something, we consider something as a success. However, if you would like to do it, you can also see it in here that we just do run catching, and if there's an error, we just let it handle the failure for us. For using the Amplify libraries, it's again the same contract all over the libraries. You need to call the Amplify. This is coming from the core libraries. You need to define the library category. And once the category is defined, then you need to call the function out of that category. Once it is done, you can also get a result out of it. And according to the result, if they are signing, if they need to do more things, then you can act on it. Or in the case of not confirmed and so on, it actually creates throws an exception, and you can still consider this as success. This is what I did here, and say that, okay, we need to go to another step. We shouldn't go to the user creation page. For the registration, we have different user attributes. We have used email here, but you can also give family name, gender, given name, locale, whatever you find useful for you, you can add it here because we have a property for it. And also you can use a custom property as well. And you can see that the same approach, same reasoning goes around it as well. And last but not least, I would like to mention that we have many different scenarios for resetting the password, or like confirming the user again, or like signing out completely. For the saving to the data store part, we are using a builder pattern. We create the GraphQL model that we have here. We add the fields that we would like to add, build the object, and save it automatically here. And let me move. Once it is saved, we can see that if it is successful or not by like catching any error or something. So it is totally up to us. And for saving the data, for saving the images, again, same logic goes as well. The name of the amplify, the category, and the upload file. The most important point here is that for the upload file, we are using S3 buckets, right? And S3 buckets has this power of continue from where we left off, or actually like getting a percentage. And this also comes with this as well. So by result here, I just listen to the result. However, if I click on this, you can see that I can get a flow of the progress. So I can listen to the upload progress that I have. So if, okay, this is still uploading, so I will just continue. So once it is done, what we are going to be doing is we will have the same app that we have before. I will show you the login flow. In the meantime, I would like to carry on with a couple of tips and tricks that you can use. So first of all, how to learn AWS Amplify. For learning AWS Amplify, I think the best way is the documentation. Documentation is really thorough, and we are going to be working on it more. So if you have any feedback, do not hesitate to let us know, because documentation as well as all the AWS Amplify libraries, they are open source. They are over GitHub. So whatever feedback that you have is important to us. I also create content on my YouTube channel and my blog, so you can check those out as well. And whatever you think that you would like to share with us, join the Discord channel. We have an Amplify Discord. We have weekly office hours there. I try to stop by every once in a while, so share what you have with us. As I said, GitHub is all the AWS Amplify libraries as well as the Android ones. They're open source. You can use it. And if you have more feedback, you can tag Amplify Twitter. Positive or negative, we always try to get back to you with more notes. So the initial setup is taking a bit longer than usual. Probably it's because of my network connectivity. In the meantime, I would like to see if I can run the application again. But this time we are going to, no, I don't want to run it on an emulator, because on the emulator I need to do everything from scratch. Let me check. I have 13 minutes left. Okay, I have time. So because once this is done, it will be really valuable, because hopefully this is done now. Yes, perfect. So we are done now. So we will be running our app and we will be creating our application. And the reason that I would like to show you is that you can see that there are some mechanisms that are automatically built up for you that you don't need to worry about, like user confirmation, how like you don't need to send an extra email. Even the email systems that you have, you can localize it. You can change the messages according to what you would be seeing. So it is uploading the file now. Then perfect. So this is done. Let me run the application again. Let's check the Visor again. It is here. So first, what I will try to do is I will try to log in with the same users that I have. You will be seeing that it's not working. It will say user not found on the system, because yeah, it is not there. The second thing is I will actually remove everything in this app, so you know that like nothing is going on, or like nothing is using the one that we have it from the previous one. And I will create the user and I will generate the hashtags. Then it will be Q&A time for us. So I am creating this. I will be using my email address. So, and I will use the safest password of all time. One thing to keep in mind, the password is actually minimum 8 characters as well. So you can just give 1 character. So it asks me about a confirmation code. I will show you from my other phone that which message have I received. You can see that I have received a verification code. Let me go back a bit of my device here. And this verification code is automatically sent out without us writing a single line of code. So let me write it down, confirm. Once it is confirmed, I'm in the app again. I can restart the application and do login again. Let's say I couldn't write it. Let me write it again. To login, I have the user, and if I pick a coffee shop, for example, and generate, you can see that it generates some features for us. So what should you expect out of this app when it's done? It's done when I share this. You will be able to select the hashtags here, like for example this one, and you would be able to share it on your socials like Twitter, and this will be creating these hashtags for you. So this is the aim of this application. If I go back again, please do not hesitate to ask us anything. You can also find me over Twitter with Salih Güler. You can find me on LinkedIn, and I try to share a lot of stuff on my YouTube channel. So I will also share the process how you can build this app as well with Jetpack Compose and the Kotlin libraries. So thank you very much for listening to me. I really appreciate the time and effort everyone that is involved in this conference. And if you have any questions, I am happy to answer. Yeah, that's all. I will check if there are any questions.
We don't have any questions for this talk yet.
Perfect.
Okay. That was a really informative talk. I really didn't know like you could do so much with SDK.
Yeah, and the team is still working on a lot of extra features, like that is why we want to show that we would like to hear more from the community, because I know that everyone has something that they would like to share, and everyone has an idea how they can improve their applications. So it's nice to show that AWS is supporting everyone around us as well.
Thank you so much, Salih, for sharing about the SDK with us and for the talk.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for joining me. Thank you, everyone. And I hope to see you all later on in other events as well.
To everyone else, thank you for joining. We do have another talk coming up soon, so take a break and be back.
Hello. Welcome back, folks. So we'll continue with another set of awesome talks. But for the new joiners, I would like to go through what is this and who we are. So I'm Balázs Gerlei. I will be the moderator for the upcoming Marvelous talk. And this is Android Worldwide, the January 31st edition. So who we are. This is a non-profit community for software engineers. We produce one event every January, April, July, and October. And this is virtual only to ensure everyone shares the same experience around the globe. Basically, we gave different talks for different time slots and go around as the time. Okay, so partnering with us, a bunch of communities, and I'm delighted to say that because of Alphabet, we are the first one, Android Budapest. So I'm a co-organizer of Android Budapest, which is a local community in Hungary, Budapest. But also we have a bunch of other communities joining us. Sorry for that. So as you can see, a bunch of communities partnering with us, again, from around the globe. Before we begin, I would like to ask you, if you enjoy this event, share it. So you can add AndroidWW_ on Twitter or just hashtag Android Worldwide on Twitter. So every share counts. Thanks for showing it to your friends. I would like to also thank our sponsors again. So Stream, the #1 chat API for custom messaging apps. Basically, you can just use the SDK to build real-time messaging apps in less time. It's very featureless and it drives in-app conversation, engagement, retention. And also, I'd like to thank Sentry. They help developers see clearer, so solve quicker and learn continuously. Basically, mobile app error tracking, performance monitoring, and runtime errors in a single view, holistic view, and about the application's health in real time. Okay, thank you. And we should get started, I think. So, the upcoming talk is, what does the ideal collaboration between development and design look like? It will be presented by Alexander Sokolinsky and Daniela Netzel, so a pair presentation. Honestly, I really like those because I think there can be a very great dynamic between two presenters. And as this will be about working together as a designer, as a developer, which is also a thing I enjoy very much. And I think there are some good feedbacks to be had from this talk. So may I ask you, Alexander and Daniela, up to the stage? Welcome.
Hello.
Hello, thanks.
So I give you the mic to you, and you can start the presentation as soon as you're ready.
Yes. So, is it working?
Yes, well,
yes, it is. Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, hello. My name is Daniela, and on the other side, you have seen my co-partner, Alex. We work for Cologne Intelligence. Cologne Intelligence is an expert in IT services and IT consulting. As you can hear from my accent, I'm from Germany. I've been working as a user experience designer and researcher for years. I have a lot of superpowers, but my real superpower is figuring out problems. Well, that doesn't sound interesting at first, but for me it is. And now I will hand over to Alex. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Alex. I also work in the Cologne Intelligence as an Android developer. And as we are a consulting agency, we work in different projects for our clients, mainly in B2B context, but sometimes also as a part of our clients' teams in B2C context as well. So that's it for the introduction, and what is actually our motivation to make this talk? So we've noticed that sometimes teamwork between designers and developers is not perfect. From my experience, for example, and also it's from the experience of Daniela, that sometimes you have meetings that feel like fights. You sit there, you discuss over hours over and over again about something, and then you just have the feeling that the person sitting in front of you is trying to win something, but it's not there to win. It's it's just meetings that leave more questions than the answers at the end. And designers don't understand developers, developers don't understand designers, and no one is happy. So that is the situation we have experienced in some projects, but in one of our common projects, we've experienced a whole different situation where the collaboration worked very well. So we started asking ourselves, what is the difference between those situations, and what was the key to have a good collaboration? And beginning to research this area, we started by trying to understand how the situation goes to this bad experience. And you can notice it by hearing some stuff from developers or designers. And on the next slide, you will see some phrases you might have heard from your colleagues. I definitely have heard them from my Android developer colleagues. And shame on me, I might have said some of this also. So if you hear something like, I don't like to move pixels around, I need to make it work, I do not care if it looks good, the users didn't complain about design, so it can be that bad. Why should I care whether the green color needs to be 50% transparent or not? The designer needs to tell me exactly how it should look like so that I can implement it. So if you hear something like this, probably the situation is not very good. And it indicates that developers do not understand the role of the designers, and they have no empathy for them. So I will give to Daniela for the further slides.
Yes. I have also some quotes you may have heard before, like developers are not creative, they are only supposed to do the implementation. Well, creativity, that what designers aim for themselves. Only they are creative, only they have ideas, only they have a sense of style, and only they have the right lifestyle. I will leave that without a comment. Designers should know about biases by profession. That doesn't mean that they don't have biases themselves. That's like an invisible boundary or like a rivalry between design and development. It's like we and they, and both sides cultivate their biases. I mean, teamwork isn't easy like that. And another point is the mindset of designers. I mean, what happens in the design team stays in the design teams. This had something to do with the way of working. You know, many designers are introverts. They like to work everything out for themselves first. They don't want to give any sneak previews on their work, and they just want to work with designers because they understand each other or have some kind of connection towards each other. That doesn't sound like teamwork either. And now let's have a deeper look into the pain points of teamwork from a developer's perspective. So.
Yes. So whenever you find yourself in a situation where the teamwork doesn't work very well, you will have some struggles. And for me as a developer, the struggles were designs were not always suitable for the specific platform. Like, for example, in one of the projects, we had become the design of the feature with the date picker. And this date picker was the iOS one, which was actually in the design that we had to implement. And as I asked at the PO if we could change it to the standard Android date picker, the answer was no. And in this team setup, I didn't have the opportunity to talk to designers directly. So I had to rebuild the iOS date picker on the Android platform, which actually cost a lot of time and a lot of money. But the reason was that the management was thinking that if the designers would have to create the new design for the Android specifically, it would cost more money, but in the end it costed money anyway. The other issue with not suitable designs is, for example, the diversity of Android screens. We had in one of the projects a lot of bugs or like problems with a particular device with a specific screen size and the pixel density. And it was over and over again. And then only when we had the chance to speak to the designers and to tell them about this problem, we could get rid of this problem once for all, because then they realized that we have a problem there, and they could make adjustments to the designs. The other problem is sometimes that not all use cases are considered in the design, especially the error cases or edge cases. It's very often the case when you don't have the team that communicates good with each other. And last but not least, and probably it is connected to both other problems, is that the designs are not allowed or just can be adjusted. And in one of the projects, the team setup was very strange organized, because the clients, they have hired the design team from one agency in Berlin and then the development team from the other agency in Cologne. And they divided the process of product development in two different stages. So first of all, designers came and created design for the features, and then the developers came and implemented those features. So by the time we were on the project, the developers has already left the project, so we couldn't actually question anything about the designs, because the designers were not there, and there was no budget to hire them again to make the adjustments.
Yes, and I have some aspects from a designer's perspective. Yes, designer starts working on the application too early. The reason is always that the staffing is still in the planning stage. It's easier to book one designer instead of 20 developers. And usually the designer starts working with a catalog of like I call it open requirements. They are working on user stories, interfaces, or even prototypes. But to be honest, these deliverables or concepts should be taken with caution. The user tests are only superficial. The research is not completed, for example. In an ideal state, these concepts should be reviewed and updated after the real start of the project, you know, where the full team is completed, where the team is completed. But from my experience, these concepts always find their way into the development department. I don't know why. These concepts are like zombies. Yeah, they pop up again and again, and I don't know why. And then the real problem starts to begin. This upfront conception cannot deal with the current problems of the target group. You know, yesterday's problems no longer need to exist today. And not only problems are changing, the user behavior is changing as well. Every day, our user learns something new and engage with new applications. You might have heard about the Jacobs law. It's a quite common UX law. It says users spend most of their time on other sites. This means that users prefer your site to work the same way as all the other sites they already know. Well, that's true. And I have another aspect about timing. Designers join the team when the application is already live or like in a pilot phase. This is also not a good starting position because processes are already established in the team. The users are familiar with the application, the developers are familiar with the application, the patterns are set and well known. And then the designer wants to make some optimizations, but they have to be very careful. I have a special guiding principle. For me, it's like evolution instead of revolution, just making really small steps. But it's not an easy task to tell the team that fundamental changes need to be made. Normally, like I said, if I have to adjust the concept, it's not just changing some colors on the interface. Normally, the real structure has to be changed. And for everybody, this is disappointing because a lot of work is involved in the implementation, a lot of effort, and of course, a lot of love. And then the designer is a party pooper. Yes, and nobody liked party pooper. And so, yes, everybody is not happy. And another pain point is a non-functional build, measure, learn loop. In other words, the feature factory. One feature after the other is developed. The features are not analyzed. The feedback is not collected. Or not, yeah, even if it's collected, it's not analyzed. The feature will not be improved further. When the story is done, the story is done. And nobody cares about the user and nobody cares about the quality. To avoid this, we have thought about an ideal teamwork. On this screen, you see what we just described. All the departments feel like small planets in space and they have no connection to each other. It's like an own ecosystem. Maybe they have their own language, they have their own rules, they have their own meetings, yes, but there's no exchange. But we think of we have a different idea of teamwork. This is our vision. We think about a lively exchange within the team. Yes, just to take some few advantages. Decisions can be made faster. We fail faster, of course, and fail is always good. And we learn faster. And each team member gets better every day and every day. But what does it mean in concrete terms? First, you can start with selecting the right tools. Alex and I, we have had very good experience with Figma and Figma Jam. It's really a nice collaborative tool and it's really fun to work with. I'm really happy when a team of developers, for example, works directly with me in the document, in the file. Yes, we are really working as a team. And I like the discussions in the refinement meetings. Yes, we can really rework and rearrange all the layouts, make some new connections, get new ideas. And I also appreciate the comment feature. You know, the comments are pinned directly in the layout. And so this helps everybody to get along. You really to get a connection. Okay, this have to be changed and I don't have to look what was meant, where is it? I don't know, I forget it. I really have a straight connection. And all files are accessible to all team members 24/7. So everybody can look at the layouts and the flows and can make up their mind. That are just a few benefits. There are a lot of more, but however, it's also important that all the tickets in Jira are always fully prepared. All team members needed the same level of information. Well, that's also, yes, like a no-brainer. At teamwork, it's always about making decisions, but what are the objectives of the decisions? It can be that simple. Yes, user comes first. That could be our goal or like our main goal. But the expectations of the users are often a black box for the team, even for the UX team or the research team. But there's one thing we can be sure of. The user knows a specific system component and their behavior, and these expectations should be met. Like he has a device and he's used to use apps, and so he knows the components. We should gather all our knowledge and expectation in teamwork to keep the system-specific standards up to date. And like accessibility is also a major issue. It's really easy to build a happy flow, but to be honest, things don't always go so smoothly. Users make mistakes. Yes, they are not focused. They do not read. They do not understand. And so we have to think about a guidance of edge and error cases in advance. So, and now let's have a deep dive into how we can achieve our vision of teamwork.
Yes,
So,
so thanks. So we have shared our vision of how the good team work should look like, but how can we achieve it? So first of all, and this is in my opinion the most important thing, is understanding that designers and developers have the same goals. We both want to improve the product. We all want to deliver value to the client. So the designers create their designs not because they like fancy sketches, and the developers implement things not because they only love to code. We all want to deliver the value to the client. And this is very important. So once we understand that, we can actually communicate with each other much better, and we have the empathy for each other, and we understand the role better. Then the very important thing is development and design work parallel, recursive, and together, which means no one has to win the meeting. We all come to the meeting with our expertise, and we bring our expertise to the meeting to create the better experience for our users. So we, from developer perspective, bring our knowledges of the platform and the technical side of the app, and the designers bring the researchers and the vision of the features that should be implemented and the problems that they want to solve for the users. And then we can combine those expertises to get the better results. So regular feedback in both directions, also very important thing to do. So because in any, like by for example, by refinements, we can, as developers, give the feedback to the designs. If it is technically possible to implement something like this, if there are some technical struggles or some obstacles to implement this particular flow, or maybe we can make some small adjustment that would save us the money, implementation time, or data. And the vice versa, the feedback on the implemented features is also very important. So as soon as I have something visual, I go with it to designers and ask if something I'm developing actually goes in the right direction, if it actually solves the problem that was initially the problem that should have been solved for the user. So yes, and very important thing, celebrate each success, because we work together, the team. So once we solve some problem of our clients, we have, like, it's the common success. It's also success of the designers and the developers, and it's very good for the motivation for the whole team. So then what can I do as a developer? First of all, and very important, think along. So we developers are not there just to implement things that the designers create. We also can think along. We can share our knowledge of the platform specific behavior to the designers, like, for example, how Android handles shadows, what are the possibilities for the date picker, what is the Android lifecycle, what happens to the app if it goes to the background, what happens if the device doesn't have enough memory at the time. So this is something that designers don't need to know per se, but that's the knowledge that we can share with them, so that we'll give them the more information to create better experience for the users of our apps. In particular, also error cases, edge cases. What happens if the data that should be transferred from the server is huge, or what happens if the app is used in the subway? So things like this. And yes, this is a very helpful thing. So what else? The second thing, which is also very important, communicate with designers. Ask for the feedback of design implementation. Ask proactive, and as soon as you have something, give feedback to the designs. And very important, try to understand the problem. As I already said, designers, they do not create features just because they like fancy sketches. They want to solve the problem of the users, of the clients. So try to understand the problem. It will help you to find the solution, because once you understand it, you can make suggestions. Maybe something technical can be done to solve this problem. And yeah, maybe there are some obstacles or struggles that should have been mentioned. So this is very important. Communicate with designers. Then the next one, also very important thing, is use visual help. This is also very helpful, because once you go to discussion with designers, use things like flowcharts, sequence diagrams, and stuff like this, because it helps to visualize our technical point of view so that developers understand us better. And it's very helpful tool. So use it by any time you are in the discussions with with designers. So the next slide is.
Yes, it's me.
Yes.
Yes, it's what can I do as a designer? Yes, first of all, listen carefully. It's important that you that you should try to understand and not to concentrate on being understood. Yes, it's like really getting into the conversation. Alex, he's very good in describing problems, and he always leaves room or space to ask questions during the conversations. Yes, and like he said, it really helps me to understand his problem. You know, I have a lot of problems, like I know all these user problems, but his specific problems are connected to the user problem, or like they help to find the best solution. And sometimes the description of a problem includes negative feedback. Yes, you have to think about the feedback and evaluate it. I'm used to feedback, normally really harsh feedback. You know, users are not very friendly, and I really appreciate it. It's the only way to make my design or make the application better. Then the next is be a team player, not a design diva. I know that designers are sometimes a bit special and they like to put on a show, like really divas, yes. But to be honest, that doesn't help with collaboration. It really comes down to the ability of compromise. No one should wait a long time for design deliverables just because the designer needs to make some special coffee. And really, everybody is allowed to have good ideas. It's not just, it's not a special right for designers because they have the title design. And there's just some simple rule. Yes, if you want to work fast, you work alone. If you want to work well, you work in a team. Yeah, I'm sure you have the same experience, and I always enjoy working with really good sparring partner. Like Alex described it, is he's my sparring partner on the technical side, and yes, I really get a lot of ideas, and it's very it's very joyful to talk and really inspiring. And another point is be a value for the team. For example, designers often don't share their research result with the team. That's really, really difficult because the team members don't have the opportunity to exchange informations, to know, to get a full overview about all the informations and datas. Sometimes ideas emerge quickly, and sometimes ideas need to mature, but you have to have all the informations, yes, to get ideas and to think about solutions. And it's always good to exchange ideas and discuss solutions. And Another important aspect is always bring a deliverable. Yes, for me, a deliverable is a basis for discussion. It doesn't matter if the deliverable is not 120% worked out, just the idea needs to be reproduced. It can be a sketch, it can be a sentence, yes, but you have to have something like a build, like an image, yes. And I also have very good experience with live sessions. This means that the deliverable is created together during a session. I have to admit that I had to learn to work in live sessions because I was always nervous. And when somebody watched me working, like I clicked something wrong, copy paste was not working, and everything looks so messy. And I really had to learn this. But I was also annoyed about all these misunderstanding and loose thoughts. I wanted to have an image or like a sketch, like a wireframe at the end, so that the meeting is really valuable. And my experience are really, really positive. It's not just about saving time. Normally as a designer, I work for 2 hours and then everything is wrong because some information was missing. The live session can just take half an hour and we are finished. We have all a common understanding. And also these sessions, they are really fun. The tools, they are easy to use. Yeah, it's really nice. And the last advice is think about the product. Alex and I, we worked together on an application for a well-known German mobility and transportation company. The company with the trains. And German companies, they are known for the fact that UX writing is always very formal. In Germany, we call it Siezen und Duzen. Siezen, it's like it's a language or a grammar for superiors, and Duzen is a language for friends and family. And Alex, he implemented a small feature where users could upload a personal profile picture. Basically, it's not a big deal, but something like that didn't exist in the previous communication between the company and their employees. And it was really a game changer because this was a starting point to adapt the UX writing in the application. The formal communication was changed into a casual and a friendly one. And this impact was really immense. It was not just on our applications. Yeah, it was at the end. It was much bigger, and but this small feature, the small idea, really had a real impact on all applications. So sometimes everyone has to change the perspective to see more. So we have looked at the developers and at the designer side, but what can both improve together? Yes, we can define a pattern library and a design system. This is really the core or the basic of everything. Yes, everyone can work with the design system and the pattern library, and everybody knows the pattern. I mean, the rules can be quite simple. You can build a small house or like a small house or a small car with some few Lego bricks. But you can have a complex system even with the same bricks, and maybe you can build a rocket if you want to. It's really up to the team. You just have to commit on working with the components and with the pattern. And so it's quite easy. And it's not just that designers have to it's not that designers only can make layouts. I mean, it's like a puzzle. Yes, you have all this components and you can build and connect it. And so you have the same solution as a designer will have. So, and it's always important to show the benefits of teamwork. Like we said before, it really saves time. Yes, it really gives the spirit and it really gives energy into the team. Yes, it really saves money, especially when we use platform-specific components. And the team works more effective, and the decisions are made quickly. But the team must demand time for exchange and communication. Cross-functional teamwork must become a team culture and not just we do it somehow and maybe we forget about it. And now we will have our takeaways. Please, Alex.
Yes, thanks. So the takeaways. The first, and in my opinion, the most important one, if you take one thing from our talk, let it be this thing. Developers and designers have the same goals. So this is, in my opinion, the most important thing because it helps to build empathy and it helps to understand each other's roles better, and it helps by communication, collaboration, and makes the team spirit much better. Design system that follows the recommendation of material design. For example, like for us, it worked out very well because Daniela had already experience with material design. She knew it, I knew it. So if you commit on something like this, you directly have the common language that helps you to understand each other much better and much quicker come to the decisions and create new features much faster and easier. Then also important thing, regular discussions of the design framework in the team refinement meetings. So together we can decide fast, and also in this refinements you have the space to discuss, and you have space to place questions. The designers have time to adapt, and yeah, it's great. So use it. So because in some projects we've experienced something like this, that the designers weren't invited to the refinement. So the product owner came with feature designs and showed it to developers. Then developers placed their questions and thoughts and maybe struggles, technical obstacles that might appear during the implementation. Then the product owner had to go to designers, discuss it with them, got input from the designers, came back to the developers in the next refinement, so like about a week later. And then the developers who already had forgot everything about this feature had to work into this feature again and then understand what the designers gave as an input to their previous pain points, and then answer to this inputs, and then product owner would go to designers again. So it was like the endless chain of questions and answers. So invite designers and developers to the refinement. Together we can decide fast. Then also a very important point in case of questions and uncertainties, communicate in all channels which are suitable for your team. Messages, calls, work sessions, whatsoever, like Figma, comments directly to the screens or flows. If your designers appreciate this, just use it, and yeah. So sometimes the quick call can save like about 2 days messaging on emails or even Teams, Slack, whatsoever. Then also very important point in my opinion, during the development, regular feedback from designers. So as soon as I have something that can be compared to the designs, I show it to the designers. Of course, if they have time for this. But like give them the opportunity to take a look on what is going on as soon as possible, so they can decide if it's going to the right direction. Sometimes it's also like the design was created to solve specific problem of the user, and it looked like it would solve this problem, but as soon as you start implementing it, it's clear that it goes the wrong way. It won't solve the problem that the user have in the app. So involve designers as soon as fast into your implementation and get the feedback from them. And then the last but not the least, nobody should defend their work. So if the designer comes with the feedback that the feature that I have implemented is not corresponding to what designer was expecting, that in this case, I don't have to say, but I have implemented it directly pixel to pixel. No, I just say, okay, then how could we improve it? And the same goes in the other direction. If developers say something in refinement, for example, designers, like usually, like in my experience, the good designers are always open for questions, improvements, and so on. So those are our takeaways, and thank you very much for the for your attention. And it's time for questions and answers.
Yeah, thanks, Alex and Daniela. It was a really insightful talk. I would like to give some time for questions. I already see one, but this is the time when you can post your questions in the chat section. In the meantime, I actually have a question, so if you don't mind. So I think it's quite common, at least in my experience, that platform-specific behaviors and limitations come up during development. How do you make sure to share these limitations clearly with the designers? And for as a designer, how do you understand or try to understand these limitations?
Well, I can start like from the developer's perspective. Like we just try to communicate it as clear as possible. And in this case, actually, the visuals help. Like, for example, sequence diagrams or flow diagrams and something like this. It helps a lot because like this you can show it, and especially things like life cycle limitations or some Android specific thing. It's actually, well, I would say if you work in the same team for about half a year or something like this, and you start to trying to clarify these problems, the designers would understand it eventually, like after a certain amount of time, definitely. So it's not like it's rocket science. The designers understand it.
Yes, and we have a central document like the design system where we document all these limitations, so that we don't forget about this, and it's just on one specific file. You just have to, there sometimes we have a lot of files, but it's just one central file where everything is documented. And yes, and very yes, it's very helpful.
Nice, thank you. So I will show you the question from the chat section at this point. So Simon Top asks whether so a problem they usually have, according to him, is the design sizes in Figma work well for iOS, but for Android, specifically more small screens or tablets, they don't work as well. I think you touched on it in your talk, but do you have any further recommendation on that?
Well,
it really has to be in the design system, right? It really has to be in the design system. You have the specific components on iOS, on Android, and maybe the light and the dark mode, and everything has to be defined in this document.
Yes, and also here it's the problem with really Android screen diversity. Well, I've already mentioned this example from my previous one of my previous projects. We had actually the problem with a very small screen, and then in one of the meetings I asked the designer if the feature he's presenting also considered for smaller screens, and the answer was, yeah, we've tried it out on the iPhone SE. And we were like, okay, but it's not the smallest screen we have on Android. But once we shared this information, and that was actually the time when the team was a little bit transforming. So before that point, we didn't have a lot of chances to speak to designers. And after that, it was the time when we could communicate to them. And after we shared like the typical small screens, which caused our problems, then they could actually adjust the designs to consider also these small screens. So we just actually took the screen specifications and send it to designers.
Yes, normally we build all those all these components like responsive. But like Alex said, it's really like an edge case, and you have to think about this.
Yeah, communication is key. I can just join to that. And I don't see any other questions, so I will give a little bit of time still, see if anyone has another question, because I had actually a good idea. I would like to ask you, staying with communication. What if not everything goes according to plan? I think it happens from time to time, that development work or the implementation drags on. And, it's easy, maybe it's easy for developers to think that the problem is that designers wanted to change so many things and that caused the delays. On the other hand, the designer may think that the development lingered on too much and that causes the problem. And now we maybe don't have the time to improve or really nail down the design. So how would you handle those kind of situations with your eyes?
Well, in my experience, what really helps actually, it's purely, the one of the things that might help is purely technical, and it's the good architecture. Like, for example, in one of the projects, we had a very good architecture that allowed us to change the whole design in the whole app in time of 2 weeks. So we had really a lot of elements that we have used and only on the UI layer. So we really completely changed the whole design of the whole app in one sprint. So the good architecture might help in this case, for example. But you have to think of it like in advance. When you already have the problem, you just need to communicate it clearly to the management and the product owner, in my opinion, and then try to damage the try to handle the damages.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's another question now popped up from Simon as well. The problem I usually have is that I end up using the margin sizes of the components by eye, because using Figma sizes doesn't match up when we use DP. Still about the DP problem. I don't know if you want to add anything else.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but you just need to clarify that there is this problem. It's hard to say because we don't know the situation. Maybe it's actually the situation when the developers cannot talk to the designers or like have no direct communication channels. In this case, try to communicate this to the product owner, for example. But unless someone knows that there is this problem, it cannot be solved.
Yes.
Okay, I guess that's it. So, Daniela, Alex, I would like to thank you again. And I really especially want to highlight what was great that you actually talked about real-world takeaways and concrete examples, but also spend time to show the design, the idea behind it, or the concept behind it. So it was a great talk. Thank you again. And yeah, see you later.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us.
Bye.
And we will, bye. And we will be back in 15 minutes. I will pass on the moderation to someone else. So see you then.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back, and for newcomers, welcome on board. Can you hear me clear? Okay. So, again, I am Mahmoud Alim. I'm an Android software engineer at ForSale, and I'm an organizer at Android Worldwide. I am your host for today's session, How to Become Your App's Security Champion by Ed George, which I for myself is very anticipating for it. So before we start, let's go through a quick introduction about Android Worldwide. So for start, who we are. Android Worldwide is a non-profit community for software engineers. We produce one event every quarter, so one in January, and one in April, one in July, and one in October. We are virtual only to ensure everyone shares the same experience around the world. We are partnering with a lot of local communities around the globe, as you can see on the screen. We are very proud of helping them. So please help us share the event by using the hashtag and our Twitter handle. Please share the event on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter. As for our sponsor today, as usual, we are sponsored by Stream. Stream is the #1 chat API for custom messaging apps. I think it's well known nowadays for everyone. With Stream, you can build real-time chat messaging in less time and rapidly ship in-app messaging with Stream high reliability chat infrastructure and features SDKs. Also, we are sponsored by Sentry. Sentry helps developers see clearer, solve quicker, and learn continuously. Sentry is a mobile app tracking, performance monitoring, and runtime errors in a single view, and give an overview of your application health in real time. Okay, that's it. Let's get started. Hello, Ed.
Hey, good evening. How are we doing?
Everything good.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. Really pleased to be here. It's nice to be back at another Android Worldwide.
Yeah, it was nice having you.
Awesome. If we're ready to go, I can start straight away.
Yeah. Can you share your screen?
I will do my best. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
Let's make sure we are sharing the right screen. Awesome. And hopefully you can still hear me and you can see my my presentation.
Yeah, all is good.
Perfect. All right, without further ado, I'll kick off. Again, thank you very much for having me. My name's Ed Holloway George. I'm an Android engineer. Some of you may have seen me before at previous Android Worldwides. I think this might be my 3rd or 4th time here. So thank you for keep on inviting me. It's always a pleasure to be here. My talk today is called How to Become Your App's Security Champion. And yeah, that's what we're going to be touching on. So a quick introduction if you haven't seen me before or you don't know who I am. Again, my name's Ed. I'm a senior Android engineer at ASOS.com, who are a massive fashion retailer. I'm also an Android GDE. I actually just recently became a GDE, and thanks mostly to Android Worldwide for starting my speaking journey. I'm a mobile security enthusiast, so I like to tweet and toot and blog and talk about all different subjects, particularly mobile security and things I find interesting. And fingers crossed, hopefully, you will find them interesting too. So let's quickly talk about what's going to be coming up in my talk. This talk is going to cover a number of things. It's going to cover kind of a reminder to everybody out there why mobile security is important. It's going to kind of talk about how to begin a security champion program at your place of work, and ultimately how to become that security champion within your team. Of course, with any talk, there's a number of things that you need to know. The first one is that this is not endorsed by my employer or anybody else, that anything you learn in this talk today should be used for educational purposes only, and that this is more of a strategic talk about mobile security. It's not going to necessarily teach you how to implement mobile security. It's more of kind of a strategic look at how you can implement mobile security within your team. Of course, this is recorded and live on YouTube right now, but slides are also available online via my link below. So if we're ready to go, let's talk about why developers should care about mobile security. I'm hopeful that you already do. If you're watching this, then there's a chance you already do. And the first point is why we should care is that the mobile attack surface is huge and it's growing. So we can sort of think about this as, Android having recently announced there's 3 billion active devices. Now, for context, 3 billion is about 40% of the world's population as it stands. And this isn't necessarily going to include things such as alternative stores, Amazon devices, some Asian carriers, for example, Huawei, won't be included in those numbers. So the Android ecosystem is huge and it's expanding because we have a myriad of devices now running Android. New form factors such as tablets, cars, foldables, everything is running Android, which means that when it comes to mobile security and Android, it's something we really need to be concerned about. Of course, with any kind of mobile security, let's think about what's really at stake here. And for the vast majority of us, the thing that is at stake is our financial, kind of revenue streams, our company's revenue streams. And there is a growing financial incentive for malicious actors to kind of attack apps and attack through Android. This is partially in part due to the recent rise in Web 3.0. Now, regardless of what you kind of think about Web 3.0 and crypto, that has had a massive impact in the way that mobile security works. For example, $2 billion was stolen in cryptocurrencies last year, 2 years ago now, which was a 60% increase on the year before. And also another scary number is that 70% of all fraud occurs on mobile. And that's not just financial fraud, that is all fraud. So the third point of why we should care and continue to care about mobile security is that implementing basic mobile security on Android is not difficult. A quote I like to use quite a lot is, it takes years to build a reputation and a few minutes of a cyber incident to ruin it. I know that you will have obviously seen that quote before if you've watched me at Android Worldwide, but I like to kind of re-emphasize that point. Another point of why mobile security matters and is hopefully something you and your team cares about is it's quite neglected. Admittedly, I ran a poll, so this might not be the best data ever. And in this poll I asked my followers, in your opinion, what's the most commonly neglected aspect of mobile app development? And of course, being my followers, nobody played ball and said mobile security. Everybody said accessibility. But I say there's no shame in second place. And it also shows that, when we're kind of thinking about things in the Android kind of world, mobile security is right up there with one of the things that is neglected. So maybe this poll wasn't necessarily the best poll ever for this particular talk, but I think it kind of emphasizes the point. So let's now look. So I've kind of told you why I think mobile security is important, but let's actually look at some real life case studies of why mobile security is important. Well, things do go wrong. And to start with, the example I'll give is Walgreens. Now, some of you watching worldwide will know who Walgreens are, but for those who don't, Walgreens is essentially a huge pharmacy chain in America. And in January of 2020, Walgreens discovered an issue within their Walgreens app, particularly in their secure messaging feature. I believe the feature was a feature that allowed users to message their pharmacist, to request prescriptions, to request kind of repeat prescriptions, etc., and would have obviously included chat of a medical nature. So certainly stuff that you would not want anybody to get your hands on. There was a bug which exposed customer names, prescriptions, addresses, and other medical data, which was leaked via a payload that could be dumped from the app. What this essentially meant was that a hacker was able to get sensitive information for people's private medical records and potentially use that in maybe a blackmail situation or other nefarious means. So what happened with this app and what happened to Walgreens? Well, they were sued in a class action lawsuit for at least $5 million. I believe that lawsuit is still going on, but that number could quite easily climb. And to be perfectly honest, I think they got off fairly lightly here. But this was only a small bug. What would happen if something more major happened? Well, a good example of this might be Klarna in 2021. I think in May, many users logged into their Klarna app and were greeted with the credentials and as if they were logged in as another user. Now, that seems quite bizarre how that can even happen, but many people were reporting on Twitter and various communication channels that they were seeing the purchases, the addresses, the contact information, and even credit card details of users that were not their own. So obviously, I'm hopeful that you can see that that is a major problem and a major flaw in their security. And ultimately, what this led to was a lot of very angry customers. Now, you can ask yourself, what is worth more, $5 million in fines in the Walgreens example, or a lot of very angry customers in the Klarna example? And it really depends on your business. I think lots of very angry customers probably cost Klarna a lot more than $5 million in the long term. So those are two real kind of examples of apps where security has gone wrong. And another reason why we want to obviously, have this in the forefront of our mind of why security is important. The final example is, obviously, I think many of us know that there are some bad actors on the Google Play Store. I think most recently, McAfee found at least 16 malicious apps with 20 million downloads. And 20 million downloads is an awful lot for combined across these 16 applications. And these applications were very common applications that people might download. So things such as currency converters, camera apps, QR code readers, dictionaries, etc. And all 16 of these apps contained AutoClicker adware. And what AutoClicker adware does is it opens the app and starts simulating clicks on ads. And the scary thing here is that all 16 of these apps originally passed the Google Play Store safety checks, but thankfully they are removed now. Again, another reason that we would want to consider security potentially is that many times over we have seen clones of apps. I'm sure that you've seen plenty of these sort of things on Stack Overflow before or on Reddit about people saying my app has been stolen, my app has been copied, people have added ads, people have modified my game, etc. And this is again another reason why we want to have security in the kind of forefront of our minds. So I'm hopeful at this stage of my talk, you will already be kind of convinced that mobile security is important, but you may be asking yourself, okay, that's all well and good, but the title said security champion. What the heck is a security champion anyway? Well, great. I'm glad you asked because it's a bit of a complex one. It's a broad definition that's somewhat loosely defined within the industry. But there are kind of some common hallmarks of what a security champion means. So what I will talk about first is kind of the idealistic situation here and what a champion is in the most kind of ideal sense. And in the ideal sense is that you work in a company that has a cybersecurity team, or at very least somebody that's in charge of cybersecurity within your business. Now, you might well work at a large organization and have plenty of cybersecurity engineers, or you may well work at a small company where that cybersecurity engineer might also be you. In this kind of ideal world, we would have the cybersecurity team and other teams. So most likely you are going to be within the other teams. You're going to be a developer potentially within the mobile development team, or you're going to be working in, another area of the business. Champions sit bang in the middle of these. Now, you're not necessarily a cybersecurity engineer, and you aren't necessarily an expert, but what you are is you are the bridging point between the two teams. You are the kind of what I like to use the sort of analogy of the Rosetta Stone. If you know what the Rosetta Stone was, it was a famous Egyptian stone that translated Egyptian hieroglyphs into lots of different languages. And that is kind of how we learned to translate between those languages. So you are taking your team's language and converting it to cybersecurity so you can kind of talk to cybersecurity and work better with that team. And likewise, cybersecurity can talk to you, and that information can be absorbed by yourself and then transferred to other teams. So with that kind of in mind, that is our kind of ideal kind of, I guess, picture of what a cybersecurity champion is. And this might surprise you, but you are already one. So that's the good news. That's the good news of the talk. It's not over yet, but you are already a cybersecurity champion. I've kind of tricked you. You didn't really need to come. You already are one. But maybe not just yet. So let's talk about kind of the life cycle of how you can become a security champion for your team. Let's start off at the beginning, of course. You need to be somebody that's interested in mobile security. Naturally, I think if you are watching the talk right now, then you probably already are. You need to be kind of in a position where you're looking to improve the security culture in your organization. So certainly, I think there's always room for improvement here, but certainly within mobile teams, I think this is an area, as we've seen previously in this presentation, where it's certainly lacking and something that we can improve. You need to be somebody that's going to be willing to learn or lead by examples. So you're going to need to be that kind of mouthpiece for your team to, talk about security problems to not only cybersecurity, but also other developers within your team. And finally, you're going to need to have the ability to kind of pass on knowledge to others internally. Now that might be external stakeholders. It might be upper management. It could be, anybody. So you kind of want to have the want and know how to kind of do that. So, okay, this is all well and good, but what do we actually want to gain from becoming a security champion? Well, we want to get more knowledge in the key areas of mobile security. So mobile security as a whole is quite a large subject, and something that I know that we've talked about at Android Worldwide before and only really scratched the surface. Hopefully you saw Ingmar's talk earlier, and that will have certainly opened some doors there. But yeah, we want to certainly gain not only our own knowledge of mobile security, but we also want to improve our team's knowledge of mobile security. With that, we also want to make sure that we write code with security in mind. When we're writing code, I think we are often thinking about things such as making sure that we're writing clean code and we're following best practices. But security might not necessarily fall into that category occasionally. And certainly when we're working on code, we want to be making sure we're writing it with that security in mind. Of course, you want to be following security best practices. So I've done a whole load of talks about kind of the OWASP top 10 for mobile that hopefully you will watch this and want to learn more about. So please do check out my website for those. They are previous Android Worldwide talks. And certainly there's plenty of best practices depending on your particular focus within mobile. Certainly the security concerns of a mobile app might be slightly different from that of an Android Auto app. So please make sure that you follow the best practices. And ultimately we want to gain, and I think this is the kind of ultimate goal of what we really want to gain from becoming a security champion, is to make our app more secure as a result. So becoming a security champion and that champion within your team, your personal aim should be to make the app more secure. So let's talk about end goals. I've kind of broken these down into kind of 3 key goals of what we would really want to get out of being a security champion and a security champion program. The first is a leadership buy-in. Leadership buy-in is incredibly difficult to get at some places, and in some companies you will get full leadership buy-in straight away. This isn't something I'm going to touch on a lot here, but please do feel free to ask me some questions about my own personal experience with this. But you would definitely, when I say leadership buy-in, what I'm saying is that you want to kind of have the support from the business to not only work on maybe your day-to-day, so maybe you do feature development primarily, but also spend X amount of time of your week or of your day looking at security issues and making sure that you are that champion between the 2 teams of cybersecurity and development. ultimately, the kind of aim and what we're going to talk about shortly is that the kind of the stratospheric sort of look down at this kind of program would be that we want non-security people performing security related tasks. We want you to become an enabler to teach people how to think securely, how to write code securely, how to perform their general day-to-day with security in mind. And this is kind of where we are getting to, is we have is we really want to create a self-sufficient security champion program. And by that, what I mean is a kind of a network of different security champions within your business. We'll go into more detail about that shortly, because we're going to be talking about how we set one up. So let's say that you've now convinced yourself that you want to become a security champion. You want to be the go-to person when it comes to security in your team. But how do we set up a security champion program where it's not only yourself becoming a champion, it's other members of the business or other members of different teams, maybe iOS if you have separate mobile teams, or maybe back end, or maybe front end, or everybody in your business can become a security champion. And this is how you're going to do it. So the first kind of things you want to think about is the key principles of what a security champion program means. Now, the first thing that we want to think about is the vision. Now, the vision of the program is kind of, where do we want to end up with this program? You want to capture the long-term goals of the program. It might be reducing the amount of security issues. It might be writing code more securely. It could be as high level or as low level as you want. And this is kind of, I think, the most important thing to think about when creating a champion program. Second of all, you want to find the participants. So who are you trying to reach in the champion program? Is it going to be for developers? Is it going to be the wider business? Is it going to be, you can start small and then work yourself, work it up. And I think that's the best kind of approach when it comes to participants, is making sure that you know when you're setting up a champion program who your target audience is. The next one is environment. Now, environment is going to change for everybody. All of the companies we work for are going to be different. So you need to kind of understand what you're working with. Now, I'm very fortunate at where I work is that I've got a very kind of open-minded development team. I've got a very open-minded management structure where I'm quite able to pitch ideas and not feel that there's going to be any consequences, and certainly be in a collaborative environment where I can certainly, put my ideas out and have a good chat about what's going on. Now, that might not be the same for everybody. So when setting up a champion program and thinking about how to create this kind of champion strategy, you're going to need to understand the kind of organization's current state and behaviors and how you currently work. So this is going to be difficult for me to kind of give you solid advice here, because hopefully you know your environment better than anyone. Another key aspect of creating a champion program is the general concept as well, is how do we want our participants to behave? What do we want champions doing? Do we want them presenting? I think a really good example of some activities you can do is running lunch and learns, running kind of brown bag sessions where you're teaching people about security, or upskilling people to think about security. And yeah, this is kind of like I say, the thought piece. How do you want it to work? Which kind of falls into other categories such as incentives. Now, why would somebody want to become a champion in your champion program? Now, incentives can be as simple as paying people more to do it. Now, I wouldn't necessarily say that that's always going to be kind of signed off by management, but certainly it's an idea. Other incentives can be a leaderboard system, a way of incentivizing that people should join the program, because there will be people that are enthusiastic about mobile security, but there may be people that need that little push. So again, when you are trying to incentivize these programs, kind of think about what gets people going. Sometimes it will be money, sometimes it will be knowledge. Sometimes it will be status even. It might just be as simple as changing someone's job role or adding something to their LinkedIn to say they're a champion of security within the business. That might be enough incentive to get like-minded people in a room together to discuss security and improve your app's security. Delivery, again, this is kind of how are we all going to work together? How are you all going to kind of implement this? So again, I think this is surrounding a really good example here would be the kind of lunch and learns, or the kind of starting point should be very small group activities working up to larger activities. It could be starting off with the lunch and learns and working your way up to if your companies have conferences or your companies do quarterly meetings, is kind of presenting at those, and you should kind of have that aim as part of your original vision. And finally, I think tuning is the most important step. This is the kind of iterative step where we measure success and we work out how our champion program can improve, and what can we do differently to make sure that we are always kind of thinking and improving our champion program. So that's a lot of high level and maybe sort of strategic thinking, and maybe not necessarily the nitty gritty that you might be tuning in to come and watch, but certainly I'm hopeful you're still here. And let's say that we've convinced you up to this point and we want to kick off a champion program today. Well, at least kind of after the conference. So the first thing you can do to kick off a security champion program within your business is to find a handful of like-minded engineers or individuals. Hopefully, they were probably within your team already, and you won't need to go looking far. But certainly having that kind of core, handful of people that want to improve the security within the business, usually engineers, is a good place to start. I would start a regular lunch and learn or brown bag session. And that's a really good way of kind of talking about security in a non-formal way, talking about kind of how you can improve the app. Maybe, even a chat around a coffee is better than nothing, to get everybody talking about security and having that in mind. The next thing you're going to want to do is make noise internally about what you're doing. Tell your manager, tell your manager's manager, tell the CEO if you're a company where you can do that. Make sure that you are making noise internally, that you are investigating security, interested in security, and interested in creating a security champion program within your business. Another thing to do is raise the profile of security tasks within your app. Certainly, I think the majority of us won't have perfect apps. I'm hopeful that none of your apps are perfect. And certainly every app will have a security task or two. We'll talk in a minute how we can kind of identify those. But make sure that those security tasks are raised as a high priority. If you are looking at security tasks and there are security issues within your app, that should be ringing alarm bells within the business. And finally, speak to your manager and CISO if you have one. Not everybody is going to have a cybersecurity team, but if you do have a CISO, make sure that you talk to them and you're working collaboratively at the start with your cybersecurity team. So I'm going to move on to kind of some success stories. The first success story is a company called Fivetran. Fivetran are a California-based data warehousing company, and they launched their program in May 2022. They initially kind of focused on participation, training, and awareness. So what they would do was they found a group of like-minded individuals, brought them all in a room, and then got professional speakers involved to talk about cybersecurity. And they found that to be quite useful. That they did that on a kind of I think it was a monthly cadence. And eventually more and more people got wind of what was going on, became interested, and started actually, learning themselves out of hours about mobile security. And as a whole, emphasis eventually shifted from this kind of training and learning to performing actions. So with help from the cybersecurity team, the team were beginning to perform security audits of their app, were beginning to sort of write documentation and becoming sort of champions. And ultimately, the way that they kind of implemented the hardest part, which was, I think, the incentive, was implemented a gamification system. So this gamification system kind of, I believe, gave people ranks, and depending on kind of the amount of security tasks you completed or kind of things that helped the general security effort, improved your rank. And ultimately, it became a game within the business, which really drove engagement and drove interest in this program. And what I found amazing when I spoke to Dustin, who was the kind of creator of this program within Fivetran, was that 10% of the entire company was now signed up as a security champion. Now, 10% of the entire company, I believe, is 130 champions, which is an awful lot of people who are working day to day with kind of security in mind. Now, that isn't 10% of engineers, that is 10% of every aspect of the company were, in their own way thinking about security and ultimately, making their product more secure as a result. So that is, I think, a really great example. But let's go back and talk about kind of how you might implement this. So let's talk about your first ever lunch and learn. Now, hopefully this is going to be a little bit more interesting here, a little bit more kind of hands-on and stuff that you can do right now to launch this security champion program at your business. So the first sort of quick idea to get you started here would be, why not perform static application security testing, or SAST, on your app and discuss the results? So that is a really good way of kind of kicking off a security conversation within your business. And what SAST does is kind of give you an analysis of source code and on your application to determine if there are any vulnerabilities in your app. And a really good way of doing this is through tools such as MobSF. I'm hopeful that you might have heard of MobSF before, but if you haven't, this is a open source SAST tool that will take a APK and perform a static analysis on it. And as you can kind of see here, it will give you a kind of general score, an overview of any security concerns, as well as a prioritized list of any security issues with links to further info and resources. So this is a really quick, 5-minute thing that you can do with your app right now to begin that kind of conversation within your business about kind of security issues and, as a starting point, kind of a discussion point with your team. MobSF does a whole load of stuff as well. It shows you the overview of your uploaded app. It can perform also dynamic analysis on your application. So that is kind of running your app and performing kind of security inspection whilst the app is running as well. And again, this is free. This is software that you can download and run locally on your machine and get started within about 5 minutes. The next step from running this SAST is probably to take the report that's generated to your team and manager and then scare them with it, show them all of the issues that are raised. Certainly, you will then want to action the high priority issues and show measurable improvement in the long term. So you can use kind of MobSF and the tools that come with it to, show management and show your team that there is measurable improvement happening through actively kind of working on these security tasks. And of course, like I say, you want to be actively monitoring this. You want to be making sure that you are checking each release of your app to see if anything has been added, and hopefully nothing has. And yeah, you'll improve your security as a result. So that's one idea. Another idea is ensuring that your ProGuard and R8 rules are strict enough. Now, this has been a problem, I think, for a long time, is that I think many of us use ProGuard or R8 and not necessarily experts. It's got its own kind of syntax. It's not something that I think everybody's going to profess to be an expert in. But thankfully, GuardSquare are. Now, I'm always thankful to GuardSquare. I think GuardSquare have got some great products. They're not paying me to say this. I wish they were. I know Ingmar has done a talk on Android Worldwide just today, and it's well worth checking out. But this is another product that GuardSquare has, and it's the ProGuard Playground. Now, ProGuard is a tool that was originally created by GuardSquare, and the Playground is very similar to kind of playground settings that you might be used to for other programming languages. So I believe Kotlin has a playground. I believe Go language has a playground. And what this playground allows you to do is upload your APK and essentially test ProGuard rules against it. So as you can kind of see in the middle here, we have kind of editable ProGuard or R8 rules. And on the right-hand side, we have our uploaded APK or jar file and a list of classes, methods, and fields. Now, these classes, methods, and fields are interactive and kind of display your custom rules in action. So if you wanted, for example, to keep a specific model, or you want to hide or obfuscate a particular method, you can test whether your rules are doing that via this playground. And I would really recommend doing that. It's a really great tool. So the next steps from that are obviously to use the playground to improve your rules. Certainly test for any unexpected behaviors. The really good news here is that you can just upload an APK and this does it automatically. You don't need to do rebuild your app or anything like that. It will do it kind of magically. Certainly explore the ProGuard documentation. I think we all need to do that. And as a result, you're going to get smaller, optimized, and more secure builds. So that is the second point. The third point is to, of course, decompile your app and take a poke around. Now, I'm hopeful that many of you have done this before, but in case you haven't, obviously, please use this responsibly. Your APK file is just a zip file with some extra spice. You can rename an APK file to a .zip file. You can unzip it. And essentially what you will get is a folder with lots of funky files. Those funky files are the innards of your APK. And it's going to look something like this. So you're going to see a whole bunch of DEX files. And DEX files, for those that don't know, are Dalvik executable files. They are similar to class files, but they run on Android's JVM. And they contain Dalvik bytecode. And it is possible to take these DEX files and convert it to its original source code, although it is a bit of a lossy process. So it's not going to work perfectly, but it is possible to kind of extract the kind of core of how your app works based on kind of decompiling and converting back these DEX files. So to do that, you might want to use a tool such as JDX. And what this tool does is it decompiles a whole load of different Android files, APK files, Android archive files, classes, DEX, Smalley, everything. And what it will do is convert it into a kind of Java output for you to be able to kind of understand how the code is working. Now, like I say, please do this only on your own apps. Do not do this on anybody else's app that you wouldn't, you wouldn't want to do that. That is certainly not good. But the way JDX kind of would display this is very similar to the kind of ProGuard Playground. It would show a list of decompiled file packages, classes, and methods for a particular file that you may have uploaded. And like I say, show you the Java representation of your code. Now, this is really good for a kind of lunch and learn because you can take these and use it in kind of your next steps to make sure that you aren't exposing yourself or exposing any kind of data or strings or logic that you might not want to necessarily be showing. So again, this kind of works hand in hand with your ProGuard rules to make sure that you are you're secure enough. Of course, if you can reverse engineer your app based on the output of this, as anybody else can. And of course, like I said, you want to make extra sure that your obfuscation is working. So again, this kind of process of going through and decompiling your app every now and then is a really good way to make sure that you are doing what you think you're doing. And there's not only that many, there's not only just one tool to be able to do this. There's plenty of other tools. There's Sneak, SonarQube, AppSweep, which again is by GuardSquare, and many, many other tools to look into here to be kind of able to decompile your app, run static analysis, and make sure that you aren't kind of exposing yourself in any ways that you wouldn't want to. I've talked a lot, but ultimately, what I kind of wanted to get at was why a security champion program in your organization makes sense. I'm hopeful that I've done a relatively okay kind of a job at that. But if there's one thing you do today, make sure that you check out securitychampionsuccessguide.org. It does a much better job of kind of showing the strategy of how you might create a security champion program within your business. It's written by Dustin, who I mentioned earlier, who is a great guy. And I 100% recommend this. It's worth sharing with your team. It's worth sharing with your management, and it's worth thinking about. And with that, I think I'm done. So thank you so much again for having me. My name's Ed. And yeah, that was my talk. Thank you.
Okay, that was a great session. A lot of useful information. Thank you, Ed. So now, guys, if you have any questions, please leave it in the comments, and we will answer it now.
Sure.
There is a funny one from Ryan here.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. No, I guarantee you. So I'll read the question in case anybody can't see it, but it says, does Microsoft actually want me to pay them with Google Play gift cards, or is this a scam asking for a friend? Google Play gift cards are very commonly used in a scam, Ryan. So I think Microsoft probably don't want you to pay them in Google Play gift cards. But hey, who knows? I have no idea. Maybe they do, but I'm almost certain they don't. But thank you for asking anyway.
Okay, any other questions? I can give you 2 minutes to wrap it up.
If there are any questions, or if anybody wants to kind of ask me anything more about this, then feel free to reach out. I'm available on I'm still available on Twitter. I know many people aren't, but I still am for the time being. I'm also on Mastodon. My link is down below. Thank you, Mahmoud, for putting that down there. But yeah, there are also a number of guides kind of on my website as well that kind of link in with this talk as well. So yeah, hopefully that'll.
Okay, we have another one from Noor.
Excellent, cool. Thank you, Noor, for asking.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to answer this. So the question is, what is the role if a security champion in case of a security issue? So that's a great question. Like I said, the security champion kind of sits in between cybersecurity and whatever team the champion's in. So in our case, it's most likely the mobile development team. And when it comes to security issues, let's say there's a cybersecurity incident, where the security champion will sit is again kind of in that middle stage. So they will be part of the kind of incident response. They will be, the person that is translating kind of what's going on between the developers and between the cybersecurity team. So let's say that there's a problem within the app. The job of the security champions will be to make sure that any kind of relevant information is given to cybersecurity, who will probably be championing is the wrong word in that context. Will probably be spearheading the response to the incident. But your role as the champion will be to make sure that you are communicating effectively between teams. You will be the go-to person. So instead of having all these kind of I guess the phrase is too many cooks spoil the broth. You want to make sure that, you are the go-to person for your team to be able to kind of relay any information that needs to go between teams. So that's kind of where I see that security champion sitting. So I'm hopeful that answers your question, Noor. If it doesn't, please reach out. I'm more than happy to kind of go into further detail.
Okay, great. Another serious one from Ryan here. Is there a good resource for some basics? So for some basic things that beginner, intermediate developers do poorly for Android security?
Yeah, great question, Ryan. I'd like to plug my own website. I think I've gone through a number of times the kind of some basic things you can do and people get wrong. There are plenty of resources out there. I try and tweet those. I try and mention those on my website as well. So I'm going to shamelessly plug and say my website's a really good place to go. So thanks, Ryan, for setting me up for that.
Okay, another question from Simon. After the static analysis, do you Google how to solve the issues, or how do you start fixing the issues?
Great question, Simon. Thanks for asking. So when it comes to things like running MobSF, the really good thing about sort of tools like that is that usually, particularly for high priority issues, is that there is usually quite a lot of good guidance and a lot of good resources within that tool itself. So if you run MobSF and you find issues, you will probably find a link to relevant documentation or relevant case studies that will be able to kind of help you kind of formulate a solution. Certainly when I'm fixing security issues, I'm using guides such as the OWASP. OWASP have got the Mobile Application Security Testing Guide, I think MASTG. That's a really good, useful guide to have, and probably the industry standard guide of a kind of security issues, and certainly goes into detail about how they can be resolved. And yeah, essentially, if I don't know, I would Google. So yeah, you can Google. I think it takes a little bit of experience and a little bit of common sense to make sure that you probably aren't using the top result from Google. A really, and interesting, actually, I'm going to go slightly off topic here, but there was a really interesting case recently where I think it was a car manufacturer. I want to say it was Hyundai. If it wasn't, please don't sue me if anybody's from another car company here that I'm getting wrong. But it was, they used essentially to encrypt their media center within their cars. They used some sample source code that was readily available online, and what that meant was that they ended up with a cybersecurity incident when some security researcher checked out their car, realized that it was encrypted with a very basic tutorial, and was able to basically own the system and be able to install custom firmware, etc. So yeah, when you Google stuff, make sure you're Googling it sensibly, is where I was going with that story.
Yeah, by the way, I read that it was Hyundai.
Yeah, that was bad. So please don't do that.
Okay, I think we are done with questions. So thank you, Ed. It was a very, very great session. I really enjoyed it. And hopefully see you in the next event.
Thank you so much for having me. And thank you everyone for your questions. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening. Okay, we are having now a 10 minutes break, and we are talking Kotlin multi-platform. So keep watching. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, welcome back. So we will continue with another interesting talk. This time it will be about saving the world, so I'm definitely excited. The exact name of the talk is how we moved SDK to Kotlin multi-platform and saved the world, kind of. We'll see. It's, sharing code between different platforms is kind of the holy grail of development. So there are certain already a lot of people already tried with a lot of solutions. But Kotlin multi-platform has real potential, I think. So it would be interesting to see how Zachary Powell, the presenter of this talk, will or solved basically unifying Android, iOS, and JavaScript SDKs. So Zachary, come up to the stage.
Hello.
Hello and
Nice
welcome.
to see you. Thank you.
You can start as you want.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So, hello everyone, and welcome to my talk on how Vonage moved its client SDKs to Kotlin multi-platform and save the world. Kind of. So, before I get started, I would like to kind of go through a couple of introductions. So, first and foremost, I'd definitely like to introduce gentleman called Ashley. He's a software developer engineer on the engineering team that did the move to Kotlin multi-platform. He's also someone that's been with the company for quite a few years, had a wealth of knowledge around the history of our SDKs, around how things were done before, the different attempts at code share and all those sorts of things. So I definitely picked his brains for countless hours to flesh out this talk, and I definitely want to thank him for that. He is now also on Twitter. He's very proud of the fact that he has finally come to social media. So do check out him on Twitter as well. I'm sure he'd absolutely love to talk about Kotlin multi-platform with you all day long. So do check him out. And the second person that I should introduce is myself. So I've been an Android developer since 2009. I more recently moved into developer relations and was a Android developer advocate with Vonage. I have now turned to the dark side and taken a position as a manager, but I manage the client SDK team. So I now cover Android, iOS, and JavaScript. And you can go follow me over on Mastodon, on the Android dev.social server, or anywhere else really around the internet under Dev with Zachary. So it should be quite easy to find me if you do want to do that. So before we really get started, let's think about a couple of takeaways that I hope you'll be able to have from this talk. Unfortunately, those don't involve pizza, but they should still be quite good nonetheless. So first off, I do want to start by saying this isn't a code talk. This isn't a talk about coding with Kotlin multi-platform, how we, the actual nitty-gritty of implementing it. There's lots of really great talks that already exist in this space. Some really great talks already on this conference about Kotlin and Kotlin multi-platform. So what I wanted to do is something a little bit different, which I hope will be just as interesting and hopefully quite insightful. And I want to kind of take you through a real world example of an engineering team that built a library in Kotlin multi-platform. Some of kind of going through and learning some of the pain that comes with that. I will go through the history of our SDK, so hopefully you can kind of understand where we were coming from and why we wanted to make this happen. And also kind of touch on a few of the different past attempts at code share that we've had. Like we've sort of said, a lot of different people have tried different ways of sharing code across different platforms. And we certainly have as well. So it's definitely worth looking at those to get a good understanding of where we are today. And hopefully if we can take those pains that we've learned from, and hopefully you can learn from, you can actually then see some of the success as well. I love this meme. I think this really sums up being a programmer. Some days you can feel like the most amazing job, the most amazing person creating really cool things, creating new universes. Other days you can feel like you know nothing at all. So I thought that was quite a good way to sum that up. But what I want to touch on is kind of how the differences manifested themselves between our old code share and Kotlin multi-platform. what the SDKs actually do look like now, which, hopefully can kind of give you some more insights into what you might want to do with your own libraries, or just how to use those libraries. But more importantly, some of the surprise improvements that we've seen, some of the things that we didn't necessarily consider, that aren't necessarily related to actually writing code within Kotlin multi-platform, but have improved our processes and everything else along the way. So if we're going to be talking about these things, we're going to be talking about Vonage SDKs. What are Vonage client SDKs? What do I mean by that? Well, Vonage does a range of APIs. We do communication APIs. So we do things like voice, video, SMS, and then other APIs built on top of those things like two-factor authentication and that sort of thing. And we have a range of SDKs on a range of different platforms. We have them generally split into two sections. We have server SDKs, which are things like Python, PHP, .NET, Java, stuff that you would be running on a server. And then we have client SDKs, things that you would be running on your clients. So our main focus there is Android, iOS, and JavaScript. And I think one of the key points as well, and one of the reasons why this kind of move into Kotlin multi-platform was so successful, was that really our SDKs are quite simplistic. And I think that's a good thing. Essentially, they are just wrappers for the different APIs that we offer. So our APIs are all REST APIs. They use WebRTC for things like video and voice. So all they're actually doing is wrapping that and encasing that, with the goal to make it as easy as possible to use those APIs in a native kind of way that you would expect to use on your different platforms. And obviously that's slightly different between Android, iOS, and JavaScript. How you expect to do things isn't necessarily all the same. But I'm in developer relations, and we consider developers to be our world. We consider that to be the most important thing, and trying to make sure that this is as friendly and easy a process for you as it can be. So that's what we mean by client SDKs in the context of Vonage and the products that we offer. So with that in mind, I'd like to take you on a short history lesson. So a long time ago, in a tech company far, far away, there was a small European startup, which you may have heard of, called Nexmo. And Nexmo had 3 separate native SDKs for its clients. It had an Android SDK, it had an iOS SDK, and it had a JavaScript SDK. These were all managed by separate teams, were completely separate in all respects, other than the fact that they were encapsulating the same APIs. So they were individual wrappers for the same APIs, but on the different platforms. And I think especially when asking Ashley and when asking the rest of the team and looking back, the biggest issue that they had with that was that it was incredibly tough to test across all platforms. Whenever there was a new feature for an API or a brand new API or anything like that, that feature had to be written into the SDKs 3 separate times. And obviously that meant that essentially there was 3 times the work to implement something new. And it wasn't just that there was 3 times the work, there's 3 separate people working on it. Because there was 3 separate people, the way the thing was being implemented was going to be slightly different each time. Now, even with the most perfect, solid design spec, perfect, solid specification of what needed to happen, people are always going to interpret that differently. And when you've got different people on different teams interpreting the same thing, there leaves a lot of room for personal kind of preference. And at the start, that's fine. That's a very small thing. But that over time grows into something quite big. And what you end up with is 3 SDKs that are completely different in many respects. They do the same thing, but different in different ways. And that makes things like testing and stuff very difficult. You have to write separate tests. You have to have, localized knowledge for each one of those SDKs. And it also makes it difficult for developers because quite a few developers, that use those SDKs probably actually use multiple platforms. They might be building an Android and an iOS app, or maybe they have a web version of their app. And so it's kind of quite counterintuitive if you've learned how to use one SDK and now you have to use a different one and you realize that they're different. So there was lots of kind of friction there, which we really didn't like. And at that time, Nexmo was purchased by Vonage. So Nexmo became successful enough that someone wanted to buy them, and that someone was Vonage. And so Nexmo became Vonage's API platform. And then eventually it became that they were Vonage's APIs. So at this point, it's quite a big change for the startup, obviously. You're being merged into another company. There's a chance to do something big and different. And that was the time to do an SDK rewrite. That was the perfect time to do this. And so we did. And one of the first things we actually looked at, and we're talking about 2018 here for an idea of the timeline, they looked at Kotlin multi-platform. The JavaScript team were actually very interested in this brand new, a very alpha thing that was coming out. And they were interested in giving it a go, seeing if we could use this for code share. Now, one of the big issues that they faced is they wanted to do everything in Kotlin multi-platform. They wanted to completely rewrite all 3 SDKs, no native code at all, everything within Kotlin. And as you can imagine, at that time, this failed. That wasn't really a possibility. It also, obviously, at the time, multi-platform just wasn't there yet. There was holes in the gaps in the functionality. It wasn't going to work for all 3 platforms as well as it could. We would like, and lots of other reasons. But fundamentally, the biggest reason was the fact that they wanted to do everything in it. So that wasn't going to work. But we did still want code share. We did still need to do something to improve the situation. So enter C++. At the time, it allowed for code share. Every platform had an implementation that would work well enough, and it was a much more seasoned language, a much more seasoned offering for doing things like this. And essentially what it was decided is you'd have a base level with base level in C++ that would handle some stuff, and then platform specific code would be written on top of that to hopefully alleviate a lot of the issues that we were having and build a common ground for all platforms. Happy code share, right? That's perfect. That's exactly what we set out to do. C++ has been around forever. It works. It's great. No problems there. We can pack our bags and be done. No, actually, it didn't work out that way. So what actually happened is we ended up in a situation much like this diagram. We had a thin layer of C++ code, but the bulk of the code bases was still in the native languages. So, it doesn't take a mathematician to realize that actually what we've done here is add a new language, not reduce the amount of different languages. So instead of now having 3 separate SDKs, we had 3 separate SDKs with a 4th abstraction layer, which just made things even more complicated. One of the big reasons why it made it more complicated was the fact that the C++ code wasn't accessible to everyone on the team. Originally, the teams were siloed Android developers, iOS developers, JavaScript developers. Some of those team members probably had some C++ experience from previous lives, but there was no definitive kind of knowledge shared across the teams, and therefore kind of very specific people in each teams had to do that part of the work. And that really limited the release cadences that we could follow. When you're building a library, it's really important to be quite reactive. If there's a bug found, or there's a new feature in one of the APIs, you want to be able to implement that, fix it, ship it out as quick as possible. You can't do that if you're relying on a few core people to be able to actually touch the C++ code. So after much kind of begrudging and dragging of feet and sighing, it was agreed that we had to rewrite again. It wasn't going to work. It wasn't sustainable. So fast forwarding now to sort of 2021, and it's finally agreed that that does need to happen and we get buy-in. But to what? What is that going to look like? Well, we still want to continue with the code share. We still want to continue with that beginning goal. But how do we do it in a way that's quite sustainable and is actually going to work for the teams that we had? Shared code, just better, simple, problem solved. Well, in reality, what we wanted to actually do is something more like this diagram, where a decent chunk of the code base is shared. And when it's necessary or when it's smart to actually have native code, we allow that to happen. We don't try and shoehorn everything into shared code, but we also kind of are quite pragmatic about what is and isn't in there. And the general goal, the general rule that everyone came to was share the business logic, leave the low-level platform stuff to each platform. So all the main business logic, all the processing of those APIs, of the different kind of fields that are going to be in them, the responses, everything that you expect with a like a RESTful API, let that happen in CodeShare, and then where you need it, you can use platform specific if necessary. So, okay, we've got a design for our general library, our general structure. What options were actually available to make that happen? And that wasn't just what options were available in general in the market. I think if you go down that rabbit hole, there are lots of options. But more importantly, what options were available where we already had some shared knowledge on them, where we already had kind of some motivation to use them. And really, the team came up with three options. Either we stick with C++ and just rewrite it, or we have a look at Rust, or we have a look at Kotlin, Kotlin multi-platform. So first up, presented to the team was C++. Do we take the C++ and just rewrite it, put the business logic in there, and be happy with it? And the team kind of came back with a resounding no, please, no, never again. No one wanted to touch it. No one wanted to do that. It was going to be too much work, and it was too clunky as it was. So no, we're not going to go down the C++ route. So that left us with the two options. We could go with Rust. Now, with the thing at the time was with Rust, it was very powerful. It was quite new as well. It was exciting. It was different. Lots of people were jumping on it. It was really great for sharing code. It was a good option. There was some issues around kind of binding between the Rust code and the native platform code, which the team kind of highlighted as possible issues. And they also weren't so sure around some of the tooling that was available and kind of the general process of developing CodeShare and Rust and then having it across those three platforms. It was a bit more of an unknown for the team, and unknowns are scary. It's hard to see that as a good option when, you're scared of what's going to come. So there was the other option, which some of the team already had some experience with from previous attempts at using it. And, obviously the Android team were quite happy you could use Kotlin. They understood the language. So Kotlin multi-platform made quite a lot of sense for the resource that we had to give that a go. It was also at this point much further developed, much more, I hesitate to use the word mature, but much more developed than it was previously. And of course, it was also a lot easier to interact with the Kotlin code in backwards and forwards with native code. So it was decided that we will prototype this and give it a go. We'll take a couple of our APIs and we'll try to implement an SDK for those. So it was time to prototype. It was December 2021. And as we all know, December is a time that no one wants to do any actual work. People are quite happy to get their heads down and kind of do as little as possible as they wait for the holidays. So the team decided to kind of hide away and build this prototype over the course of December. One of the things that they made sure to do, learning from the first attempts, was to make sure that they were very careful about what did and didn't go into CodeShare. It was specifically going to be Kotlin multi-platform was just for business logic. Platform-specific code stays out. And what do I mean by platform-specific code? Well, one of the big things for that is going to be, for us, was the networking layer. We already had very good HTTP, WebSocket, WebRTC clients that were either developed in-house or were using libraries that we already knew for different platforms. We already had that layer kind of quite well established. So it kind of made sense to keep that and use that for this. We could expose that platform-specific code behind interfaces. Kotlin multi-platform can use it and stick to the business logic. So that was kind of the main goal there. And, you know, this is one of the benefits of our SDK being quite simplistic in nature. It didn't need to do any heavy lifting on the platform-specific side. There wasn't much else going on other than networking. So through December and then into January, the prototype was completed and it worked. It was a viable option. At that point, we started to be able to get product managers, kind of engagement, people within the company buying into this idea that, yeah, actually, it would be good to do a new SDK, and this would work. But as with all good stories, there came some drama. It was a new year, and a few things happened. For one, Ashley dared to have a baby. He went on to paternity leave and disappeared. He was such a big driving force to get it to this point that caused things to kind of slow down quite significantly. I will, of course, say congratulations, and him having a baby is a very good thing, and I'm very happy for him. But in terms of this project, it slowed things down. Then, as with, you know, all companies, people leave. Things had already started to slow down because there was less of a driving force, and combine that with a couple of people leaving the team, which meant there was less resource for the team to continue pushing this forward. There was less resource, people were spread a bit thinner, and the team had to focus on bug fixing. We still had current SDKs that we had to maintain, that had to continue to work. People were using them in production environments. We couldn't just abandon them to focus on a new SDK. So the resource that was available, unfortunately, had to be diverted towards that. And again, that really started to slow things down. I think for a while there, it started to feel like maybe this wasn't going to happen, and we were all stuck with what we had. But wait, through doing that, the team was reminded of a lot of the pain points, a lot of the issues with the old SDK. They understood that actually this really doesn't work very well and something needs to be done about it. And just like magic, just at the right time, Ashley returned to triumphant fanfare, I'm sure. And the team were like, look, we really don't like having to support this old SDK. We really want to do something new. We want to make this better. How do we do that? And Ashley, who is, you know, a very wise person, he said, sod it. Let's do it. And with that, we moved from prototype into SDK. But what actually needed to happen, there was still work that had to be happening. It wasn't just going to magic itself into a full SDK. One of the key things that was kind of really highlighted was the fact that up until that point for the prototype, iOS and Android were the only things that had been focused on. JavaScript hadn't actually had any kind of checking yet. So the team had to spend quite a lot of resource to actually look at that and make sure that that was going to be viable. There's no point in having all this set up and then that not work. So that was kind of a big moment of, oh, actually, yeah, we need to do this first. They did that. And then I asked, well, they did that and that was proven successful, and they moved forward. So I asked the team, what were the main changes? What was the difference between building this new SDK and building the old SDK or updating the old SDK? What really stuck out to them? And not from a syntax point of view, not from a language point of view, but just high level. What was the differences? And I guess the first one's kind of obvious, but it's worth saying. The team had to learn Kotlin. At this point, the team had kind of come together. So it was one client SDK team, but it was a mix of Android, iOS, and JavaScript devs. Many of those didn't have Kotlin knowledge. Obviously, I mean, Android developers were over the moon. They had an easy life. But the others needed to work and needed to learn this new language. So it's kind of important to consider that if you're going to go all in on something like this, your team is probably going to have members of it that need extra support and help to raise their skill level and learn the new thing. And it's not just the language that they had to learn, it was the build system as well. Again, Android developers were sitting back, sipping pina coladas and very happy with themselves because they didn't have to learn much new things. But I think iOS developers were quite sad. I'm sure they were kind of crying in the background saying, give us back our make files. But in the end, everyone had to get all in on Gradle. It's the only realistic way to go. So again, it was something new that people had to learn, and that takes time, that takes effort, and you have to be aware of that. And then the other thing as well, which I think was, for me at least, was a little bit more surprising because I didn't really consider it as an Android developer, but of course there was a shift in tooling as well. People had to start using Android Studio or at least an IntelliJ IDE. And that wasn't such a huge issue for the iOS developers. They were used to Xcode. There's kind of enough similarities that it makes sense. But where it really hit home was the JavaScript developers who were kind of used to being able to use whatever they wanted. But also those developers that were actually working on the C++. Some of those developers were actually still just using Vim in the command line. They didn't have anything more than a text editor. They didn't need anything more than a text editor. So there was quite a lot of transition there in learning. And I would definitely not recommend using one of the developers' computers from those teams, because I know a lot of them have weird and wonderful keyboard shortcut mappings in Android Studio because they're so used to other things that they've kind of remapped it. And that's quite a scary situation if you try and sit down on their computer. But it was another thing that really needed consideration. And then where are we today? Well, we are where we are, and the Vonage Client SDK for voice has been released. Another key thing that changed through this design process was splitting out our SDK into a more modular nature. So we have a voice component, we have a chat component, then we have a separate video SDK. But the point here being, if you just want to use the chat component, you don't have to use the voice or video, which has WebRTC and lots of other dependencies. So that kind of cleans things up for just chat users as well. And with that in mind, it's kind of spread out the release cadence a bit more. But we have voice release now, and we have chat coming at the end of the quarter. So that's great. We've got to this point where it's releasing. It is actually being happening. It's actually live. It's actually being used. It's not just a prototype anymore. And it was now that I sort of wanted to go back to the teams and say, well, what's actually changed? What reflections, what lessons have you learned along the way? What's different about your day-to-day life now that you're using Kotlin multi-platform instead of C++ and native stuff? So one point that was raised quite a lot actually was that people felt they needed to keep up to date with Kotlin a lot more. Especially the C++ devs. Well, you know, they're like, the C++ is quite a static situation, or at least at the very least, the release versions are quite slow. And Kotlin is still quite a new evolving language. It's still getting pretty large updates, new features, new changes, and we want to be able to utilize those. So we do need to keep up to date with it. It's quite an important thing to do, and it's a good point. But one thing that everyone was very happy about was that the original pain point of consistency has been completely removed. Whenever there's a new feature, a new API, a new update, it can be written once in multi-platform, and it works everywhere. and the code that's native is very small and really just exposing the rest of it to the user. So because the platform code is just exposing functionality, we've actually had a lot more time as well to improve our API contract. So things should feel much more kind of streamlined and easy to use when you're using the SDK compared to the old SDK. Things should just make a bit more sense as an iOS developer or an Android developer. It should just work quite well. And that's because we have the time now to kind of really work on that API and make sure that it makes sense for developers. Another really great improvement is that everyone knows Kotlin now. Because of that fact, everyone can build a new feature. We don't need 3, maybe 4 people working on one feature to get it implemented across all the SDKs. One person can own a feature and make it happen. This is obviously very different to what it used to be like. And no one person, we're not dependent on any one person either, which is really great. So finally, which is kind of, well, this is kind of something that I could give a whole separate talk on, but another thing that we did do, which some people were very happy about, was we moved to a mono repo for the SDK source code, which from a team's perspective made it much easier to keep everyone synced. Again, you've got one main chunk of code with only little bits across the 3 platforms. So it makes sense for everything to be in one place, but it also means things are much easier to manage. It's much easier to kind of be synchronized across all 3 platforms. It really helps. And again, I could give a whole separate talk on this, but it's a point worth mentioning. And then finally, the most important thing of all, without a doubt, we finally have tests. As you know, developers are our world, and tests are the key to saving developers. Developers appreciate good tested code, and it means that our code is much more bug free. It's much more kind of reliable, and we know it works across all 3 platforms. Without tests, you can't have a reliable library, and this is definitely the thing that I'm particularly passionate about, the fact that we managed to kind of create this environment that's completely testable across all 3 platforms that we support. So when something does change or something new comes in, we, with confidence, can say that it's going to work in this way or whatever it is. So that is how we saved our world. And yeah, I'm really glad for that fact. So that's kind of the end of the story. I will say, if you want to check out the SDKs, you want to check out what we've done in Kotlin, please do check out, scan the QR code. That'll take you to our GitHub community page where you can see the tutorials for using the new SDK in iOS and Android. JavaScript examples coming soon. And you can also sign up for a developer account. And if you use the the coupon code on screen, you'll get 10 euros free credit as well. Send yourself some text messages, voice calls, and all that sort of fun stuff programmatically. But I'll leave it there. Please do, if you want to check out what I'm up to, please do check out my Polywork profile. And also these slides and all the slides from all my talks are available on my GitHub. So thank you very much. And I'll stop there for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Zach. It was a very interesting talk indeed. And I really like these experience-based talks. You gave a lot of takeaways. I'd like to leave a little bit of time for you listeners to think about questions. So please do write the questions in the chat section. I will then put them on stage. But before that, I actually have a question. So you mentioned that, but it was not the focus of your talk. But actually, I think doing this much rewrite is an interesting topic in and of itself. So, of course, I'm not expecting you to go into elaborate details on that. But what would you say when the developer team faces this decision, whether to refactor in place or rewrite? I think it's a very hard decision, and you have some experience. So, can you share some thoughts about this?
Yeah, I think it's a very difficult point to make, and it can be a very scary point to say, actually, I think we need to rewrite this, because I think for some people it can feel like you're almost admitting defeat. But I think that's where having that kind of experience and knowledge to actually stand up and say, no, we need to do this again from scratch is important. Obviously, there's going to be times where you can just refactor in place, particularly if, for example, it's not the whole thing that's a problem. Like our biggest issue was the fact that all three SDKs just continued to drift away from each other. So it was going to be very difficult to bring those back together. But if you had particularly a situation where like maybe just one feature or one element had really drifted, that would be a different scenario that you might be able to just like remove that feature and refactor there. But yeah, it's a tough one. It's very difficult to kind of stand up and kind of almost be brave enough to say, we need to start again. And you're going to have a battle of kind of convincing product managers, convincing, you know, other managers within the company that this is the right thing to do. But there comes a time where it just is. The amount of time we were wasting, you know, trying to make changes in the C++ code base and all these kind of really archaic things that we had to do, the amount of time we've saved now that we've moved over speaks for itself. So yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, and I really agree that I think commitment, and also buy-in from different stakeholders and persistence are keys. You also mentioned, you know, the time when you still needed to support or fix bugs in the current implementation while the refactor was ongoing. I think that's a particularly tough things to do, even for, you know, developer well-being, so to say. Then maybe better phrasing, motivation. You know, who gets to work on the shiny new things and who had to go back down the sewers to fix the existing bugs. So yeah,
definitely.
That's always an interesting thing. Yeah. Okay. So we still have one question, but I will put it up. From Brian Michael K. Around when did you make the transition to Kotlin multi-platform for the SDK?
Sure. So our first beta release was released back at the end of September, and it kind of became stable for the voice component at the end of the year. And then, like I say, the chat component's coming at the end of March this time. So it's still quite early days, and it's still definitely an evolving thing. But I think much earlier, and there were still some technical issues that we were experiencing. It's definitely changed a lot this past year, which is a great thing. It's definitely much more usable now. I don't think I'd have been able to have this same talk 2 years ago. I just don't think that would have been happening. So yeah, it's really great to see the progress that's been made, which also, of course, gives us confidence because there's obviously a lot of support behind it and a lot of motivation from a lot of people to make this happen. So yeah, definitely.
Cool. And which platform do you think it works the best? I mean, the obvious answer is Android, but I'm curious.
I mean, obviously, yeah, to be honest, yes, Android is the one that makes the most sense straight away. But iOS, I would say, is very quickly behind it, actually. For us personally, with kind of the technologies we're using with like WebRTC and stuff, JavaScript is the one that's kind of lagged behind a little bit. But it's still to a place now that we can comfortably use it, which is obviously great to see.
Okay, cool. So we don't have any more questions. So then I will just thank you again for the amazing talk, and yeah, and see you later. And
yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for the talk. Yeah.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye. And we will be back in 22 minutes. And actually, that next talk will connect quite well with this one because that will also talk about code sharing between different platforms. But this time it will be about performance. So make sure to get back in 21 minutes at this point. Okay, we are back, and we will have another code sharing talk as promised. This time about processor-intensive use cases like machine learning and sensor inputs or video editing. So let's see how code sharing can be done effectively with those use cases. This will be presented by Giovanni Laquidara, and I will invite you to the stage now. Hi, Giovanni.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
How are you?
Good, good. I'm like here from London. It's night, and this is the last talk of the day, right?
Yeah. I mean, in certain time zones. So we have watchers from all over the world. So
yes, this is the last talk of the day for my time zone. Yes.
Yeah, for mine as well. It's getting quite late here, but
Great.
Nonetheless, I'm excited about the talk. So take it away,
Nice.
Giovanni.
So I can start. Great. So hi everyone. So today we'll see. First of all, welcome to my talk. Is that high performance code sharing between Android, iOS, and web. So before talking about the topic, I want to present myself. I'm Giovanni Laquidara. I'm developer advocate in Amazon for the App Store and services in Amazon. And before going deep inside developer advocacy, I was a software engineer. Before I was a mobile engineer in Android field, but before was when I was working in Italy, I was a software engineer in performance critical software. What does it mean? I was working developing software for space and defense field. In this kind of field, the performance are really important. Nowadays, we can see the same needs for performance where we are talking about machine learning algorithm, sensor analysis that's more related to mobile. So like analyzing inputs coming from the sensor, or even if we need to do like video transcoding, image elaboration, something like that. In this field, the performance are really important. So what does it mean here in performance? Because performance is a generic term. In the case of performance critical software for defenses in space fields, performance would mean like having a certain time in which the algorithm were giving some output. So like we can be sure that the algorithm that we are running, the function that we are running, will have a certain output limited in a certain amount of time. So we need to be sure that the time limit is respected. When we are developing something for mobile, we are not really used to develop high performance algorithm or high performance code because we are always used to develop apps. I mean, for the majority of cases, we are developing apps that are for the user, like the user interface for something that is relying on the backend. Even though there are performance critical software, even if we think about gaming in a mobile platform, that is something that really needs really needs for you to develop something that is really, like we say, low level and so coupled with the underlying architecture of the machine, underlying architecture of the hardware. But it's important, even for the normal application, to understand exactly the importance of performance, because actually our mobile platform are built on top of limited resources. This can be battery, this can be memory. So even if the hardware is improving, every year, we need to take care of this, especially for what especially for what is related to the new use case like machine learning and so on. So sometimes these features are very hardware related, and a way to develop something on top of it is thinking about performance. In mobile development, we are used to a lot of different languages, iOS with Swift, or if you're coming from Android development, from the Android developer world, you are used to use Kotlin, Java in the past. There are people using C# for gaming, the Xamarin. I forget about Flutter, but we have a lot of frameworks. But if you think about this framework and language, like I said before, they are more designed around building the perfect user experience, building the perfect environment for developers to build a beautiful UI, a performant UI, but not like really a performant algorithm inside that is like inside your app. So yeah, there is still like the fight between the two main platforms about which one is the more performance related even to app development. So like some people say, if I develop something iOS, my application will be more performance than the one in Android. So I don't want to be in this fight. But if we need to I don't want to be like in this like flame. But if we want to design and develop something that is performance oriented, we need to think about a solution that is like creating a common engine that is associated to that hardware that is quite common related on the mobile platform. Let's think about the architecture of the microprocessors, the RAM. That kind of hardware is pretty common and like it's pretty like standardized. Yes, you can have some differences here and there, but the architecture is the same. And running closer at that layer, close on that layer, your algorithm will actually improve your performance. So what about as a solution for use cases that needs high performance algorithm? What about like developing a library that can be also shared between the mobile platform? So to use this, like in the past, but even now, many users to do like high performance algorithm, they are using C. But in mobile, we can try to understand if we can use other languages. We can use, and I will explain in this talk, we can use C++, we can use Kotlin, and we can use Rust. These are the three languages of choice that I choose for this talk. C++ it's the oldest one, if we think about it. And it's the one that also is related to high performance development for all kind of hardware, not only the mobile platform. Kotlin is pretty new in the scene between these three, the newest is Rust. But it's like the most, if we can say, higher level on the tree. And Rust is like the newest one that is like close as the performance as C++. We will see, and we will see these three. How can we develop something like some library that can be shared between mobile platforms, so iOS, Android, and even web, using these three languages? In this talk, we will see like what are the pros and the cons. If it's really easy to use these three languages instead of the others, we'll see this. And in the end, I'm gonna like try to find not a winner, but my favorite. Like I associated this slide like the story of the three little pigs, like comparing the pigs with the languages. Actually, they are not pigs; they're really great language, all trees. But I will tell you which one is my favorite. So let's start with C++. C++ is like one of the oldest one. Like I say, it's a powerful cross-platform language. It's actually cross-platform because it can compile. It's compiled and can run across a lot of kind of architecture and processor and CPUs. So it's widely used to create a performance application. So like I said, not only mobile. It was created as a better version of C. So it's that is right, really the one that is like also more closer to the machine than other languages, C. So it was like a tentative to improve C. It has a large and active community. That's because it's really old. And if you think about, even many operative systems are built with C++. And because the community is very active and large, there are a lot of libraries and frameworks available that you can use to develop whatever you want. So the possibilities are really endless with C++. Nevertheless, it can be complicated to learn and to really understand deeply what you can do with C++ without errors or issue that can raise after your software is running. Also, other things like, it's one of the most popular programming language. Like I said, it's like object-oriented. That in the past was something really take as a good thing, like the object programming. But nowadays we are all more oriented into functional programming. It's something old as well, but like trends are like constantly repeating, and it's portable. So like I said before, you can decide to build your algorithm, your function, your software in C++ and compile with a specific compiler for the architecture for the machine that you want. So just an hello world of C++. It's I don't know if somebody doesn't know about C++. This is like a classic hello world. You can have like a function. The main function is like the entry point of the source code or your software you're building. You can include libraries using the header file include, and you can use namespace to abbreviate like includes included object from the header files. Yes, it's pretty easy. You can handle like memory. You can handle memory with that using the pointer, something that we are not really using anymore with the high-level language like Java or Kotlin. And handling the pointer sometimes can make us face some problems that are not really easy to solve, like in this slide. Like, yes, you have a pointer to an integer, you have another pointer to a cost integer, so I presume that I can never modify the const PCI because it's a cost. Instead, I mean, it's permitted if you actually cast the cost int pointer to a normal int pointer, and this way you can change it. So like sometimes it can be a little bit like dangerous to use C++. I mean, C++, this is not all. This is one of the pitfalls that you can have with C++, but there are many others. How can we use, like, going to our main topic? How can we use C++ in mobile app development? So, if we are into the iOS app development world, C++ is like a first-class citizen. What does it mean? This means that if you are using Objective-C, still, because many developers are using Swift right now, you just need to embed your C++ code inside a .mm file. That's it. And then you can use a C++. So you can use whatever algorithm you want defined in C++. You can find whatever implementation of a high-performance algorithm you need for your software, for your app in C++, and just include that inside your Objective-C iOS app like this. If you're using Swift, that things are really a little bit more complicated because you need to use a wrapper to expose the classes. So you need to use an Objective C++ wrapper to use the classes. And this is like called a bridging header. You can check more info about it in the official developer documentation of Apple. So developer.apple.com, and following the URL at the slide. But essentially, you can like use your .h to the header file of C++, .cpp and .ocxx, and then you need to import your header inside a file, another file that is the bridging header. That is something that is like it's a bridge between the Swift code and the C++ file or library that you are building. Then you have to do a little bit more, some configuration of Xcode, like linking the library if you're using an external library, or some configuration that still is a little bit easier than working with Gradle. Improvement. There is a work group that started last year. It started last year on January 2022, and it's about like creating a better interoperability between Swift and C++. This is because it's like a need of developers that are like wanting the developers that wants more and more performance with their application. So for Swift, this is like more or less the introduction about how to use C++. What about Android? So to use C++ in Android, you have to download a bunch of tools. Like you have to download CMake, the NDK, that is the native development kit of Android. You have to configure Gradle, and then you have to download the LLDB. Yeah, there are a lot of tools to configure and download and install, but Android Studio, that is the default environment of Android development, is helping you for this. There is also like a demo project that you can use in Android Studio to check. And another thing that you like have to implement if you have to use a C++ clause is like, because you are using essentially a language that is on top of JVM, so you can use Java or Kotlin, you have to use the JNI, so Java Native Interface, to call C methods that are wrapping C++ methods. So this is like the, if you want, like a little bit forced architecture of what you can do for integrating C++ code inside a project that is an Android project. And to wrap your C++ method inside a GenAI method, you have to use the code that is on the left of the slide, so in the file native.lib.c++, CPP. Then after that, you can use in your main activity the methods called from that has the name from the GenAI. I want to show you like one demo. I think you can see here like this. Yeah, so this is like a super really demo project like in Android Studio about using C++. And as you can see here, you have the string from GNI that is actually an external function. That means there is a library written in C++ that is implementing this function. And this library now is simply a dummy. It's like an hello world, so like we said that it's a string from GenAI function that is like actually wrapping a C++ code. So like there is a constant string hello, and then we just build another, we are building a new string starting from that and returning it. The function from GenAI called string from GenAI, we just return the string, and we can use this string inside the text field that we can use for Android, for our Android app. So this is pretty easy and simple. But imagine that you have a much more complicated code. So you will always have more complicated code than this hello world. It can be really hard to develop something because you need to write more and more configuration code, more and more code to wrap your methods that are exported from C++. So I started to look for a way to make this easier, even for Android. I mean, for Android, wrapping the method in with GenAI call, but even producing the bridging header for Swift and for iOS. And I saw that there is a pretty good tool, pretty good framework called Genie that is helping a developer to integrate C++ code in both the platform, Android and iOS. So Genie is like a software, as a tool for generating cross-language type declaration and interfaces bindings. It's on GitHub. It's open source. It was created. It was started by Dropbox. Then Dropbox left this project, discontinued this project. But Snap, the company that is developing Snapchat, took it from the open source and improved it a lot. And it's still open source, and you can check in the GitHub how the code is working. There is a bunch of tools to command line commands to run to generate the code, and we will see in a bit the sample. But the good things that is very, very high performance. And there are a bunch of articles in the Snap engineering blog about how they took Genie from Dropbox, from the open source world, and they improved it a lot. Their needs that they explain in their articles, because they were creating a really high performance oriented messaging layer. So pretty similar to the one that we saw in the talk before, but also they have to leverage the expertise they had in the team. There was about C++, and because now was having a lot of expertise in C++, because like they work a lot with images and video, augmented reality, so something really high performance related, and many developers that are there are developed with C++. Using this kind of tool was like their like silver tools, these silver bullets to cover their needs. So this is like a more or less the graph of the logic they are using. The Snap is using Genie, so with a Genie that is creating all the bindings for iOS, all the bindings for Android, and even a bunch of API that they can use inside their application. But I want to show you actually a demo of it. Let me see. So if you go to the snapshot of GitHub of Snapshot, and then there is like the Genie project, and you can have like a sample code in examples. So in the directory examples, there is the folders with all the scripts needed to generate a sample demo for Android and iOS, but even for the web platform, because they also improve Genie to support the web platform. So that means that it's like using WebAssembly. So they are like translating the C++ code inside WebAssembly, and you can use inside your TypeScript or JavaScript project the same library, the same algorithm that you are using inside your mobile app and your mobile app with iOS and Android. So the Genie project files is like, if you download the example file, you will have a project like this. In this case, I opened it with Visual Studio Code, and the core of whatever Genie project you want to create is not simple. You have to create Genie files describing the export and interface of the C++ method that you will want to use inside your mobile app or web app. So in this case, like the demo app is showing it's like implementing a sorting between strings. So that means that we will have our mobile app, our web app, in which there is like there is like a text input field where we can put strings. And then we have some buttons that we can click to order the string in ascending, descending, or random order. So to do this, we need to think about an interface, like exposing an interface between the underlying C++ code and the app that is on the top. To do this, we need to write in this language, our Genie files. So if we write like this, we want an item list. An item list that is a record, and a record containing a list of strings called items. This code, this bunch of code, will generate the C++ header that is actually creating an item list struct containing a list, in this case a vector in C++ of strings called items. This is auto-generated. Then, for example, you can have like the second code that we have like here is like create an enum called sort order, and this enum will have ascending, descending, and random values assigned. If we go to the sort items HPP, so the header file, we will see that sort order.hp, we have the enum class with the field that we actually assigned in the Genie files. So after you define these Genie files, you have to run the Genie tools to create all these generated code. Creating the generated code, we don't not only create the C++ header file, but we also create a Java file that you can use in your Android app with the item list, see here, or the JNA interface. So this is like something more complex that I showed you before. So like wrapping with the JNA interface, the call to the C++ code, or even like the Objective-C code that is needed with the bridging header. Remember the things that I told you, like you need to use this in your Xcode project for iOS. So it's pretty much complicated to integrate C++ inside your mobile app, iOS or Android. But with a tool like this, it can become really easy to produce all the codes needed for this. And even the code that will be dedicated to the translation in WebAssembly. After that, you actually have to create your C++ code. Like if you want to implement the sorting, we can actually create our C++ code, including the header files auto-generated by Genie, and then fill it with our logic. So let's say that I didn't show you that actually we want to perform our sort. We want a sort method that is able to have as an input the order sort, the sort order, and the items that I want to sort. So in this way, I'm declaring, okay, Genie, generate for me a function for this. Genie, we generate the signature of the function in C++, the codes needed in Java and Swift, and then we can fill it with the actual logic in our C++ file inside and written src. So you can see like that we are using the standard library sort for C++ with the argument passed by the sort function, and with a different in this, as long we are like choosing different case on the as long as we are using the ascending order, descending order, or random order. So this is more or less like the simple stuff around Genie. Obviously, like it's a project that is pretty much complex because you can use a lot of like data types. I suggest you to, if you're interested, to see the README files and also to experiment it with the demo code. And to build all these projects, the sample project, they are using Bazel. That is like a building system, so not Gradle, but you can use whatever you want, and for your app, obviously. And if you are using Bazel, in the command line, you just need to build the Android app with this command line. So Bazel build example Android app, or for iOS app, you can just open the sample code generated with iOS with Xcode and run it. I want to see. Yes, maybe we can. This is like the actual code that I open and modified from Genie inside code. So this is like the sorting sample. Let's see. Okay, this is like. Let's see if I can show you the emulator. Yes, let's see. Okay, it's running. So this is the demo app that Genie has as a demo code. So like you can put some crash, like the everyday demo. So like let's put type, and then crash, and then Giovanni, and then Android and Kotlin. So this string, if we press sort, the strings are gonna be sorted in a normal order. We can choose reverse order or random order. And then so like it's very easy analyzing the code of this demo project to check what is the power of this tool that Snap is using, but even other projects are using. So this, like, think about it as a tool that helps you to put your C++ code and use it inside Android, iOS, and web. Change language. Kotlin. I guess a lot of us know Kotlin. I don't want to add more info about Kotlin. Yes, it's modern. I like it very much to develop, like, for developing Android apps. It's concise. It's concise, interoperable, because it can, like, be used for a lot of interaction with different language. It was created by JetBrains to improve the experience on the JVM. It has the null safety, the powerful coroutines, type inference, and this, like I said before, it's the language for Android. If you want to use Kotlin to build a low level, like actually more close to the machine code library that can be used in iOS, there is, like, the possibility. This is, like, I don't want to describe you more this, but you can go to, I did some research, but, like, in the kotlinlang.org docs, there is, like, there are the instructions that describe how to actually use Kotlin to build a native framework for iOS. For Android, yes, we can use Kotlin in a plain and easy way. It's the developer, like, default now language for the Android apps. But if we want to start developing, because the two, like, for iOS and Android, like, using Kotlin can be a little bit different. But if you want to think about a way to develop a library for both the platform, we need to think about Kotlin multi-platform. So Kotlin multi-platform, this will not be a talk about how to use Kotlin multi-platform. There are a lot all around. It's a pretty, this is okay, multi-platform mobile is in beta, but I use it a lot and it's pretty much usable. I would say that it's almost stable, and it's an easy way, really easy and efficient way to share code between apps, Android apps, and iOS app. Now, the things that I like more of Kotlin multi-platform is, like, that is, in comparison with C++, in this case, it's much more easy to configure a project to use the Kotlin code that you are using, that you want to develop. Yes, you have to deal with Gradle. You have to deal with a lot of configuration in Gradle, but if you compare it with C++, there is a lot less to write in terms of, like, how to handling the bindings between the native library you will want to build and the front-end part of the app, so the Swift code of the Kotlin code. The third language that I analyzed and I want to tell you is, like, Rust. So what is Rust? Rust was created by Mozilla as a safer alternative to C and C++. So it's always like creating a language to improve the previous, fixing the issues of the previous after ages of experience of bugs and crazy developers getting crazy working with all kind of language. That's one of the most important things, like, is memory and thread safe. It has a pretty weird way to deal with memory, but pretty weird, but really effective way to deal with memory. That is, like, the borrowing. So give it a try. I mean, you go in the Rust official documentation, go analyze some tutorial with Rust, and you will see that even that is, like, a language that has, like, a very peculiar syntax, and then sometimes can be a little bit complicated, but after you are starting to use it, you can feel more you can feel the safety using that language. And it's an high performance language because it's really close to C and C++. It has no garbage collector like Kotlin, Kotlin has a garbage collector, Java has the garbage collector, but Rust and C++ has not. So this will mean like they will not deal with the losing time with the garbage collection, and because of the borrowing system, it will be even safe using like in terms of memory use. It's actually Rust has been for 7 years in a row the most loved language in Stack Overflow survey, developer survey. So the more it's growing, the community is growing a lot. The more people are using Rust, the more are loving Rust. I started like 4 months ago, not specifically for Android app, but related to the Android apps. And I'm starting to use even for Android apps, like for building algorithm integrated with Android apps. It's very, like I said, the community is growing a lot, and there are a lot of libraries also constantly written in Rust that you can use. It has like a package system, dependency system called Cargo. That is like, I like to see Cargo as like a better version of NPM. So yeah, it has like versioning. It's like it has a safe way to download the dependency respecting the number that you want to put. This is like the one sample of Rust code. So it's like giving the average of the numbers entered in a command line. So this is a command line application. Like you can see that there are variables indicated with let, the function. It's not object-oriented. It's more functional than other language. It means that you can use like functional programming with Rust. And pretty much, if you are coming from C++, Rust have some familiar function that you can use. If you are coming from Kotlin and Swift, it's easy to understand some Rust syntax, but there are other parts of the Rust syntax that you really need to be focused and study what the heck is doing. And even like the most complicated part of Rust is the compiler. The compiler of Rust is very strict and is giving you a lot of error, and that's why it's safe when you are it's more safer than other language. It's safer than other language because when you are fixing a lot of bugs before actually putting the software in production, you will have a safer executables, like they say. From what I know, has also been integrated inside the Linux kernel, and even in Android. I think from this year they will start to put in the AOSP some Rust code. So like you can actually build straight away from now. Like this is very exoteric, like some Android service using Rust. And another like nice thing is like we are talking about sustainability a lot during this day, and it seems that it's one of the most efficient language in terms of energy, together with C. Obviously, C is very old. It has like some issues, like it's not really safe to use like Rust. Rust combine the safety with a great performance. You can see like Python is one of the least efficient one in terms of energy. The second and the third column is like more time performance and memory and peak usage of memory. So like there is a Pascal, Go, C, and Fortran are like really good, and the C++ and Rust that's like is in a good position. If you see like language like Java, there is no Kotlin here. My guess is like close to the Java position should be. So this is like you can look on internet this information about sustainability, and also in the AWS, because Rust is used a lot even in the cloud space, in the cloud field, because it's efficient, and because like there in that kind of field the performance are important, because when you are building services costs as long like they are cost dependent associated with time. So if you have to execute some services, the less time you are using, the less you are paying for it. and the most efficient it is. So like Rust is used a lot even for this, because like it's super fast and super safe. And there is like in the Amazon AWS blogs, there is like a blog post about the sustainability with Rust, and there are also other information about Rust in the cloud space. So let's get it back to the mobile space. How can I use Rust in an iOS app development? So there is, if you look in Google, one of the first results that you will find is like the official Mozilla documentation. It was created by Mozilla. Mozilla also have the content that will guide you to build and deploying a Rust library on iOS. Yes, you need to install the command line tools for Xcode. You need to install Rust app. That is like a tool to install the target compile. We'll say compile architecture executable to build executable for ARM iOS, so specifically for the hardware related to the iOS, and then after that you can cross compile your Rust code inside the executable capable of running on iOS. This tutorial is pretty old, and there is some like there is like a better way to understand and to develop with it. We're gonna see this in a bit. And for Android, there is more or less the same things. But for Android, because like you will have to pass through the native Java, to the JNA Java native interface, you will have to download anyway all the tooling that we downloaded before for C++. So CMake, NDK, Gradle is configured in a certain way, and the LLDB. But also Mozilla has a tutorial about how to build and deploying a Rust library on Android. So I will share the link in the chat in a bit. But it's very easy. You can look for it if you Google it. But I will suggest you to look inside to look for another resource, and then I will share with you. And it's the one that I use for my demo. So like Rust app, okay, with a lot of NDK for Android. How can you interface Rust with a different language, or with Kotlin or with Swift? So Rust like has a things called foreign function interface. That is a way to interface and to call function from Rust outside. And also Mozilla created Unify. I hope the pronunciation is correct. Unify with double F. It's like from Unify. That's the reason. Like it's like unifying Rust for with the other platform. So this Unify is a tool that you will have to download and install, and will generate. It's pretty similar to Genie. So this will able to generate the bindings for Kotlin, for Swift, and we will see even for the web. So even for this, even using Rust, you can use you can like create a library that can be shared between the three platforms: web, Android, and iOS. Unify supports Kotlin, Swift, Python, and Ruby as well. So you can also create some Ruby project or Python project that will use the same library that you are shared with the mobile platform. It's pretty powerful. Let's see a demo. So I prefer to, there is like a very valid project. And this project is here. Building platform, this one, building cross-platform Rust for web, Android, iOS, a minimal example. So this article was like is in a personal blog here, and it's it's one of the most simple tutorial that I saw, created by Andy Balaam. It's one of the most simple tutorials that I saw about how created a shared library between these three platforms. And even if it's the most simple, it's pretty much complicated, because like it's not like an easy work, and it's not a walk in the park. So the things like if we start with Android, we need to create our logic in the normal Rust code. So let's see, I have the project here. I have a project here. Yes, exactly. So so let's see inside these crates. By the way, the crates are like the package, the libraries, whatever software I can put inside a bunch of function of our Rust program. So let's say that I have my crate example Rust bindings, and inside source there is my lib.rs, that is a Rust file. So in this Rust file is like this is like one of my custom functions that I use for my benchmark. Is the SIP over Eratosthenes. I will show you this before what it is, but it's essentially like a function to find prime number. And this is my code. So I wrote this by hands. Okay. Then I have let's see if we see, like, I wrote the normal code inside my bindings. I need to write a UDL file. This will be very similar to the file that we use for Genie. Something we need to create to describe the interface that we want to export. So the file inside bindings, FFI, my Rust code UDL. So this will be the exported interface that we want for our code. So we say that I want a class that is an interface that has a string, my method, and this like and a namespace or Rust that is like creating the class that I defined before. So with this, actually, so creating this UDL file and then implementing the interfaces for it will be used by Unify, by the command line of Unify, to generate the files like in Genie that we need to be integrated with our iOS code and our Android code. So the things like we can see the generate code here. The things like the Rust, the Unify will generate the code for us, the interfaces code for us, but even we compile our library inside a SO file that we can link in our project, iOS or Android. So if we build this, let's say that we want to build this project that I created following this tutorial, I can integrate this is the project. I want to show you in this case, let's take the Android project. So let's see the Android project using the Rust project that I showed you before with Unify. So like, if we go to the main activity will have a value here created that is actually, there will be exactly the class that I want to call to generate my output. So I call it like in a very dumb way, like my class, my method. Okay, so I can call it, create my class, and then I can call the method, and then I can receive the output. But if I go to my Rust code, this is actually auto-generated by Unify. Auto-generated by Unify, even from the command line and from a part of Unify, a command that I put inside the Gradle file. So this is like a little bit complicated. Like you need to touch even the command, the Gradle file. But essentially, this is like will tell Gradle to call unified bitgen to generate, taking in account the UDL file that I create. So the interface file. So they create the bindings for Kotlin inside a directory that I will tell you here as an argument. And then Unify will create this bunch of code here that can be a little bit complicated to read, that can be used essentially in the Android project. For iOS, is more or less the same. So I suggest you to follow the tutorial here at this page. There are the steps for iOS, there are the steps for Android, and there are the steps for WebAssembly. This is the easiest, one of the easiest tutorials I found on the internet. I'm actually planning to release a couple of tutorials to make it more easier to understand with a sample project, because I started to work on a demo project to understand the performance between the three languages. Speaking about the performance, I also suggest you to watch a video on YouTube sharing code between iOS and Android with Rust, where there is a really good performance analysis between these languages. Especially Benedict in this talk will talk about time-based performance analysis. Like you will see that C++ here is faster than Rust, but Rust is faster than Kotlin. Thank you, we can expect that. But there is also a comparison between imperative and functional programming with these languages. And even in terms of memory, Rust is like really well optimized, even in comparison with Swift. So even compared with the native platform of iOS, there is actually no match with Kotlin, obviously, because it always occupies a lot of memory. And I'm creating, like I showed you before, like a performance analysis using the SIFO-Eratosthenes. The SIFO-Eratosthenes is like an answer algorithm to generate prime numbers. And this is essentially used a lot in benchmarking. So if you're interested, I will I'll show you this in the following days. The project even integrated with Android and iOS and web. But to summarize, I think my idea is you have to choose C++ if you want fast performance. You want easiness to find developers, because there are a lot of developers that they can work with C++, especially not in the mobile field. You can find them a lot. It's hard to find skilled developers because like I showed you before, C++ has a lot of pitfalls. And safety can be an issue. There can be even security issue of developing code with C++. There is an article released by Google 1 month ago about how also they improve a lot they improve a lot of security issue. They fix a lot of security issue just like porting from C++ to Rust. This is cloud-based projects. And even the things I found really complex integrating C++ with Android iOS project. So the most straightforward way is Eugenie. That even though it's I show you, is not super straightforward. So you need maybe a team that is able to integrate the apps with. So you need a sort of DevOps for libraries that you are producing. Choose Kotlin. Yes, it's less performance, but it's perfectly well integrated with the IDE. Of course, it's created by JetBrains. If you use IntelliJ, if you use Android Studio, it's super well integrated. Yes, you will have a little bit to fight with Gradle, but I think Gradle is less problem oriented one, with the other tools, way of combining the three languages. It's a sort of similar with Swift. With Swift, yes, I know Swift developers sometimes they don't want to use Kotlin, but it's very familiar for them to use it as well. To me, it's safe. I mean, there is the null check and this kind of easiness that make you, as a developer, more happy and safe of develop something that is safe, and easy to use multi-platform. There are a lot of tutorials around the web and videos about how to use it as a multi-platform. A lot of developers are using it, and big companies are using it now as a multi-platform. But the point of this presentation was even considering the performance-based algorithms, and Kotlin is the less performant one. Rust, in comparison, is safe, is high performance, can be integrate like C++ with Unify, not with Genie. It's ready for the web with WebAssembly, but the big problem is the steep that I found is a steep learning curve. I still after 4 or 5 months learning a lot of stuff with it. It can be a little bit complicated. Yes, I love Rust, but sometimes I'm banging my head to find the errors, and even can be hard to make your own mind following the same logic of Rust. That's the same, but it's the most loved because they say that after you I think after you spend a lot creating your things with Rust, you understand this philosophy, and you will love it, and then you don't want to touch anything. That's the dream world. And the things that I really like in Rust is the good dependency system. Like I said before, it's a better NPM. Cargo is a better NPM. Cargo is the package and dependency system of Rust. It's even integrated with the building system, the testing system. So it's a really it's a very well ecosystem. It's a well done. It's a really well done ecosystem. My 2 cents, I will continue to explore Rust for developing high performance multi-platform library. That's what I said. The high performance is the keywords in this kind of choice, because you can choose whatever tool. You have to choose the right tool for the right job. So if you have to use if you are not focused on the high performance, you can use Kotlin as well, and it's pretty much easier. But if you are really, really focused on performance, imagine you have to get data from sensor from sensor like accelerometer, barometer, magnetometer from a smartphone, and you have to elaborate it in a really strict way, in a really fast way, with the most optimization as possible. So the choice can, in my opinion, Rust can be an optimal choice. So for me, that's all. I know it's pretty much a lot. It's a lot of complicated things to digest and to show. Maybe when I thought about the presentation, I thought about creating 3 main different presentations, but it's just an intro on about what you can do, and even I want to warn you about how complicated it can be to integrate with tools and languages that are not really designed to interact with the original native language of your platform, even though that original native platform languages and framework of your platform are not really well suitable for high performance algorithm that you might want and you may need for your use case. Yeah, that's it. I don't know if there are questions.
Yeah, thank you, Giovanni. So yeah, I don't see any question, but let me wait a little bit so maybe someone will come up with a question. So please feel free to write in the chat. In the meantime, if you're not talking about these 3 languages, is there anything else someone should look at in this aspect, or is there really these are just the 3 options in your opinion?
So there is another option that I didn't consider. It was Flutter. I didn't consider Flutter still because Flutter is more designed for creating beautiful, they say, UI, beautiful user experience app. So it's more like UI framework. But I think they are improving a lot that platform even for performance. And there is also React Native with a new architecture, especially with a new architecture that is really well suited for high performance use cases. I'm not an expert in React Native, and I know a lot of developers that hates React Natives and the one that loves React Native. So because my background was more coming from C++, I analyzed this language, and because even I think these 3 are more or less the one that I like the most. Kotlin coming from the Android development, C++ for my background, and it was the the favorite choice, even like we saw in the previous talk of Zach, from many people like developing shared libraries before. And Rust, because it's a brand new one that can be used. And that's the performance of C++ with the agility of programming that we can have with Kotlin. That's what I think.
Okay, thanks. So there's still no questions, but I will have another one. So
yeah.
You talked about different cross-platform solutions. How would you actually decide between going full native on all platforms or cross-platform?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Yeah, so how would you decide between using a cross-platform solution, like the ones that you detailed, or going fully native for each platform?
So the thing is, like, if you're going fully native, it's not sure that you can achieve like analyzing the problem is like building something that is high performance. You are not sure to build really the most high performance algorithm. Like, I know that it's like can be weird but you are not sure. So like using a really low level language can be like the one that is closer to the machine can give you this possibility. But the things like, and then you have the problem, like, because like when you are like spending a lot to build something with a language that is not even the native language of your platform, you don't want to do the work double of the time. So this is the needs also. This is like originating the needs of sharing the things. Like you can develop something. You will be sure that you in C++ you will actually have a really good performance, not considering all the issue that you can have, like with null pointer and pointer arithmetic, okay, all the difficulties. But then after you spend a lot, you will want to share this with Android, with iOS, and with whatever like platform you may want to run. That's the thing.
Okay, thank you.
No
I think
problem.
that's all then.
Thank you.
Thank you for your amazing talk. It contained a lot of information. So
Yes.
I hope you
Yeah,
will
but
share the slides, because I think it would be great to look back at it.
yeah, this was like I will show the slide. There are also the URL, but also you can contact me. That's my website. So if you're interested, you can contact me, because I'm still like working on the demos and the performance analysis. So like somebody's interested, that's it.
Cool. Yeah, thank you again, and bye.
Thank you.
This is the time when I will say bye as well. So, but we will have more talks. So I think at this point it will be a 30-minute break. But afterwards we will be back with another moderator or host. So goodbye from me, but make sure to stay.
Hey everyone, welcome to Android Worldwide, the January edition. So I'm gonna take us through some brief introduction slides and then introduce you to our speaker, Daryl, for today. So for anyone who might be joining us for the first time today, Android Worldwide is a nonprofit community for software engineers. We produce one event every January, April, July, and October. And it's a virtual only event to ensure that everyone shares the same experience no matter where they are in the world. We also want to thank all of these communities for partnering with us from many places around the world. And before we begin, just a couple quick more notes. If anyone wants to share this event, you can tag at AndroidWW_ on Twitter and Mastodon, as well as using the hashtag AndroidWW. I also want to thank Stream, the #1 chat API for custom messaging apps. Stream allows you to build real-time chat messaging in less time and rapidly ship in-app messaging. As well, we want to thank Sentry, which helps developers see clearer, solve quicker, and learn continuously. That gives us mobile app error tracking, performance monitoring, and runtime errors all in a single view. And that's all from me. So now I want to pass things over to Daryl to introduce himself and get things going on his end. So feel free to come up to the stage.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome. There.
Colin.
I'll pass things over to you and let you proceed with your talk.
Sure. Thanks a lot, everyone, for joining. I'll be checking the chat from time to time to make sure that everything is working correctly. If my audio cuts up or the video freezes, please let me know. So yeah, let me just start sharing my screen. Welcome everyone. My name is Daryl Cruz. I'm from the Dominican Republic. I'm really excited to be here. This is the first time I am having I'm being a speaker at an event like this. I do some things in my own country. For example, this same topic I taught it on a Dev Fest, on a local Dev Fest last year. It was a really great experience, and I wanted to share it a bit more. So I'm really excited, and I'm thankful for the opportunity. I hope that we can all learn something new today. So the Q&A will be at the end, but I'll be checking the chat just in case everything, just to make sure everything goes smoothly. So yeah, let's just start. As I mentioned, I'm a developer from the Dominican Republic. So I'm a Christian, I'm a musician, I'm a programmer. I graduated from college a couple of years ago, and I really like working with Android, with AOT and machine learning related stuff. So the topic, at least the bigger scope of what we're going to talk about today is performance. So performance is defined as the action or process of carrying out or accomplishing an action, task, or function. So it's about doing the things that we want to do, but doing it in a way that optimizes resources and time, space, or whatever, anything else that we want to add to that. So performance is very important for us developers, but rather than just explaining why it's important, I usually like to use like a story that I read about this. that I find really useful. It's from a blog called The Codeless Code. It was very popular between developers back in the day. I don't think they are writing it anymore, but I think it was really useful to explain some concepts to developers. So this case is what they call their stories. It's called infinities. It says that two monks were arguing whether the new input validation routine was caught in an infinite loop. So one asks how long has been running, the other answers no more than 30 minutes, but not less either, right there. And you have done nothing this whole time but wait for it to complete. So then the master goes to them and asks them which of them believe the loop is not infinite. So the pelting one says that he believed that. Then he said, give him a skin of wine, for he is wise. No loop may be truly infinite. Someday the power will fail, the server will rust, etc. Then he asked, what of the other one that believes that the loop is infinite? Then give him two skins of wine, for he is wiser. To the user waiting on his browser, 10 seconds is agony, a minute is an aeon, and anything longer is an eternity. So basically, two monks were arguing whether a loop was infinite or not. So they both had their cases, because one says it's not infinite because the power might run out or the memory, but the other says, well, it's infinite because to the user, even a small amount of time can be an infinite minute for them. So why is performance important? Using the example from the story before, well, computer resources are limited, and the user patience is limited as well. But I'm sure we all knew about it already. So just to clear that up. So last year, Android, or since the last years, Android have been giving us some tools to measure and improve performance. So their pillars are to inspect our application, to improve the performance of our application, and then to monitor whatever improvement we added to make sure that they are actual improvements of the previous processes. So this will be like the pillars for performance that Android is providing us. So what can we inspect on an Android application? Well, we can inspect the app size, the launch time, speed, the images and videos, and the memory that they are taking up, the screen resolution, memory usage, and the networking. All of those are resource consuming, and therefore they can be optimized, they can be improved. So how to inspect? The same Android documentation provide or shares three ways we can inspect our application: passive, manual, and automated. So the first one is passive. We don't need to write any code or use any tools other than the ones that we have. Just by paying attention to our application, to the runtime, to the waiting times, the loading times, we can check whether there are parts of our application that need to be improved. And if we are using Android Studio, we can use the logcat to check for junk times and other stuff. So that's like the passive way. The manual way will be to use the profiler, to check for network or memory, CPU consumption, and to write benchmarks tests. So now we are getting more into the tools that Android has provided in the last couple of years. The Android profiler, I'm sure many of us are familiar with it. We can use it to check memory, network, energy consumption, and such. So a benchmark, some developers are also familiar with this concept. Basically, is the process of measuring products, measuring how a process is being done in order to to see if we can optimize it. So for us programmers sometimes, or sometime in the past, in order to benchmark some functions or some code that we wrote. For example, some common case is to check the performance of an array list versus a linked list in a language like Java, for example. We'll just use like a brute force approach. Just check the time before we execute the code, and check the time after, and then get the difference, and that will tell us which one is faster. That's like the classic way of doing it. With Kotlin, since we have first order functions, we have Lambda, we can use the measure time and actually just use the code that we want to execute in a block. So it will give us the in seconds, or in any other direction that we want the seconds. It's basically the same, but leveraging the features that Kotlin provides us to make it more readable. So, but it's basically the same. We are just taking the time at the beginning and the time at the end and getting the difference. So we can use this, as I mentioned, to measure functions or processes, or we can use it to measure events, like some classic web events on Change, on Click. We also have some mobile-based events that we can use, or we can use the life cycle of our Android application, whether we start something on Create and we want to see what is the duration from an activity or a fragment to be on resume. So we can use that kind of measurement method, or we could use that in the past. We could use that today, but I will share something that is more useful for us. So now the automated approach to measuring things in Android, they provided two libraries that help us with all of the things that I mentioned, which are macro benchmark and micro benchmark. So what are the difference between both of them? So the macro benchmark library is for testing larger use cases, including UI manipulations. So a simple way of doing this is it's like an automated UI automated test that will measure the performance on a series of UI steps. That's what we can do with macro benchmark. So in order to create a macro benchmark, and in order to use baseline profiles, we need macro benchmark first. That's why I started with this. So we add macro benchmark as a new module on our Android application. We just create a new module, and we select the option here. There is a benchmark, and then we select the module type, if we want to be a macro benchmark or a micro benchmark. So we modify the manifest to make it profilable, and then in our app Gradle and our app build Gradle file, we add another flavor with the benchmark that we just created. And after that, we just create test cases like type of code. We can create a class on the new module that we added, and then we add the test, because we run them like they are test cases. So we use the benchmark rule, and we specify that we want to measure repeated, as it says. And then we have some parameters that we need to fill out. We have the package name for the application or the UI we want to test. We can add the number of iterations we have, because macro benchmark provides you with the facility to run a process a couple or a number of times, in case maybe in one scenario gives you a very quick or a very slow time, but it's not like the mean or the average. So that's why we can use we can specify the number of iterations. We have the metrics that we want. In this case, we have the frame timing metric, but we also can use the startup metrics such. we have startup mode, that basically we are telling what we want to, or how we want to measure our activity. If it's a cold start, meaning that the activity was not on memory before, is a fresh start, a fresh install. If it's warm, meaning that maybe it was stopped, or if it's hot, meaning that maybe the activity was just paused or in the background, and it should come quickly to the to the front of the screen. So we can specify that as well in the startup mode. Then we can use the setup block to add interactions that we don't want to measure. For example, if I just want to focus on scrolling through a list, which is a very basic example, we don't want to measure like the old activity coming to the front screen, or the user navigating to some path. We just want to measure the scrolling. So we use the setup block to do like the pre-configuration, it could be. And then we, on the other block, will be the block that is going to be measured. We add the interactions. For the code, we use UI Automator in order to automate the list. I mean, the list, not the steps of the application that we want. So yeah, for example, we have some methods like start activity and wait on the setup block, and then on the measure block we find a recycler view using UI Automator. We scroll the recycle view and we repeat the scroll. For example, here we have 3 times, and it will run like an UI test, and then it will give you some results. It will give you the time to full display, time to initial display, and it will give you the maximum, the minimum, and the median. As I mentioned, that's why we have iterations, just to make sure that we can get an average of the process, not only like an outer scenario or a peak case scenario. So that's what macro benchmark is for. A micro benchmark is a library for measuring performance as well. The difference is that you can use it to test or to measure Java or Kotlin Android native code from within Android Studio. So it's similar in some sense, but the difference is that we don't use micro benchmark for UI tests. We just use it for Kotlin or Android code that we want to measure. For example, if we're doing some complex calculations or mapping some values and we want to test how they perform, then we use a micro benchmark. That's the code. As I mentioned, it's very similar. We use the benchmark rule, and we just on the block we call the method or the code that we want to measure. So all of this brings us to the main topic of this talk: Sharp baseline profiles. Well, what are them? Well, they help improve the app starter at runtime experience of Android applications. How they do it? Well, they ship the baseline profile to the Android runtime, and then we can use pre-compile the code that we added to the profile, or the code that is contained on the profiles. And with the profile guided optimization, then we can optimize startup, reduce yank, and improve runtime performance for end users. I know this can sound a little bit like daunting to some people. It was for me at first, but it's actually an easy tool, and what it does is really easy as well. I'll go into some detail right away. So how does baseline profile works? Well, a little bit of history of how Android compile and run APKs. First, we got the Dalvik runtime, which provided the famous JIT, the just-in-time compilation, meaning that the code that we were going to use for the APK was compiled at runtime, because earlier in the day, the thing that Dalvik was more preoccupied on optimizing was RAM usage. So with just-in-time compilation, or the people that developed Dalvik and Android apps knew that with just-in-time compilations, it will improve in the performance of the RAM memory, which was limited at the time. But then they switched to ART, or the Android runtime as we know it today, which use ahead of time compilation, or AOT. It means that before running the app, the code is precompiled, or all the paths of the code are precompiled, and they are shipped into the APK, and then the .dex files or the .odex file, or all of them are precompiled, so that they don't compile when the app is being interpreted. So each one of these cause some problems of its own. For example, if in the just-in-time compilation, well, we just had the application as it is. We didn't have the option like do some precompiled stuff. But if we use ahead of time compilation, if our code is big, if the ODEX files became really big, then we will actually suffer a lot more, because the space that the application is using will be bigger. So now we have, or Android have, like a mix. Most of the code is compiled to machine code using just-in-time compilation, but we also have the option to do ahead of time compilation for machine code for specific paths or features of our code. So basically, we do a trade-off, similarly to what we do in some, for example, algorithms, that if we want to an algorithm to perform better on time complexity, we can sacrifice a little bit of space complexity, and for example, an algorithm that runs in n square time and O1 space, we can make it run on 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 both, and it will be a huge improvement. But if the space we use is actually bigger, or we are taking up a lot of space, then it's not convenient for us to follow this approach. That's why Android is following now this mixed kind of approach to the just-in-time and ahead-of-time compilation. Another good thing is that we now have the profiles on the cloud, the cloud profiler. So when an app is shipped to the Play Store, the user, depending on the usage of the app, can create profiles, or not can create profiles, but can, depending on which path are the most used, the Android core profile will take that into consideration, and then it will also optimize those paths. So with baseline profiles, what we have is that the developers have the option to specify those paths to improve, or to precompile, to do ahead of time compilation. So we create a profile. We basically write code that basically what it's going to say to the ART is, these are the most used paths on my application. For example, an user login, or an user scrolling down, or seeing the details of a list. Those are the most used paths or flows of my application. So I want the code related to those paths to be precompiled. So in that case, the speed of the application when going through those paths will gradually improve. And it's been tested that it can take, or that it can better the performance by 30 or 40% of the time that it was initially run without baseline profiles. So now we go into the actual code. So what we have to do to add a baseline profile to our application? Well, first thing, as I mentioned, is that we use the benchmark module. So we talk about this on a previous step, so that's actually needed because the baseline profiles run in the benchmark model. So we need that, and we need to disable the obfuscation of the code in the benchmark model because of the profile that we're going to generate. So that's the first thing we want to do. We create a benchmark rules that profile, and we just write don't obfuscate there. Then we get this file into the benchmark flavor of the benchmark Gradle build, and we just use progar files and specify the progar that we just created, the rule we just created. That's the first setup that we have to do. Then we actually create our baseline profile. You will notice that the code is very similar to the one we use for benchmark. We have a rule. The only difference is in this case is a baseline profile rule, but is basically the same. We use a test because when we run the test is that the profile will be generated. We use the baseline profile rule, call it baseline profile, specify the package name, and in the profile block, we specify the code that we want to execute, again, using UI Automator for Android. So we can create benchmark baseline profiles for a different kind of interactions with the UI. For example, here's an example of a star application. It presses home, meaning that it goes out of an application in case it's open. Then start the activity, find the content, and just wait until there's another content. Wait until a snack collection item within the list is rendered. So it waits for just some elements on the UI to render, and then it finishes. So this is a path that the developer considers it will be one of the most used paths on its application. So that's why he or she created the baseline profile for it. So using the macro benchmark scope, we do something similar to just creating an extension function on using UI Automator to automate the interaction. Similarly, here's a similar example, but this scroll the list. So it does basically something similar, but when it finds the snack list, then it's scroll down and wait for the device to go idle. So basically, it's saying, okay, another common path of my application will be that the user scroll through the list and then just stays there. So all of those extension functions that we created using macro benchmark scope, we can just specify them in the collect baseline profile, and every path that we use here will then be generated into a profile. So we can do as much as we want, but we always have to keep a mind on that we are actually using space to optimize the performance of our application. So if the profiles we generate are small enough, they don't take much space on the application, then it's good because we are not sacrificing much. But if we are using like a lot of journeys, a lot of paths, our application is big, and we want just to generate an end-to-end kind of flow using a lot of resources, then our profile will be bigger than expected, and we will sacrifice space to gain a better performance, which is not ideal, as I mentioned earlier. So that's why it's supposed to be reserved just to the most used paths that we want to optimize into our application. So before we run the test in order to generate the profile, we have to to prepare a Gradle managed device, because we are not able to just run them on emulator devices without this. So we use manage virtual device from Gradle to specify the emulator that we want. And since some emulators are rooted devices, then we just need to add this line to the benchmark build Gradle in order to tell the Gradle that we are going to use that device to generate the profile. So next scene is to actually run the device. We generate the baseline profile, or we just click on run. So we run the test because it runs like an UI test case as well. And when it's done, it will generate a device, a TXT file on the micro benchmark module. We'll have to change the view of Android Studio. If we have Android by default, we will have to change it to project to get access to the build folder, and then outputs, connected benchmark, and you'll see the baseline profile generated.txt. So we actually take this device and we change its name to baseline-prof.txt, and then we add it to the main app module on the same place where the Android manifest is. So that's like the guide. If you should add it in the same path or the same route where the Android manifest is. Then we add this dependency to the app Gradle, and we sync the Gradle files in order to apply the baseline profile into our application. So the last thing to do will be to verify the performance. So in order to do that, we go back to macro benchmark again. So we write a test similar to what we do before, but keeping into consideration that we want to test the same flow that we optimize using benchmark profile. So we create a function, we add the package name, the metric, iterations, but here we have another parameter, which is compilation mode. And this is a very useful parameter because basically the compilation mode will tell the compiler how we want to run the benchmark in terms of ahead of time compilation or pre-compiled files. If we use none, it means that we won't have any pre-compiled code. So it would run like we don't have the baseline profile. If we use partial, it will pre-compile the baseline profiles or any other profile that we want or that we have, and then we will use just-in-time compilation for the rest of the code. If we use full, then we'll pre-compile the whole code base for the application. So this is really useful because we can use them to compare which is the better approach, and if we are we can use it to compare if we are actually taking advantage of using a baseline profile. So here, for example, we then have the results depending on the compilation mode. For example, we have the partial, the full, and none. So we can see here that partial is 720, the median to full display. Full is 755, and none is 818. We can see that the partial mode, that is the one that uses the baseline profiles to precompile that profile, and then the rest of the code is just-in-time compilation, is the better approach in this case. So I recommend always comparing with the tree, because sometimes what we are optimizing, what we are creating a baseline profile of is not actually the most, maybe the best path to optimizing our code. And if we measure, we don't have like to blindly accept that we create a baseline profile, then my application will be better. We actually have to measure if it does any difference in order to decide what if it's okay or if I need to use another option. So that would be the result. And I think that will be it for the explanation part of the talk. Before proceeding to the Q&A, I will actually I would like to tell that this, as I mentioned earlier, we now have a way to improve the performance of our applications. It's relatively easy. Writing the code, getting the TXT profile is easy enough, but we shouldn't get carried away with it. We just need to keep measuring, to keep an eye of what are the things that are working on our application and what are the things that are not working as good as we might have intended, and always use these tools in order to improve the profile. If we see, for example, that the times that we are getting are not ideal, then we might have to change the approach or use the baseline profile for another path, or maybe not generate the profile for all the routes or all the paths that I have. That will be ideal in order to fully take advantage of this feature. So all of this, all I talk about is not of my own understanding. All of this is Android Hub's excellent speakers and excellent documentation about all the performance tools and libraries. I just took them and read them and studied them and wanted to share them with you guys, with some more people. But if you have any doubts, you can write me. You can go to the documentation, which is really thoroughly and really useful. And yeah, so I think that will be it for the presentation, and now we can go to the Q&A if we have some questions.
Thanks so much, Daryl. Yeah, so it doesn't look like there's any questions in the chat yet, but feel free to drop them in there if anyone has any questions there. Thanks so much for that overview of the baseline profiles. That sounds like a really good way to have sort of an easy approach to improve the performance of your app. So I did have one question that came to my mind during the talk. And I was wondering like how often you might need to generate these profiles again. Like, let's say you generate a profile and then after some time that screen goes through some changes in your app. Like when might be a good time to regenerate those?
Yeah, definitely. That's a really good question. So the point of baseline profiles is to precompile the most used paths on your application. So if you have a profile from some time ago and as you mentioned, that screen went through some changes, if there's a significant change on the UI, for example, maybe there's another button to click or maybe another place to go, then it will be recommended to update the profile, because the one that you had before won't take into consideration the new path. So it will precompile the previous path, for example. So, but if the change is something maybe more visual, but the path is the same, maybe the user start, the user clicks something, the user scroll, then the profile will work the same, because it will precompile the scenario, the code needed for that scenario, even if it's some new code. The only thing will be if there's a change in how the flow goes, then that I will recommend just to update it, and always making sure that with the benchmark profile, the macro benchmark, that is actually helping your performance and not hurting your performance.
Right. Yeah. That's a great note there, especially with the verification that you presented. That seems like a great way to make sure things are working as intended. Cool. So looks like there's no other questions in the chat for now. So I guess I just want to thank you again for giving this talk, and thank everyone for coming as well and watching.
Yeah, thank you, Colin, and thank you everyone for watching the presentation. And just I think I left my GitHub. I just recently got Twitter, but yeah. If you have some questions, you can join the Slack for Android Worldwide and ask it there. So yeah, thanks a lot for the opportunity, and hopefully we can talk again later.
Great. Yeah, thanks everyone. I think the next talk will be coming up in about 15 minutes.
Hi, everyone. We are back, and my name is Anna Zharkova. I will be a host for next two sessions, and I would like to introduce our next speaker, Daewoo An, with his wonderful topic, Become an Android Librarian. Hi, Daewoo.
Hi, Anna, and hi, everyone. Thank you for having me today.
We are really glad to see you here. And could you make some introduction? What will be your topic about?
Yes, my presentation is topic about my open source experiences. So yeah.
That's really cool because not every Android or Kotlin developer could create his own open source project, and sometimes it has some nuances and pitfalls. So we wanted to hear about all these nuances. So the stage and the audience is yours, and I will add your slides and hide myself.
Okay, so let's get started. So yeah, hi everyone. I am Jeong from South Korea. I'm a GDE for Android and Kotlin, and currently working at Stream as an Android developer advocate. Today I will be speaking about becoming an Android librarian based on my open source contribution experience. Before diving into the details, I'd like to elaborate on my open source contributions. I have created and published over 80 open source projects and libraries on GitHub, mostly about Android and Kotlin, such as Balloon, Landscapist, Sandwich, and Pokédex. Luckily, my open source libraries have been used by many products, including Twitter, PayPal, Wikipedia, Other, and many other global applications for Android, and by millions of global end users across millions of different Android applications. And let's talk about open source life cycles. I treat open source software as a product for developers, like we normally build applications in our daily life as developers. So we should maintain open source libraries systematically from start to end to make them successful. And for this, it would be great if you have a dedicated project lifecycle to manage open source projects. But in this talk, I'm going to introduce an open source lifecycles I have used for around 5 years. The first phase is design. Software design is one of the essential phases in the lifecycle, especially in API development, because we need to think about the importance of the problem we want to solve, and we should draw the comprehensive structure of public interfaces. In other words, we should think about the market needs and how the product will be used by developers. Normally, I follow these steps in the design phase. Firstly, I define a problem and make clear what I really wanted to solve in my project. And I started to research how to solve the problem to make sure my approach makes sense. Next, if I have verified the feasibility of my approaches, then I make sure the dependencies between each module and which other dependencies are required. Lastly, I convert my approaches into blueprints about architecture and API structures, and start to design detailed specifications such as inheritance between interfaces and classes, and define API surfaces based on blueprints. This phase might be boring to someone, but if you have finalized this design phase in advance, you can reduce many resources about thinking of API structures in your subsequent steps. The next phase is development, which is implementing the details, such as classes, methods, extensions, and everything you need to build your library. In this phase, there are many strategies to make your library stable. The first one is minimizing API surfaces. Let's assume there is a module which includes public interfaces. In this case, we exposed the entire API so external clients can access and depend on the entire API. So what if we change or remove the public interface in the new release? Then clients will face code breaking and it will bring the build failure. As a result, clients need additional resources for migrating to a new release of your library. And let's assume again, only the orange ones are exposed to the outside and the blue ones are not allowed to be accessed from outside. Due to we restricted the API accessibilities, clients can only access and depend on the orange ones. So if you change or update the internal APIs, or if you expand more features and restructure internal APIs, the external clients will not be affected. So this allows API maintainers to maintain the APIs much easier, and clients can reduce many resources for migrating to new releases. To minimize the API surfaces as much as possible, we should think about the visibility modifiers. In Kotlin, if we don't clarify the visibility modifier, the default visibility is public. So that means external clients can access and depend on the interfaces without restrictions. So let's see an example of a random class. As you can see, if we don't clarify the visibility modifier, library users can access to the class. So if you designed the APIs are supposed to be used internally, you must explicitly attach visibility modifiers such as internal or private to prevent unintended behaviors from the user side. Especially in the case of extensions, APIs can be exposed much easier because they are widely applied in the project. So it's important to attach an internal modifier and restrict accessibility to extensions if you don't want to expose the extensions to entire user projects. But if you're also targeting Java developers, you should give a heads up for the internal modifiers. As you can see on the right side, extensions are compiled into Java bytecode with the public final static keywords. So they are still accessible from Java projects. If you want to prevent accessing from Java project, you should attach JVM syntactic annotation to your internal methods or properties. Then, as you can see on the right side, they will be compiled into Java bytecode with the syntactic keyword, and they can't be accessed from Java projects. However, as your project grows, managing entire API's visibility modifiers is difficult. In this case, we can use explicit API mode. The explicit API mode throw errors or warnings if you don't clarify visibility modifiers to your interfaces. You can enable the explicit API mode by adding the code block on your Gradle file. After enabling the explicit API mode, as you can see, entire classes, properties, and functions will get errors if they don't have visibility modifiers. So they force you to attach visibility modifiers, and it prevents missing some visibility modifiers in your project. But it can be very hard if you try to apply the explicit API mode in a very large project at once. So you can enable the explicit API warning mode and migrate it gradually. And next, I would introduce a Gradle plugin to manage public APIs, which is Binary Compatibility Validator by JetBrains. This plugin helps you to track and manage exposed API changes, so you can double check whether you make any mistakes. To use this plugin, add the plugin on your Gradle files and run